Chapter 2210. 7 days later, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng returned to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters and returned to their respective residences. At Xiao Chen's residence, Bao Er and Elder Lu led a group of servants to welcome Xiao Chen at the entrance. When Xiao Chen appeared, they knelt and greeted him. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and gestured for everyone to leave. The demon blood vulture happily flew to Elder Lu's shoulder, appearing excited. "Congratulations, young master. It looks like you gained a pretty good harvest on your trip to the abyssal underworld." Bao Er observed Xiao Chen's expression. Although she could not figure him out, she could sense that Xiao Chen was very different from when he left. The aura that Xiao Chen gave off was even stronger, so much so that Xiao Chen did not dare to look at him directly. Even if Xiao Chen tried to restrain himself, he could not completely withdraw the pressure from his soul. Of course, this was not a good thing. In the eyes of experts, it was a sign that he could not control his soul freely and did not have sufficient accumulations. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I'm all right. Did anyone come looking for me?" Although Xiao Chen knew that no one would come looking for him, he still asked casually. "Yes. Lord Mu came a few times." Xiao Chen nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. "You may withdraw first. After I soak in the medicinal spring, I should be going to meet the Alliance chief." Bao Er bowed and left obediently. After entering the medicinal spring, Xiao Chen felt warm and indescribably comfortable. Even his soul relaxed. Previously, the intervals between missions were short, so he did not feel much. This time, he spent several months in the abyssal underworld. After Xiao Chen returned, he immediately felt the benefits of the medicinal spring. Only now did he truly relax. Soon, Xiao Chen fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, all his fatigue was gone. He felt energized and his eyes glowed. He looked like he was brand new. Xiao Chen muttered, "Interesting. My soul energy seems to have become denser." Previously, Xiao Chen only felt that the medicinal spring was for treating injuries. However, he did not notice that it had such a wondrous effect on nourishing his soul energy. Xiao Chen's soul energy had soared wildly, reaching the three-vein sovereign emperor realm. Now, it looked like he could use external objects to nourish it. "Young master is awake?" Through the hazy mist, Xiao Chen saw Bao'er's beautiful figure appear on the opposite side of the medicinal spring. Such a scene had appeared many times, but this time, it seemed especially tempting. "Strange, is it because after increasing my soul power, I can feel things that other people can't?" Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about it. "How long did I sleep?" "Young master slept for 4 whole days. Lord Mu said that when young master wakes up, he will go and see the Alliance master." As they spoke, Bao'er walked over and helped Xiao Chen put on his clothes. After everything was ready, Xiao Chen calmed himself down and walked towards the peak of the sacred mountain alone. This time, there was no one to guide them. However, the guards at the checkpoint seemed to have received the news and did not stop Xiao Chen. A while later, Xiao Chen arrived at Hua Tianyang's residence. When he saw Lin Feng waiting for him, he nodded slightly and walked over. Just like last time, when Xiao Chen arrived, Hua Tianyang and the core doyens appeared at the end of the palace once more. They were clearly very close, yet they seemed far away, separated by a world. However, this time, Xiao Chen sensed some clues. Hua Tianyang's group should be in the residence. However, after Xiao Chen refined this residence, the laws of the world inside changed at any moment, giving off this misconception. The increase in Xiao Chen's soul energy lessened the mysteriousness of this residence. "Xiao Chen, Lin Feng, I have been waiting for the two of you for a long time already. The two of you are truly incredible this time. When I received the news, it startled me. You have also raised the might of my Heavenly Alliance. These will be rewarded separately. Right now, I just want to know if you have found the holy relic." Hua Tianyang stared at Xiao Chen and Lin Feng as he spoke casually. However, he exuded a strong pressure that deterred others from being presumptuous. Xiao Chen stepped forward and reporting to the Alliance chief, "We have already found the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic." The moment he said that, the expressions of the core doyens behind him changed slightly, revealing expressions of joy. Mu Zifeng felt shocked. Then he rejoiced in his heart. This meant that Xiao Chen must have brought the holy relic. Swearenji's expression did not change. When he looked at Lin Feng, a vicious look flashed in his eyes. Reporting to the Alliance Master, I've also found the relic. Right at this moment, Lin Feng took a step forward and said softly, "What?" This immediately set the place abuzz. The Cordoyans felt confused. How could there be two Heavenly Alliance holy items? Could it be that one of them was fake? Hua Tianyang's expression changed slightly. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He was somewhat displeased. Before Hua Tianyang could say anything, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng opened their palms. A seven-colored light flickered in their palms. If one looked closely, they would see that they were fragments of the seven-color stone. Alliance Master, although we found the sacred relic, it's still not enough. But when we found it, it had already lost its divinity and became like this. Xiao Chen unhurriedly told Hua Tianyang what he had prepared. In reality, this was indeed the truth. The Heavenly Alliance holy relic had lost its divinity long ago. Even if Xiao Chen had not used up the last bit of its divinity, it would have ended up like this sooner or later. Hence, Xiao Chen had decided to shatter it and split it with Lin Feng. That way, he could complete this somewhat troublesome mission. Whoosh! Hua Tianyang stretched out his hand and grabbed the fragments of the seven-color stone. Then, he frowned slightly as he looked at them. Ku Yun, take a look. Master Ku Yun specialized in refining equipment. After taking a look, he said, Alliance Chief, this is indeed the seven-color stone that was refined when the Heavenly Alliance was first established. Hua Tianyang said somewhat helplessly, Actually, I already guessed it. I did not repair it in time after the battle back then. After so many years, most of its divinity should have disappeared. Unexpectedly, it is completely useless. Hua Tianyang sighed and looked at Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. No matter what, the two of you managed to retrieve the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. You may withdraw first. Xiao Chen could not help smiling in his heart. It looked like there was no chance of him agreeing to a request. Yes, Alliance Chief. The two performed cupped fist salutes and turned to leave. After Xiao Chen and Lin Feng left, Hua Tianyang asked, Ku Yun, is there any way to refine it again? There is. However, it will take 100 years. It will probably be difficult to restore it to its peak. 70%. When Hua Tianyang heard that, he felt utterly disappointed. If 100 years could restore it to 70% of its former might, it would be better to forge a new superior-grade soul tool. In that case, never mind. Restore it. Since it is a holy relic, just treat it as an inheritance. Mu Zifeng said, Alliance Chief, no matter what, the holy relic is back. In the future, the Heavenly Alliance's inheritance will be able to proceed smoothly. Given the Heavenly Alliance's current accumulations, it might be possible to forge a soul tool that surpasses the Snow God Whip. Hua Tianyang nodded. I think so. No matter what, this Snow God Whip has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It is already the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance's spirit. As for forging another soul tool, leave that to Ku Yun. This time, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng made great contributions. How do you think we should reward them? Mu Zifeng and Swearenji exchanged glances. Next, it was up to these two to fight for their people. After leaving the temple, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng released their bated breath. The mission of retrieving the holy relic was not just about retrieving it. It also involved the power struggle between Mu Zifeng and Swearenji. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng were not willing to get involved. Shattering the holy relic and handing over half each was the best way to resolve this. The two had a tacit understanding. They knew that they could not say anything here, so they nodded slightly and left. After returning to his residence, Xiao Chen started to organize his gains from his trip to the abyssal underworld. Aside from the divine nature flame, his greatest gain was naturally the Shuowu dynasty's holy relic that Li Yun left behind. The Scarlet Moon. Naturally, its might went without saying. Xiao Chen had personally witnessed it, so he did not have much to say about it. However, it seemed to be severely damaged and needed to be repaired. Young Master, Lord Mu is here. As Xiao Chen fiddled with the Scarlet Moon, Bao arrived. Then, Xiaochen put away the Scarlet Moon. He knew that the Heavenly Alliance's reward had arrived. The original reward was that Xiaochen could make a request of Hua Tianyang. However, based on Hua Tianyang's final expression, this reward should have fallen through. Let's see what kind of reward there is. Chapter 22:11. After a while, Mu Zifeng arrived. After Bao served him tea and water, she withdrew obediently. Mu Zifeng picked up his teacup and did not mention the tea. As he watched Bao leave, he smiled and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with the maidservant I arranged for you?" Xiaochen had known from the start that Bao might be Mu Zifeng's person. So, he did not say anything more. He said softly, "Bao is a good lady. It's good that you like her. I can arrange a few more for you. Take them as a reward for this mission." Pfft. Xiaochen nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. He put down the teacup and caught his breath. Then he said, "Lord Mu, you really know how to joke. You completed this mission pretty well. Unfortunately, the 7-color stone no longer has any divine nature," Xiaochen added. "It is indeed quite unfortunate." Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and changed the topic. "However, I heard that someone used the snow god whip to fight 10-odd sovereign emperors, looking very awe-inspiring. Word of this spread in the abyssal underworld. Several one-vein sovereign emperors shattered on the spot, not even leaving a corpse behind." Xiaochen calmly spouted nonsense. "This person is really incredible. Incredible. It looks like Lin Feng is much stronger than I imagined." Let's not talk about this for now. In any case, even if we find the 7-color stone, there will not be much divine nature left. This is something that everyone understands. However, it is still too much to not have any divine nature left. The reward will definitely shrink. Don't even think about making a request to the Alliance chief. Mu Zifeng laughed at Xiaochen's nonsense. Then he got down to business. Xiaochen did not care. In any case, this was how the Heavenly Alliance was. He could not say whether it was good or bad. If Xiaochen managed to bring back a 7-color stone that still had most of its divine nature, Hua Tianyang would not go back on his word. Now, Hua Tianyang wanted to make a request with just a pile of fragments. Clearly, he was not a fool. However, no matter what, the Snow God Whip is my Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. You and Lin Feng brought back the holy relic, which is a great merit. You have to be rewarded. Now, Xiaochen listened attentively to see what the reward was. Mu Zifeng said, "What I'm fighting for is for you to rise by 1 rank and become a 5-petal member of the Heavenly Alliance." Xiaochen felt slightly startled. He had not expected Mu Zifeng to give him such a huge gift. A 5-petal member could already be considered as one of the upper echelons of the Heaven Alliance. He had only been in the Heaven Alliance for less than 2 years. "Lord Mu, Mu Zifeng waved his hand and said, "I know that you do not want to get too involved. I roughly know what you are thinking about this matter. You were the one who shattered the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, right? Everyone has their own ambitions. I will not force you." Xiaochen felt somewhat disappointed at Mu Zifeng's words. He could not help feeling apologetic. After all, he had the ability to directly bring back the complete sacred relic, but in the end, he did not do so. "You're quite similar to Mr. Peach Blossom. I didn't promote you to a 5-petal member because I wanted you to continue climbing the ranks. I'm going to send you out. As a 5-petal member, you can oversee a region and become an inspector." As Mu Zifeng spoke, he waved his hand, and a light screen of the Great Thousand Realms appeared before the two. The light screen was densely packed, showing the entire Heavenly Alliance's territory. 7 colors separated the factions into grades. The different grades had different accumulations. This was a shocking scene, showing a super faction in its entirety before them. With the vast and boundless Great Thousand Realms as the background, the Heavenly Alliance's tentacles seemed to be everywhere in the great desolate universe, the mysterious heaven and earth, shocking everyone. The highest was rank 7, and the lowest was rank 1. Xiaochen took a look. The Heavenly Alliance's Grave Sea Cluster was divided into 3 grades. As a 5-petal member, you can choose a rank 5 region to be an inspector. You will be responsible for overseeing a region and managing all the Heavenly Alliance's subordinate factions in that region. However, in the eyes of others, you are still one of my people. So, you cannot embarrass me. You can rise by another grade and choose a rank 6 region to oversee. Overseeing a region and being an inspector. This was an extremely great authority with boundless benefits. It was like being a dynasty's governor. Xiaochen could use all the resources within his territory as he pleased, having absolute authority. Normally, only veteran members who had served the Heavenly Alliance for 100 years or more could enjoy this honor. Many people risked their lives to complete missions, getting squeezed dry by the Heavenly Alliance, all for this moment. However, Mu Zifeng forcefully promoted Xiaochen to this position, all for the sake of distancing Xiaochen from the struggle for core authority in the Heavenly Alliance, fulfilling Mu Zifeng's wish. Xiaochen felt somewhat stunned as he said, "Lord Mu, your favor is so great that I cannot reject it." Xiaochen simply could not reject it. Overseeing a region would not affect his cultivation, and he would have ample freedom, countless resources, and ridiculously great authority. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "I have always been like this. Since I cannot force you to be one of my people, I might as well do you a favor, one so great that you cannot reject it. Who knows, I might need your help in the future." Xiaochen thought for a while, weighing the pros and cons. Then he said, "All right, I'll accept this favor." Mu Zifeng smiled faintly, not feeling surprised. "Choose a place, then. You can choose anywhere in the rank 6 region. However, you also have to consider whether or not you can suppress those people below you. The choice is still up to you." Xiaochen nodded and started to make his choice. First, the Outer Sea Clusters. There were many special Outer Sea Clusters with rich resources and abnormal spiritual energy, no weaker than the Central Great Realm. After going there, one would be like a local tyrant, suitable for the elderly. There were also some Outer Sea Clusters with strong natives, which would be of great help to tempering one's martial techniques. However, in general, the Central Great Realm was the best. Many places gathered, and outstanding talents competed. There were also plenty of resources. After eliminating the Outer Sea Clusters, Xiaochen looked at the 3 dynasties, the Tianwu dynasty, the Shenwu dynasty, and the Yanwu dynasty. The dynasties were where the luck of the entire martial epoch was, where the various super factions gathered. There were countless noble clans and outstanding talents, gathering all the outstanding talents of the world. There were even many demonic Dao factions. The competition was the greatest, and the benefits were the greatest. However, the danger and pressure were also the greatest. However, if Xiaochen had to choose, he naturally had to choose the 3 dynasties. Given his vision and strength, he would go there sooner or later. Right now, Xiaochen was conflicted. Who should he choose? First, he had to eliminate the Shenwu dynasty. Then, he would have a grudge with the profound Heaven Holy Land. There would definitely be a lot of trouble if he went there. Next was the Tianwu dynasty. Although Xiaochen had a connection to Chu Chaoyan, he did not have a good relationship with that group of people. After thinking about it, there was only one choice left. The Yanwu dynasty? Mu Zifeng felt slightly surprised. He said directly, "I thought you would choose the region where the 8 great empires are. I fear that you will not be able to control the Yanwu dynasty. In reality, the Heavenly Alliance is weaker than the other factions in that place." Xiaochen frowned slightly and said, "You don't recommend me going?" The Heavenly Alliance's faction in the Yanwu dynasty has not been able to expand. Although it is a dynasty, the benefits there might not be comparable to some of the Outer Sea Clusters. For example, the Ink Sea Cluster. The Heavenly Alliance's faction occupies 80% of the area. It has sufficient resources and a connection point to the Bitter Sea, so you can go there to cultivate at any time. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "Since you are overseeing a region, you naturally have to choose a suitable one. However, if you can really expand the Heavenly Alliance's faction in the Yanwu dynasty, it will be a great contribution to the Heavenly Alliance. It will be several times better than the missions you have done in the past year." Of course, Mu Zifeng did not believe that Xiaochen could do it. He still preferred Xiaochen to choose a more stable region. It would be fine as long as he was more beautiful. After all, it would be difficult to control the people in the dynasty. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he said softly, the Yanwu dynasty. If there is no challenge at all, it would not be very interesting. Mu Zifeng found this slightly strange. After some thought, he said, as you wish, then. I will give you the certificate of appointment 7 days later. I will also explain the details to you. Oh, by the way, as a 5-petal member, you can upgrade the alloy battle armor's full power once for free. Go and look for Ku Yun to handle this. Otherwise, I might not be able to assign you the best blacksmith. I will let him know. Xiaochen thought to himself, this is pretty good. Coincidentally, I have a dynasty's sacred tool that needs to be repaired. I can handle this as well. You should make your preparations during these 7 days. You have 5 slots that you can use. Find 5 people to oversee the Heavenly Alliance. If you cannot find anyone suitable, the Heavenly Alliance will assign them to you. Before Mu Zifeng left, he gave Xiaochen some instructions before taking his leave. After a long time, Xiaochen recovered his wits. This happiness came too suddenly. Xiaochen could not understand Mu Zifeng. In the end, he underestimated this person. To think that he was so bold. Since Mu Zifeng could not force Xiaochen to stay, he gave Xiaochen such a huge gift. Even though Xiaochen knew that Mu Zifeng still wanted to win him over, he could not reject him. Xiaochen could only say that he was still too inexperienced when dealing with people who climbed to the position of Cordoyan. Chapter 22:12. Of the 5 spots, who should I choose? Naturally, the first ones that came to Xiaochen's mind were Saber Demon Wu Meng, Spear Sovereign Mo Yun Fei, who came from the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor with him, and Nangong Feng, who came from Desolate City. In the past 2 years, Xiaochen had occasionally contacted these people. However, as he had just joined the Heavenly Alliance, he had many missions, so he did not have a proper gathering. The task was arduous. In other words, he was as tired as a dog. Take Xiaochen as an example. He had practically never rested. Often, he would only rest for 1 or 2 days before missions came again. This was especially so for the first year. One did not even have a choice. One had to obediently complete whatever mission one was given. There was no choice. The Heavenly Alliance was an extremely snobbish organization. It was fair as well. Every Heavenly Alliance member cultivated in the faux god world for 10 years. This was the greatest resource that the Heavenly Alliance provided. The pressure on the members was just a form of extortion. If these people were given another chance, they would still choose to join the Heavenly Alliance. There were simply too many benefits to not entering the faux god world. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance's strict hierarchy gave the members something to look forward to, so they could endure it. If Xiaochen really said that he could bring them away from the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters and allow them to continue enjoying the Heavenly Alliance's resources, it would be a good thing. As long as everything went smoothly, it should not be a problem to gather a few people. Xiaochen went to look for Yun Fei first. The Heavenly Alliance members lived at the foot of the Divine Mountain, not far from each other. In less than 15 minutes, Xiaochen arrived at Yun Fei's residence. He was so close that Xiaochen felt somewhat startled. Despite being so close, the few had only seen each other a handful of times in the past 2 years. In the end, the Heavenly Alliance's system was somewhat unreasonable and too repressive. Yun Fei just happened to be returning from his mission. When he saw Xiaochen, he felt pleasantly surprised. Xiaochen, it has been a long time. Why are you here? Yun Fei felt rather surprised. After leaving the faux god world, the few had only met a few times. Furthermore, Yun Fei had always been the one looking for Xiaochen. One does not come to a temple without a cause. I came for a reason as well. Xiaochen took out his Heavenly Alliance medallion. 5 plum blossoms lit up in the snowy scene for 5,000 kilometers on the back. Damn! Bai Yunfei jumped up in surprise. Holding the token in his hand, he rubbed it over and over again. It took him a while to confirm that it was real. Not long ago, Wu Meng lit up 3 plum blossoms. Nangong Feng and I felt that it was already very amazing. Unexpectedly, you actually lit up 5. I only heard that you seem to have completed a very, very high-level mission. Is it related to this? Yun Fei could not be blamed for being shocked. It was too difficult to raise one's cultivation in the Heavenly Alliance. The merit points awarded for completing a mission would be deducted once they were exchanged for resources. This was a very troublesome matter. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult to save merit points. When Xiaochen suddenly told him that he was already a 5-petal plum blossom cultivator, it was easy to imagine how shocked he was. Yes, but I can't reveal the details of the mission. Xiaochen nodded his head in agreement with Yunfei's conjecture. If it had been according to the original reward, Xiaochen would have asked Hua Tianyang to have him become a 6-petal member. However, Mu Zifeng had obtained a reward for Xiaochen, allowing him to oversee a region. In reality, this reward was even better than being a 6-petal member. Congratulations! Nominally, you are already 1 rank higher than Master Peach Blossom, Bai Yunfei said with a smile. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had left with only 4 petals. Now, Xiaochen was indeed 1 rank higher than the other party. Many thanks. However, this is not the important matter. I'll talk about it later. I already got someone to inform Wu Meng and Nangong Feng to come over. I'll explain the details then. Considering that there would be too many eyes in his residence, Xiaochen did not invite anyone to his residence. Instead, he chose Bai Yunfei's residence. Although this would be exposed sooner or later, he would do his best to hide something. How mysterious! However, we have not met for a long time. It would be good to chat more. Bai Yunfei smiled and started chatting with Xiaochen, waiting for the others to arrive. Time passed. Wu Meng, Nangong Feng, and the others rushed over one after another. When they learned that Xiaochen had advanced to a 5-petal member, they were incredibly shocked and repeatedly congratulated him. Xiaochen, everyone is already here. Can you speak about the important matter now? Bai Yunfei asked with some anticipation. Xiaochen looked around. Bai Yunfei, Wu Meng, Nangong Feng, and Mo were all friends that he had gone through life and death with. While these people did not possess horrifying strength, they were definitely trustworthy. They were all 1 in 10,000 geniuses with unlimited potential. If they could follow Xiaochen to the Yanwu dynasty, they would definitely be of help. Due to the importance of this matter, I have to wait for everyone to arrive before speaking. Lord Mu promoted me to a rank 6 envoy inspector. If there are no surprises, the appointment certificates will be issued in 7 days. I have 5 slots, so you can come with me. Right after Xiaochen spoke, Wu Meng and the other 3 revealed stunned expressions. Nangong Feng put down his teacup and said, Xiaochen, I'm sure I heard right. You became an envoy inspector, and you are a rank 6-1 at that? This startled the others to their senses. Like Nangong Feng, they looked at Xiaochen, wondering if he was lying to us. A rank 6 envoy inspector. These were 5 simple words. However, everyone in the Heavenly Alliance knew how much weight these words carried. Becoming a feudal official, ruling over a region, achieving meteoric success, these words were not enough to describe Xiaochen. This practically meant that Xiaochen could be said to be a powerhouse of the Heavenly Alliance. Xiaochen nodded slowly and smiled. Do you think that I'm purposely joking around? The others calmed down and looked at Xiaochen with complicated expressions. If Xiaochen had advanced to a 5-petal member, they would have been happy to congratulate him from the bottom of their hearts. However, when they suddenly learned that Xiaochen had become a rank 6 envoy inspector, they found it unbelievable. In comparison, the difference between their statuses and Xiaochen's was immense. After a long time, Wu Meng sighed softly. Back then, on the Faux God World's God-conferring platform, Xiaochen, you said with great pride that only Heavenly Alliance disciples could ascend to the top. I knew that such a day would come. However, I did not expect it to come so soon. Nangong Feng and the other 2 sighed in silence. The past events in the Faux God World were still vivid in their minds. Back then, Xiaochen wrapped himself in a bedsheet and rode a strong wind to charge into paradise. Under everyone's mocking gazes, he fought alone and coincidentally obtained the 100,000-year requirement. Then, he took the lead and climbed the heaven-bridging peak. Xiaochen occupied the God-conferring platform alone and fought against the outstanding talents of 4 super factions. That lofty aspiration and boldness had left an indelible impression in the others' hearts. In hindsight, Xiao Chen had already shown the grace of a powerful overlord in the faux god world. Now, everything in the Heavenly Alliance happened naturally. If they had been the ones to ascend to the top back then, Mu Zifeng would have done the same. I'm fine with it. As long as Xiao Chen says the word, I will go with you immediately. I have missions every day. I've long since grown tired of them. I've had enough of this life. Yun Fei was the first to agree to Xiao Chen's request. During the early stages of the Heavenly Alliance, the two-petal period was the most difficult. With so many missions, one would not only be physically and mentally fatigued, but one would not even have time to cultivate. Yun Fei was more than happy to have a chance to break away from this period of time. Furthermore, the one who said this was Xiao Chen. In that case, he had no more worries. I'm fine with it. Nangong Feng and Mou agreed one after another. Of the four, only the three-petal Wu Meng had not spoken yet. Without a doubt, Wu Meng was the strongest of the four. Now, he had just advanced to a three-petal Wu Meng. After enduring the most difficult period, he might have a chance to become an envoy inspector like Xiao Chen in the future. Facing everyone's fervent gazes, Wu Meng smiled and said, "My brothers are all going. There is no point in me staying behind alone. But this time, we will do something big. Xiao Chen, I'll follow you." The four laughed at the same time. A hot-bloodedness burned in their hearts. "Many thanks to everyone for thinking highly of me, Xiao Chen. As long as I am around, I will not mistreat everyone." Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart, revealing a sincere smile on his face. No matter how strong he was alone, it was impossible for him to oversee a region without any trouble. Furthermore, overseeing a region meant that he was an overlord and a powerhouse. Given his status, it was impossible for him to handle everything. He had to have a reliable helper. Nangong Feng, Yun Fei, and Mou, come with me. You can automatically advance to a three-petal Wu Meng. As for Brother Wu, it will be somewhat difficult. Before reaching a three-petal Wu Meng, one could not leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. However, Xiao Chen had this special right now. The people he chose could automatically advance to a three-petal Wu Meng. Wu Meng already lit up 3 petals, so he could not help Xiao Chen light up another. Wu Meng smiled casually and said, "It's fine. I don't care about these minor matters. In that case, everyone should make some preparations in the next few days. Before we leave, we should use this opportunity to exchange for all the resources we can in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. All right, we will take our leave first." With the brothers working together, Xiao Chen successfully gathered 4 people. There was still one spot left, but he did not really want to recruit cultivators. It would be better to recruit blacksmiths, alchemists, or people who knew how to do business. Xiao Chen wondered if he could borrow someone from Master Ku Yun. Chapter 22:13. Master Ku Yun was one of the Heavenly Alliance's 7 core doyens. At the same time, he was the Heavenly Alliance's strongest blacksmith. Ordinary members, even if they were at the level of a 5-petal plum blossom, might not be able to meet them. Mu Zifeng had recommended Xiao Chen. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had met Master Ku Yun once before. It should not be a problem for him to meet this Heavenly Alliance powerhouse. Even so, Xiao Chen only met Master Ku Yun 2 days later. The meeting took place in the blacksmith workshop of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. There were many weapon cauldrons in the blacksmith workshop. These cauldrons were more than 30 kilometers tall, looking like mountain ranges standing proudly. Astral flames burned fiercely in the cauldrons. More than 100,000 apprentices worked in these weapon cauldrons. Many Grandmaster-level martial sages presided over them, making them incredibly busy. Someone led Xiao Chen through the cauldrons. Then he met Master Ku Yun on a tall mountain that overlooked the entire blacksmith workshop. Stars flickered at the summit of the tall mountain. The vast starry heavens seemed within reach. "Little friend Xiao Chen, we meet again." Master Ku Yun revealed a smile on his face when he saw Xiao Chen, showing a very amiable attitude. Master Ku Yun did not have the unfathomable and mysterious aura that many major characters purposely created. In reality, after one surpassed great perfection Sovereign Emperor, one could return to one's natural state, appearing no different from ordinary people. However, those in power often did not want others to figure them out, purposely giving others an unfathomable and unfathomable pressure. Master Ku Yun had escorted Xiao Chen and Lin Feng on the mission to the abyssal underworld. Hence, he had a good impression of the two. Master Ku Yun, this junior has something to trouble senior with. Xiao Chen rather liked interacting with such people. His attitude was very humble and respectful. Master Ku Yun said after some thought, Mu Zifeng already told me about it. After thinking about it, I'll personally help you forge your alloy battle armor. If you have any special requests, you can discuss them with me now. I'll make the necessary preparations. Xiao Chen rejoiced when he heard that. He immediately stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Many thanks, Master Ku Yun. I am truly overwhelmed by the favor. This was simply unexpected. Who was Master Ku Yun? He was a grandmaster who could forge superior-grade soul tools. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest blacksmith in the world. Xiao Chen was shocked that the other party was willing to let go of what he was doing and help him with such a small matter. You're welcome. You specialize in saber arts and the Thunder Great Dao, with the Ice Great Dao complementing it. These are all things that I know. When I reforge it, I will take them into consideration. What do you think? Ku Yun smiled. He was rather pragmatic and did not bother with pleasantries. After a brief pondering, Xiao Chen asked, What does senior think I should choose? I only have a superficial understanding of the art of artifact refinement, so I don't dare to speak before Senior Ku Yun. Master Ku Yun did not stand on ceremony. He said directly, In my opinion, you should focus on amplifying and strengthening your Thunder Dao. Now that your Thunder Dao domain has reached the 4th layer, you might as well strengthen it to the limit. My idea is to infuse an ancient Thunder Dragon's reverse scale, 1,000 tons of Thunder Dragon True Blood, a Thunder Dragon Spine, and a strand of Great Desolate Aeon Dragon Soul into the Alloy Dragon armor. It happens to be compatible with your bloodline. At that time, the Alloy Dragon armor will be like your flesh and blood, and you will be able to use it as you wish. This stunned Xiao Chen for a moment, somewhat unable to react to Master Ku Yun's suggestion. To Xiao Chen, this sounded like something out of a fantasy story. However, the other party spoke of it very naturally, as if it was nothing much. After a while, Xiao Chen startled awake. He thought to himself, how stupid I am. Who is the other party? Although he is not the strongest blacksmith in the martial epic, no one would dare to say anything if he is one of them. Xiao Chen nearly got fooled by the other party's amiable attitude. Ku Yun did not have a strong air, but that did not mean that he was not strong. Since Ku Yun said that he would personally help Xiao Chen reforge the Alloy Dragon armor, how could he just casually reply? Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. Take Mu Zifeng for example. Xiao Chen was clearly a 5-petal plum blossom, but Ku Yun put him in charge of a rank 6 conferred land. What's wrong? You feel that something is wrong? Master Ku Yun frowned slightly, thinking that Xiao Chen was still somewhat dissatisfied. He said seriously, If this is still not enough, there will be trouble. I'm afraid that I will not be able to complete it within 7 days. Xiao Chen quickly said, There's no need. This is very good. In that case, I'll leave the Alloy Dragon armor to Senior. This is a great opportunity. Fearing that something might go wrong, Xiao Chen removed the black gloves on his hands and handed them over. Master Ku Yun put away the gloves and said, I'll get someone to deliver it to you 4 days later. With the Alloy Dragon armor I reforged for you, you will be more confident when you arrive in the Yanwu dynasty. It turned out that Senior Ku Yun knew that Xiao Chen would have to oversee a region and feared that Xiao Chen would not be able to handle the situation, so he personally took action. Such good intentions warmed Xiao Chen's heart, making him feel even more respect for this senior. I still have a dynasty's sacred tool. I would like Senior to take a look and see if you can restore it. As Xiao Chen spoke, he took out the 8th Prince Li Yun's Scarlet Moon. This should be a secret treasure that could reach the might of a peak medial grade soul tool at a crucial moment. A demonic Dao sacred tool. I have a disciple who is good at restoring it. I'll get a servant to bring you over later. Master Ku Yun recognized the Scarlet Moon's origins with just one look. He did not say anything more, appearing very happy. The repeated requests made Xiao Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. Originally, he wanted to borrow someone from Master Ku Yun. In that case, there is nothing else. Master Ku Yun did not rush. He smiled and said, "Little friend, how do you feel about overseeing a region before the age of 100, becoming a rank 6 envoy inspector? It is rather surprising. However, it suits my intentions. I keep feeling somewhat pressured staying in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters." Xiao Chen spoke honestly, not holding back at all. Master Ku Yun nodded. In the world, be it sects, noble clans, empires, or dynasties, they are all organizations that benefit one another. However, noble clans are connected by bloodlines and have accumulations. Sects have seniors to guide them, and their inheritances are everlasting. All of these can give people a sense of belonging. However, the Heavenly Alliance is a purely profit-driven organization. Everyone comes together for their own interests, believing in eternal benefits. Given your character, it is not strange for you to feel pressured. Mu Zifeng is rather generous. The two chatted for a while. Although there was a difference in their statuses and ages, they got along quite well. In the end, it was because Master Ku Yun did not care about authority. Master Ku Yun relied on his own strength to become a core doyen. No matter who became the alliance chief, he would be an irreplaceable existence. With extraordinary strength, one could naturally transcend others. Many of Master Ku Yun's insights were refreshing to Xiao Chen. "Let's leave it at that, then. I have to make some preparations for you." Master Ku Yun sent off the guest with tea. Then Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Then, a servant led the way to the forging workshop, where Ku Yun's disciple, who was good at restoring secret treasures, was. Soon, Xiao Chen arrived at a vast forging pavilion. 3 cauldrons stood there, and 10,000 people moved about in an orderly fashion. Above the pavilion, someone was leaning against the railing. With a wave of his hand, he gave out a series of orders. Xiao Chen thought, Master Ku Yun's disciple is rather capable. He can command 10,000 people so easily. With Master Ku Yun's servant leading the way, Xiao Chen did not encounter any obstructions. Soon he arrived at the pavilion. "Please wait a moment." The servant bowed slightly and stepped forward. Then he passed through the many ancient screens and went to report. "Miss Mo, an administrator from the Heavenly Alliance, is here on Master's orders to meet you." Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was sharp. He heard the servant's words and felt slightly startled. "Miss Mo?" This reminded Xiao Chen of a person, which distracted him. Just as he felt uncertain, a familiar voice rang out. "I wonder which administrator it is?" To think that he could startle Master. "Sorry for not going out to welcome him." Clatter, clatter. The screens with ancient paintings of mountains and rivers parted, looking like mountains and rivers breaking apart layer by layer. A beautiful figure approached from afar, looking like she was descending from the horizon, crossing the mountains and rivers to meet Xiao Chen. When the beautiful figure appeared, Xiao Chen could see her appearance clearly. Every frown and smile of her magnificence showed. Who else could it be but the Dragon's Gate's Mo Chen? Chapter 22:14. The person who came was indeed Mo Chen, the Dragon's Gate's Mo Chen. That stubborn top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain, who dared to ruin her beauty. One's life has no roots, drifting like dust. There are no regrets in the green hills. Fate is sought in the clear water. The mountains and rivers will eventually meet again. The two stared at each other for a long time, staring at each other in a daze. Countless emotions turned into silk, lingering in their hearts. The servant leading the way sensed that the two seemed to know each other, so he took his leave and left. Now, only Xiao Chen and Mo Chen remained in the pavilion. They seemed to have many things to say, but they did not know where to start. After a while, Mo Chen blushed slightly. She smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Xiao, are you just going to keep looking at me like this? No matter how much you look at me, you will not be able to tell anything from my face." Xiao Chen startled awake and smiled faintly. Then, he said softly, "Speaking of flowers, I am indeed not as pretty as you." It has been a long time. Big brother Xiao, you really know how to joke." When Mo Chen saw Xiao Chen, she felt very moved. For the sake of seeing Xiao Chen, she had put in so much anticipation, perseverance, and hard work. However, when she truly saw Xiao Chen, she discovered that she did not feel as excited or impulsive as she imagined. There was only a trace of gentleness and warmth in her heart. With just one look, she knew that her big brother Xiao was still the big brother Xiao from back then. His visible face and invisible heart had not changed. Imochen had long since passed the age of a young girl in love. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Xiaoqin had always been around and had never gone far. Otherwise, why did she not feel any distance or unfamiliarity after not seeing him for so many years? It was still the same familiar feeling from back then, as natural as before. It had never changed. This was because he had always been around, in her heart, in her dreams, in the best memories of her life. Xiaoqin had never possessed him, but he had always been around. Time passed mercilessly, but it did not change her big brother Xiao much. Now, when Imochen saw Xiaoqin, it was like returning to a dream, returning to the best memories of the past. However, she could clearly feel time flowing at her fingertips. This strange and mystical feeling was indescribable. "Do you have wine? I already finished my 1,000-year flame." Seeing the faint smile on Imochen's pretty face and Imochen's gaze on him, Xiaoqin said awkwardly, "Don't worry." Imochen meekly took it out and placed it before Xiaoqin's table. The gentleness and smile on her face did not diminish as she poured wine for Xiaoqin. He gently shook it until the golden crow flew around. Xiaoqin gulped it down in one gulp. His blood immediately began to burn as if it was on fire. Xiaoqin had not tasted the 1,000-year flame in a long time. This cup was truly carefree. "Good wine, you should drink it too." After a few cups, Xiaoqin sighed softly. "A few years ago, I saw the 1,000-year flame that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter brought to Peach Blossom City. Then, I knew that you had come to the Great Thousand Realms. Unexpectedly, I met you in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters one day." Imochen put down her wine cup and replied, "It's a long story. Actually, I only became Master Ku Yun's disciple because of the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter." Xiaoqin said with some surprise. There was actually such a reason? He immediately listened attentively. "After she obtained my 1,000-year flame by chance, she used the Heavenly Fragrance's influence to send someone to look for me." Imochen paused for a moment before continuing. "In the end, she really found me. At that time, I was very happy, so I followed the Heavenly Fragrance's people to the central Great Realm's desolate sea. I thought that, given Big Brother Zhao's ability, if he really came out, he would go to the central Great Realm sooner or later." Xiaoqin thought to himself, back then, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter did indeed pay a lot of attention to the 1,000-year flame. She even said that, after putting in a lot of effort, she still could not find the brewer. Unexpectedly, she really managed to find the brewer. After that, I stayed in the Heavenly Fragrance and helped her manage the Heavenly Fragrance winery. During this time, I also wanted to ask about Big Brother Xiao. However, although the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter was polite, I kept feeling that there was some distance between us. I did not dare to ask about it and could only hide it in my heart. Xiaoqin nodded. He had seen the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter before. She was always shrouded in a layer of fog, unfathomable and unfathomable. Saying that there was some distance between the holy daughter and the Heavenly Fragrance's holy lord was a nice thing to say. To put it bluntly, it was like she was high and aloof, looking down on everyone. Master and the Heavenly Fragrance's holy lord are acquainted with each other and often go there to drink. Once, she noticed me and said that I have talent for refining and that brewing wine is a waste of my talents. She insisted on taking me in as a disciple. Before I left, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy lord said that I was very lucky. At that time, I did not understand. Now, I somewhat understand where I am. Imochen spoke tirelessly, giving a short account of her experiences after leaving the Kunlun realm. "Don't you know that I'm in the Heavenly Alliance?" Xiaoqin asked, finding it strange. He was somewhat famous in the Heavenly Alliance. He should be able to find out after asking around a little. Imochen shook her head and replied, "I don't know. I have only been in the Heavenly Alliance for a year and have not left the blacksmithing workshop at all. After that, I learned that the Heavenly Alliance is a super faction, so I became even more cautious. Previously, I tried to secretly ask about Big Brother Xiao in the Heavenly Fragrance. However, they all said that Big Brother Xiao vanished after the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, so I could not find out anything about him. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Imochen had only been in the Heavenly Alliance for a year. Indeed, there was no way for her to know about him. Xiaochen recalled that when he first entered the Heavenly Alliance, he could only remain in his residence and did not know that Mo Chen had come to the blacksmithing workshop. As for after the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, most people would think that Xiaochen vanished. Those people might not even know about the existence of a super faction. How could Imochen find out anything about him? This made things somewhat difficult for Imochen. If not for today's coincidental meeting, who knew when they would meet again after Xiaochen left the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters? Let's not talk about this for now. How are my old friends in the Heavenly Alliance? Is Big Brother Ying and the others doing well? Xiaochen had been thinking about his old friends in the Heavenly Alliance. However, he could not return to the Kunlun realm for now, so he could not find out any news about them. Now that Imochen was around, he could ask about them. They are doing well. After the demonic calamity, there were many things to do, and the Dragon's Gate rose. The various races and sects temporarily put aside their prejudices and elected the Dragon's Gate as the leader. Big Brother Zhao's dream of the Dragon's Gate's revival is already a reality. 100,000 Dragon's Gate disciples worship the totem that Big Brother Xiao left behind every day. I feel like the totem is slowly gaining life. Also, everyone misses you. Given that, my existence was not erased by the Heavenly Tao. Imochen nodded and said, no. As far as I know, everyone still remembers Big Brother Xiao. No one has forgotten. Xiaochen entered deep thought. In the past, the heavenly demons would erase all traces of the people who left in the Kunlun realm. Be it memories or words, they would all disappear like they never existed. However, this did not happen to Xiaochen. This was somewhat strange. Perhaps my traces will be erased, Imochen said with a somewhat sad expression. After all, this was her hometown. It had existed for decades, yet it was mercilessly erased. No one would be able to accept this. Xiaochen said softly, that might not be the case. I feel that the Black Lotus Church might have done something back then, affecting the heavenly Tao that the Kunlun realm borrowed. This matter is not urgent. I will investigate it. In the future, the two of us will return to the Kunlun realm together. Is there a chance? Imochen asked in anticipation as a light flashed in her eyes. Xiaochen thought for a while. With his current strength, it would be somewhat difficult for the Divine Universe Steel to bring him back alone. Bringing two people would be even more difficult. However, the future was hard to say. After the Divine Universe Steel replicated the Blue Dragon Ancient Lands Dao platform, it could clearly sense the totems of the Kunlun realm beyond the sea. This was hope. There will be a chance. Xiaochen stood up and said, let's not talk about this for now. I want to bring you with me to the Yanwu dynasty. The Yanwu dynasty? Yes. Seeing that Imochen felt confused, Xiaochen explained how he oversaw a region and became a rank 6 envoy inspector. Imochen, are you willing to help me again? Just like back then, when you and I re-established the Kunlun realm's Dragon's Gate and slowly rose up, Xiaochen said in a sincere manner. Imochen smiled faintly as she recalled the various things of the past. Back when the Dragon's Gate was re-established, the sect powerhouses of the Four Seas came to attack. Each of them brought a great gift, wanting to destroy the newly established Dragon's Gate. However, Xiaochen did not fluster in the face of danger. Dressed in white robes, he held a saber in one hand as he danced around in the air, catching all the great gifts. There were too many stories between the two. They could not finish talking about them in a few days and nights. Now that they met again in the Great Thousand Realms, Xiaochen invited Imochen to join hands again. Naturally, the answer went without saying. Imochen will always be Big Brother Zhao's best friend. If Big Brother Xiao is willing to let Imochen stay by your side, how can Imochen reject? However, I'm afraid that Master will not be willing for me to leave. An indiscernible gentleness flashed in Imochen's eyes as she spoke gently with a faint smile. Xiaochen smiled and said, it's fine. It's settled. I'll speak to Master Ku Yun. Big Brother Xiao, take a look at the sacred tool you want to repair first. Don't forget about proper business. When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help smiling. When he saw Emo Chen, he completely forgot about the so-called proper business. Or rather, seeing Emo Chen was proper business. The sacred tool was nothing. Chapter 22:15. This is a demonic Dao sacred tool. It is heavily damaged. I will need at least 3 days to repair it. Emo Chen gave her answer after checking the Scarlet Moon. 3 days then. I'll take my leave first and think about how to account to Master Ku Yun. After taking his leave of Emo Chen, Xiao Chen returned to his residence and saw Bao waiting for him. After taking his leave of Emo Chen, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. He did not know how many spies there were among the servants in the residence. Right now, Xiao Chen urgently wanted to return to the Blue Dragon's ancient land. However, there were simply too many people here, so he did not dare to act rashly. Xiao Chen could only wait. As long as he was not in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, even if there were spies around, there should not be much risk in using the Divine Universe Steel. Young Master, you're back? Do you have any instructions? Bao asked softly, looking as obedient as before. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Help me prepare a list. I need secret treasures and medicinal pills for nourishing the soul. See how the Heavenly Alliance sells them. Also, help me search for similar cultivation techniques. Sorry for the trouble. Young Master is too polite. Xiao Chen's soul energy soared to 3-vein Sovereign Emperor, making him feel uneasy. He had already decided to stabilize and condense his soul energy for a while. Soon, Bao appeared before Xiao Chen with a list. Young Master, I have already done what I asked. The main secret treasures for nourishing soul energy are incense burners. Buddhist incense burners are the best. As for medicinal pills, the Heavenly Alliance's soul accumulating pill should be the best. However, it is very expensive. After listening to Bao Er's explanation, Xiao Chen looked at the list again. Then, he asked softly, how many contribution points do I have? Young Master has 28,000 contribution points that you have not exchanged. Xiao Chen said directly, just exchange them all. Choose the best. As for the soul accumulating pill, I need at least 100. If I do not have enough contribution points, I will use my origin liquid to exchange for them. All right. Bao knew that Xiao Chen would be overseeing a region. Before he left, he would definitely use up all his contribution points, so she was not surprised. Don't go yet. Just as Bao was about to leave, Xiao Chen called out to her. She turned around and asked, Young Master, do you have any other instructions? Xiao Chen looked straight at the other party and said calmly, I do not have any other instructions. I just want to ask, will you come with me to the Yanwu dynasty this time? This servant is Young Master's personal maid, so I naturally have to go with you. If Young Master is not satisfied with Bao, you can ask Lord Mu to replace her. Bao lowered her head, and her eyes became misty, making her look pitiful. Mister, are you going to give up Bao? Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. There is no point in retreating. Mu Zifeng will definitely find other spies. Xiao Chen could understand why they were doing this, but there was always a spy following them, so he was more or less worried. I'm fine. You can go now. Seeing Bao withdraw, Xiao Chen thought to himself, should I tell Mu Zifeng about this? On second thought, it seemed like it was useless to say anything. As a rank 6 inspector, he was overseeing a region. Xiao Chen was a rank 6 envoy inspector overseeing a region. Without the Heavenly Alliance's spies by his side, even if Mu Zifeng felt assured, the other Heavenly Alliance upper echelon would not. The other envoy inspectors probably had Heavenly Alliance spies by their sides. This was a tacit secret. Never mind. When I leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, I don't have to worry too much if I want to do something. Keeping a spy by my side is good for both sides. 4 days later, Xiao Chen visited the refining workshop again to collect his alloy dragon armor. An ancient Thunder Dragon reverse scale, a Thunder Dragon spine, 5 tons of Thunder Dragon true blood, and a strand of great desolate Aeon Dragon soul. With such a large amount of modifications, Xiao Chen looked forward to seeing how strong his alloy dragon armor would be. I was preparing to get someone to deliver it to you. Unexpectedly, you came personally. When Master Ku Yun saw Xiao Chen, he revealed a smile and handed the alloy gloves over. Try it on. Xiao Chen received the alloy gloves. The pitch-black black-gold gloves revealed half of his fingers when he put them on. Golden talisman scripts formed an ancient divine character on the back of the gloves. Among the stars around the divine character, lit up. Senior Ku Yun was really generous. To think that he directly upgraded my alloy dragon armor from 2-star to 4-star. Boom. When Xiao Chen put on the 2 gloves, he immediately felt an electric current run through his entire body. Even his divine seal and soul trembled. A bloodline connection and soul merging with each other spread in his heart like a fish in water. The roar of an ancient thunder dragon rang out beside Xiao Chen's ears. A purple thunder dragon image flashed in his eyes. How strong! Before Xiao Chen activated it, he could already feel that the alloy battle armor was already very different from 3 days ago, completely different from before. Master Ku Yun stood upright with a smile. Clearly, he was very satisfied with his work. He said indifferently, "Try it out after activating it." Very well, Senior. With a thought, Xiao Chen activated the alloy battle armor. In an instant, the Azure Dragon's power in the depths of his bloodline ignited like tar, turning into a surging dragon flame burning fiercely. A dragon might burst out of Xiao Chen's body and shook the surroundings. Even the huge refining workshop could feel this dragon might radiating out. A dragon image came out of each of the gloves, flickering with electric light as it wrapped around Xiao Chen's arms before spreading throughout his body. Electric light flickered, and soon, a dragon roar encircled Xiao Chen's body. When the 2 dragon images merged into one, Xiao Chen's body trembled. When the 2 dragon images merged, a brand new alloy dragon armor appeared on Xiao Chen's body. The originally silver alloy dragon armor now had many deep purple dragon patterns on it. In the blink of an eye, it looked like 2 dragon images coiled around the alloy dragon armor. The dragon images had long fangs and 5 claws, looking boundlessly tyrannical. When the bright silver alloy dragon armor paired with the purple dragon patterns, its original heroic aura was swept away, replaced by absolute tyranny. A purple pendant hung on Xiao Chen's forehead. It was like a finishing touch, making the entire alloy dragon armor come to life. Xiao Chen's bloodline surged. The moment the alloy dragon armor appeared, he could clearly feel it. Xiao Chen's entire body, bloodline, and soul were stirred. The dragon blood and dragon soul contained in the alloy dragon armor perfectly merged with his dragon race bloodline. It was simply flawless. There was simply no armor more suitable for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and clenched. The purple dragon patterns on the alloy dragon armor flickered with electric light. In the next moment, resplendent electric light burst out of his palm. Then Xiao Chen's 4th-layer Thunder Dao domain silently erupted. Xiao Chen felt like he was not holding a clump of electric light in his palm but a sea of electric light. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, his 4th-layer Thunder Dao domain actually reached the horrifying might of a 5th-layer Thunder Dao domain. This, Xiao Chen's shock could not be expressed with words. He found it unbelievable. Too strong, really too strong. Just a single set of battle armor had increased his strength by more than 50%. Master Ku Yun appeared rather calm. He smiled softly and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied. Senior Ku Yun really gave me a great gift." Xiao Chen praised from the bottom of his heart. Ku Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of gratification. Anyone would feel happy when their work was praised. The pendant on your forehead is the reverse scale of the primordial thunderous dragon, and it's also something that I spent a lot of effort on. Not only can it help you block your opponent's sword chi and weapons, but it also has strong resistance to soul technique attacks and illusions. It can even injure your opponent. If a sovereign emperor's forehead was pierced, it would be relatively dangerous. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Ku Yun's move was truly the finishing touch. His skill had reached the pinnacle. This alloy dragon armor was unique in the entire Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with it. I basically reforged the entire alloy dragon armor for you. This is just the foundation. If you have enough resources in the future and find more dragon souls and dragon blood, this alloy dragon armor will become even stronger. This old man is not boasting, but he stands alone in the entire Heavenly Alliance. Even in the entire martial epic, few can compare to him. Master Ku Yun said with a trace of pride. It might sound like boasting to others, but it wasn't false to Master Ku Yun. Right now, his time was limited, and he could not properly experience the alloy dragon armor's full power. He would definitely have to carefully study it later. However, no matter how good the armor was, he couldn't forget his purpose for coming here. Xiao Chen reluctantly put the armor back into his alloy dragon gloves and said, "Actually, besides the alloy dragon armor, I have another matter to discuss with you." "I know. You're talking about the sacred artifact of the dynasty, right? Go get it from Imo-chin. She can be considered my favorite student. This small matter won't be a problem for her." At the mention of Imo-chin, Master Ku Yun appeared very satisfied, looking like he wanted to make her his final disciple. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he could not help complaining in his heart. However, he still braced himself and said, "Senior, I would like to take Imo-chin away temporarily and have her come with me to the Yenwu dynasty." "What did you say?" Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Master Ku Yun's smile immediately vanished. He said seriously, "Say it again. I didn't hear you clearly." Xiao Chen had no choice but to repeat himself. After Master Ku Yun said that, his expression immediately turned uncertain. "Don't even think about it. This old man is compatible with you. Furthermore, I owe Mu Zifeng a favor, so I made an exception to help you. However, you want to take away my favorite disciple with just one sentence? Furthermore, you want to go to a place like the Yenwu dynasty? Just go. I'll pretend I never heard that." Master Ku Yun's attitude surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Furthermore, there seemed to be more to his words. What did he mean by going to a place like the Yenwu dynasty? Could it be that I can't go to the Yenwu dynasty? Seeing Xiao Chen's somewhat confused expression, Master Ku Yun's expression eased significantly. He sighed and said, "Little friend, this old man will tell you the truth. You should not have chosen to oversee the Yenwu dynasty. I would not let you take Imo-chin away anywhere else, much less the Yenwu dynasty." Xiao Chen calmed down and said, "Let's not talk about the Yenwu dynasty for now. Senior, can you let me finish? I am not a wastrel who covets her beauty. I have known her for more than 20 years, and we both came from the same abandoned land." When Master Ku Yun heard that, his expression immediately changed. He looked at Xiao Chen in shock. "You are the person Imo-chin mentioned? This old man really could not tell that you came from an abandoned land." Chapter 22:16. Master Ku Yun found it hard to believe that Xiao Chen actually came from an abandoned land. It was already very difficult for one to come out of an abandoned land. It was simply incredible that Xiao Chen could reach where he was. Whether Master Ku Yun believed it or not, Xiao Chen did indeed come from an abandoned land. Xiao Chen gave a full account of his experiences in the Kunlun realm and his relationship with Imo-chin. After Master Ku Yun heard everything, he sighed softly. Previously, Imo-chin mentioned someone who came from the same place as her. I wanted to ask her about it, but she was somewhat cautious and did not say much. Now, I understand that it is you. I have to think about this properly. Master Ku Yun's tone had already softened significantly. Previously, he disagreed with Xiao Chen to think about it properly. Xiao Chen did not insist. After some thought, he said, "Senior's earlier words seem to imply something. Could the Yenwu dynasty be a troublesome place?" Master Ku Yun thought for a while before answering honestly, "Mu Zifeng should have told you not to choose the Yenwu dynasty, right?" Xiao Chen nodded. Lord Mu did indeed say that. However, after I insisted, he agreed. In that case, I will not say anything more. Since he agreed to let you go, he naturally has his reasons. Since Mu Zifeng already persuaded Xiao Chen, Master Ku Yun did not say anything more. He waved his hand and said, "You may withdraw first. As for Imo-chen's matter, we will speak about it later." After sighing in his heart, Xiao Chen took his leave. As a core doyen, Master Ku Yun held the same status as Mu Zifeng. Even Alliance Chief Hua Tianyang might not be able to change Master Ku Yun's decision. If Master Ku Yun did not want Mo Chen to leave, Xiao Chen would not be able to do anything about it. However, after thinking about it, if the Yanwu dynasty was really a troublesome place, it would not be impossible for Mo Chen to remain in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. When Xiao Chen returned to his residence, Bao Er had already finished exchanging for all the secret treasures and medicinal pills that he needed. There was a silver incense burner with 3 layers of lotus petals, the corresponding heaven-grade perfume, and 100 soul-accumulating pills. Putting aside the silver lotus censer and the heaven-grade incense, the 100 soul-accumulating pills really made Xiao Chen's heart ache. Not only had he used up all of his merit points, but he had also spent the tens of thousands of drops of origin liquid in his possession. So expensive. After putting it away, Xiao Chen sighed softly, feeling a little heartache. Bauer smiled and said, "There's naturally a reason why it's expensive. This soul-accumulating pill was a secret recipe of the Heavenly Alliance. It could not be bought in the outside world and was only supplied to Heavenly Alliance members. Furthermore, the number was limited. Members with less than 5 petals could only receive 5 per month. If not for Lord Mu's care, with young master's ability, you would only be able to exchange for 20 pills at most. As for the effects, young master will know after consuming it." Mu Zifeng's connections in the Heavenly Alliance were really vast. It seemed like everyone had to give him face. As expected of someone who was competing for the position of the next alliance leader. "I'll have to trouble you with this. You can leave first. I want to try out the effects of this accumulating soul pill." "Yes." After Bauer left, Xiao Chen took out an accumulating soul pill. The black medicinal pill's surface was smooth, and it gave off a refreshing fragrance. There was a complicated mark carved on the back of the medicinal pill. After magnifying it several times, one would discover that it was the image of an ancient deity. Sovereign emperor-level medicinal pills were passed down for a long time, coming from ancient alchemy recipes. They might even be from many epochs ago. No one knew who this ancient deity was. However, the deity statue contained the miraculous effect of nourishing the soul. After refining the soul-accumulating pill, the deity statue would automatically form. In fact, the quality of the medicinal pill depended on the lifelike image of the deity statue. After Xiao Chen swallowed one, he first used his divine energy to refine it, waiting for the medicinal energy to activate. After the medicinal energy was activated, the ancient deity image appeared in the vast soul pool. Then, it used a miraculous hand seal to release waves of light to nourish the soul. Under this light, the blue dragon divine seal fell into a deep sleep like a baby, slowly breathing along with the hand seal. Back in the real world, Xiao Chen followed the ancient deity's hand seal and moved his hands, driving out the medicinal energy. Time slowly passed. By the time Xiao Chen opened his eyes, a night had passed without him realizing it. What a miraculous feeling! The soul-accumulating pill truly lives up to its reputation. After consuming just one medicinal pill, Xiao Chen felt his somewhat berserk soul energy withdraw significantly. The soul energy that leaked out from the divine seal, which he could not control, slowly returned to the divine seal. It looked like Bauer did not lie. This soul-accumulating pill was indeed worth its price. If I refine all 100 of them, my soul energy will be purified at least 9 times, cleansing it. At that time, the blue dragon divine seal will undergo a qualitative change. Xiao Chen thought to himself, considering the time, the certificate of appointment from Mu Zifeng should have arrived by now. Xiao Chen did not have to wait for long. Half a day later, Mu Zifeng arrived with the certificate of appointment for a rank 6 envoy inspector overseeing the Yanwu dynasty. "Give me the authority token." After Xiao Chen put away the certificate of appointment, he took out the authority token and handed it to the other party. After Mu Zifeng sent in a mark, Xiao Chen's Heavenly Alliance authority token slowly changed. The scene on the back changed slightly. It still showed 5 eye-catching plum blossoms amid the vast snow. The symbol of the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, the snow god whip, appeared on the front. Sword hilts appeared on each of the 4 corners of the authority token. It's done. At the crucial moment, You can activate 4 sword images. Each sword image can severely injure a great perfection sovereign emperor. When the 4 sword images overlap, even a foe god would have to retreat. This can protect your life at a life and death moment. Mu Zifeng handed the authority token back to Xiaochen. Then he said seriously, as an envoy inspector overseeing a region, you represent the Heavenly Alliance's will. If the Heavenly Alliance's interests in the Yanwu dynasty suffer losses, you will definitely be impeached or even severely punished. At that time, even I will not be able to protect you. Xiaochen put away his authority token and asked, "Is the Yanwu dynasty very horrifying?" Mu Zifeng replied indifferently, "It is not exactly horrifying. However, the Heavenly Alliance has been unable to expand. It is already very difficult for us to protect our interests. Going to the Yanwu dynasty to be an envoy inspector is destined to be a difficult task. Even if you want to regret it now, I can't help you." Xiaochen frowned slightly. It seemed like Mu Zifeng had something to say. "I'll be leaving first. I will depart tomorrow. Take care." Mu Zifeng smiled faintly. "I still think very highly of you. Do your best." It looked like Xiaochen already knew some information about the Yanwu dynasty. However, he chose this path himself. It would be good to suffer a little. It would be for the best if he could retreat in the face of difficulties. Mu Zifeng knew that the Yanwu dynasty was a dangerous place. He had told Xiaochen about it at the start, but the other party did not listen. So, Mu Zifeng took advantage of the situation and did not say anything more. Mu Zifeng had his own plans. If Xiaochen could not expand his influence, he would definitely beg Mu Zifeng again. If Mu Zifeng owed too many favors, he would not be able to control himself. At that time, it would be difficult for him to leave. The martial epoch is where luck gathers. The 3 dynasties might be much more problematic than I imagined. Xiaochen was not a fool. He more or less understood Mu Zifeng's intentions. However, he chose this path himself. He had to persevere on it. Staying in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters was not comfortable. One had to pay a price for freedom. Furthermore, Xiaochen never feared challenges. He had long wanted to go to the 3 dynasties and meet the true heroes of the Great Thousand Realms. The next day, Xiaochen, Wu Meng, Nangong Feng, Bao, and the others gathered at the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. They prepared to head to Desolate City. Then, they would cross the overflowing sea and head to the Yanwu dynasty's capital. "Lin Feng, there's no need to send me off. Let's stop here." On the last day, Lin Feng braved some pressure to send off Xiaochen. "Be careful when you go. I heard that the Heavenly Alliance branch in the Yanwu dynasty has too many interests. Before you, 2 envoy inspectors died already. The waters are too deep. It has already become an unsolved case." Lin Feng hesitated for a long time before sending a voice projection to Xiaochen about the information he obtained from Swearenji. In reality, Swearenji's original words were harsh. He said that Xiaochen was seeking death. To think that a mere one-vain sovereign emperor dared to oversee the Yanwu dynasty. Xiaochen was simply reckless. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Clearly, he had not expected there to be such secrets. To think that 3 envoy inspectors died before Xiaochen. Even with the might of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, it had become an unsolved case. "You take care too." The reward that Swearenji obtained for Lin Feng was a superior grade cultivation technique. After that, Lin Feng would have to remain in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters for a long time. The missions that Lin Feng would face would become more dangerous. After Lin Feng left, Xiaochen waited for 1 hour. Then, he sighed to himself, "It looks like Master Ku Yun is unwilling to let me go. This is good." Just as Xiaochen prepared to ascend the Dao platform, a voice rang out behind him. "Big Brother Xiao." Xiaochen turned his head and saw Emotion rushing over. Her face was slightly red, clearly in a rush. Xiaochen revealed a faint smile. With Emotion by his side, he felt much more at ease. He swore to himself that no matter how dangerous the Yanwu dynasty was, he would protect Emotion even if he had to risk his life. When Xiaochen turned his head back, he saw Master Ku Yun's gaze at the summit of the tall mountain where the refining workshop was located. Master Ku Yun nodded slightly, indicating for Xiaochen to take care. Then, his figure slowly vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Chapter 22:17. Emo Chen came in the end. Just as Wu Meng and the others felt curious, Xiao Chen introduced, "This is Emo Chen, an old friend from my hometown. She is also Master Ku Yun's proud disciple. She will be coming with us to the Yanwu dynasty." Emo Chen smiled softly and said, "Hello, everyone. I am Emo Chen. Please take care of me in the future." Since you are Master Ku Yun's disciple, we will have to look for you to take care of us in the future, Nangong Feng said with a smile. Nangong Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the pretty girl. While they were joking, no one dared to underestimate Master Ku Yun's disciple. "Let's go to Desolate City then." After the introductions, the group of 6 ascended the Dao platform of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The elders of the 4 Dao platforms made their moves at the same time. Mysterious talisman scripts immediately floated out of the Dao platform. After a while, a Dao door appeared in the center. The group took one last look at the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters before entering in a single file. They did not know when they would reach the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters again. Light flickered. When their vision cleared again, Xiao Chen and the others appeared on a tall mountain. To the north of the tall mountain was the glorious and ancient Desolate City. To the south was the vast, sparkling, overflowing sea. "Little friend Xiao Chen, it has been a long time. This old man has been waiting for you." The one to welcome Xiao Chen at the Dao platform on the tall mountain was Desolate City's city lord, Shangguan Yun. "To think that Lord City Lord personally came to welcome us. I do not dare to accept this." Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward, not daring to tarry. Desolate City bordered the overflowing sea. It was the Heavenly Alliance's most important stronghold in the Central Great Realm. The Desolate City's city lord was a powerhouse with a status equal to that of a core doyen. Shangguan Yun smiled happily and said, "Why would I not dare to accept this? You came from my Desolate City, and you are already a rank 6 envoy inspector before the age of 100. How could I not personally send you off when you fought so hard for me? Nangong Feng, Yun Fei, you two are pretty good as well. If I am not wrong, you should be one of the heaven-defying sovereign personages who took the test back then. Now, you are already sovereign emperors. The younger will surpass you in time." When Desolate City's city lord spoke to Xiao Chen, he did not neglect the people around him, giving him a good impression. "According to the rules, I can't keep you here. Otherwise, I'll treat you well. Look above. That is the 7-star heaven suspending warship that the Heavenly Alliance prepared for you. It is completely made of alloy." Shangguan Yun pointed above his head, and the others looked up. There was a silver warship hidden in the clouds, emitting a powerful pressure. It was like a silver dragon hidden in the clouds, ready to strike. This 7-star heaven suspending warship made of alloy had always been in Xiao Chen's hands when he was the envoy inspector. The dazzling battleship was so dazzling that Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Many years ago, Xiao Chen did not even have a heaven-suspending war chariot. Now, he had his own heaven-suspending war chariot. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance had modified it with heaven-suspending war chariot. "Let's go. I wish you all the best." "Thank you, City Lord." The few of them cupped their hands and left. They flew into the sky and entered the alloy armor hidden in the clouds. After Xiao Chen entered, a captain immediately came over and handed over control of the warship to him using the inspector token in his hand. "Milord, this 7-star soaring cloud warship is yours. After you retire, the Heavenly Alliance will keep it. If you want to exchange for it permanently, you will have absolute priority. I will stay on the ship for half a month to help Milord familiarize himself with this warship. I will leave when we arrive at the Yanwu dynasty." Xiao Chen felt satisfied with this captain's attitude. He said calmly, "You go first, then. Emo Chen, lead everyone and send off the captain." Emo Chen nodded slightly, knowing that Xiao Chen was about to start accepting this warship. This was a 7-star heaven-suspending warship made of alloy. Furthermore, it was made of alloy. Even a peak sovereign emperor might not be able to bear to attack it after seeing it. The value of this warship was inestimable. The earlier Xiao Chen could accept it, the earlier he could. As for Xiao Chen, he casually strolled around the warship. He had experience as a pirate before. He was very familiar with the warships designed by the Pirate Alliance. Soon, he gained a rough understanding of this 7-star heaven-suspending warship. It was indeed pretty good. Heaven-suspending warships were mainly used in the Central Great Realm. They had their own merits compared to pirate ships. Not wanting to be too high-profile, Xianxia made the silver warship in the Overflowing Sea change to an ordinary sky-blue color, the same as the Overflowing Sea. The Overflowing Sea was the largest inland sea in the Central Great Realm. There was a world gate in the middle of the sea, connecting to the 7 great forbidden seas of the Great Thousand Realms. There were many legends about the Overflowing Sea. However, most of them were forgotten long ago. Now, most people treated it as a sea of trade, known for its prosperity. After patrolling the area, Xianxia went to the deck and looked at the boundless Overflowing Sea. He discovered many ships in the surroundings, as many as fish in the river. There were at least 10,000 ships heading for the Yanwu dynasty at the same time. After Xianxia's soaring cloud changed its color, it did not stand out among them. What is waiting for me in the dynasty? When faced with an unknown challenge, even if one knew that it would be very troublesome, one could not help being curious. Lin Feng's final words cast a shadow over this trip. To think that the previous 3 envoy inspectors all died. Indeed, the Yanwu dynasty was a land of trouble. However, it was good to be able to leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xianxia already had enough of the Heavenly Alliance's atmosphere. Being stuck between Mu Zifeng and Swearen Ji did not feel good. Compared to the Heavenly Alliance's pure profit organization, this was too stifling. After a while, Xianxia returned to his room and looked around. He pressed his palms together and circulated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Demonic chi immediately surged out, spreading to every corner of the room. Even if someone checked in secret, they would only think that Xianxia was cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique. After all, this was not the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. There were not that many Sovereign Emperor experts on the warship. When the demonic chi turned pitch black, Xianxia spread his hand, and the Divine Universe steel appeared in his palm. I should have gone long ago. I had no choice but to wait until now. Xianxia sighed. Logically speaking, now that he was a sovereign emperor, he should have gone to the Blue Dragon's ancient land. However, the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters had many spies. Xianxia could not guarantee that no one was spying on him during every mission. Xianxia remained cautious and could not find an opportunity. Today, he finally got one. Whoosh! A light flashed, and Xianxia entered the Divine Universe steel space. The Dragon Race's Dao platform was under his feet, and a blood moon was above his head. A vast sea lay in front of Xianxia. There were many teleportation nodes on the sea, connecting the Divine Dragon Empire's vast transportation formations and many secret realms. At the end of the sea was a blurry blue dragon totem. Every time Xianxia looked into the distance, he could sense it weakly. Xianxia entered deep thought. If I can break through to great perfection Sovereign Emperor, I might be able to drive the Dao platform under me and directly descend to the Kunlun realm. However, I wonder what kind of trouble I will encounter if I descend to the Kunlun realm with my current strength? Let's not think about this for now. I should go to the Blue Dragon's ancient land first. Xianxia leaped into the air and directly entered the blood moon above his head. In the next moment, the Divine Universe steel in the room vanished with a flash. When Xianxia reappeared, he quickly descended from the Blue Dragon's blood moon while holding the Divine Universe steel. Egg is back. The black and white eggs, who were bickering in boredom, immediately exclaimed when they saw the figure in the blood moon. Egg is a sovereign emperor. Egg, come over and fight with us. The black and white eggs rejoiced. With Xianxia's appearance, their strength adjusted again, surpassing 3-Vein Sovereign Emperor and reaching 4-Vein Sovereign Emperor. The initially interested Xianxia immediately gave up when he saw the situation. These two puppets should have sensed that his soul energy had reached 3-Vein Sovereign Emperor. Hence, their strength was adjusted to 4-Vein Sovereign Emperor, which was 10% higher than his. However, Xianxia's true cultivation was only that of a 1-Vein Sovereign Emperor. How could he be a match for a 4-Vein Sovereign Emperor? What more too? Ignoring these two fools' cries, Xiao Chen turned into a sea of lightning and descended on the blue dragon's ancient city. Boom! When the sea of lightning landed on the city walls, Xiao Chen revealed himself and looked at the holy mountain in the city. Rumble! The ground shook. A blue dragon statue slowly swam at the summit of the tall mountain. A spiritual light flickered in the statue's eyes as it looked at Xiao Chen from afar, putting a mountain of pressure on him. Since you are already a sovereign emperor, quickly come over. The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He no longer hesitated. He gently pushed off with his feet, and his arms spread out like wings. When he landed, he happened to appear in the mouth of the blue dragon statue. Then he pushed the door open and strode in. Blue Dragon Inheritance, I, Xiao Chen, am here. Chapter 22:18. After pushing open the door and entering the blue dragon statue, Xiao Chen walked straight ahead. Soon he reached the end. The wall at the end had a picture of 10,000 dragons gathered. Back then, this was where Xiao Chen formed the 10,000 dragons picture and obtained the right to cultivate the 10,000 dragons art. Whoosh! The dragon spirit appeared and looked at Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, you advanced to sovereign emperor so quickly. This truly surpassed my expectations. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance. Even if he had not entered the faux god world, he should have been able to advance to sovereign emperor by now. After entering the faux god world, Xiao Chen's progress to sovereign emperor accelerated significantly. I came as promised. Now that I am a sovereign emperor, I wonder if I can obtain the blue dragon's inheritance? Xiao Chen asked directly, getting straight to the point. The dragon spirit replied indifferently, right now, the blue dragon race's bloodline has withered. You might be the only one left. If not you, who else is qualified to inherit this inheritance? 50-odd years ago, that heaven dragon race clansman knelt outside the city for 100 days. Even so, I did not let him enter the city gates. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the previous generation heaven dragon had such an encounter. However, you have to think this through. After obtaining the blue dragon's inheritance, whether you are willing or not, you will bear the fate of the blue dragon race. They all had to shoulder the fate of the azure dragon race, unable to escape. There was no other choice. You will shoulder the responsibility of reviving the blue dragon bloodline and reviving the dragon race. Wait! Xiao Chen interrupted the other party. Then he looked at the dragon spirit and said, I know about reviving the blue dragon bloodline. Back then, the old dragon horse and the others in the Kunlun realm told me about it. Now, the blue dragon totem I laid in the Kunlun realm has improved. However, what does reviving the dragon race mean? The dragon spirit replied, Fate. Back then, be it the blood-soaked dragon emperor or dragon emperor Xiao Yun, they were only one step away from establishing the supreme divine dragon dynasty, unifying the righteous Tao and the demonic Tao, and starting a new epoch. A new epoch? That's right. From the moment the Black Dragon King broke the world tree, the martial epoch entered an irreversible decline. The rise and fall of epochs is like the cycle of the 4 seasons, just like when the immortal epoch fell and the martial epoch rose. The dragon spirit said indifferently, counting from the great desolate Aeon, the dragon race has experienced many epochs, and their inheritance has not been extinguished. However, in the end, we were unable to truly create a new epoch. Our azure dragon race possesses the proudest bloodline of the dragon race. We ought to create an epoch that belongs to the dragon race. Xiao Chen was secretly speechless and said in a low voice, It feels so far away. It's fine. Whether you're willing or not, this is the fate of the blue dragon race. It's unavoidable. The dragon spirit did not speak further. It said softly, Come with me. I'll bring you back to meet your ancestors and write your name on the royal genealogy records of the dragon race. Gotcha. The dragon spirit gently pointed, and the wall with the 10,000 dragons picture slowly opened from the middle. In the eternal darkness, there was an ancient azure book floating quietly. What is your name? As Xiao Chen found this strange, a voice suddenly rang out in his heart. Before he could react, he replied in his heart. As Xiao Chen said the words, Xiao Chen, in his heart, the ancient azure genealogy records quietly opened. Xiao Chen's face twisted in pain and discomfort. He felt like his soul and bloodline were being pulled out by a formless force. When the name Xiao Chen was carved on the book and the book closed, the feeling of his soul and bloodline being pulled out disappeared. After the book closed, a drop of dragon blood flew out and entered Xiao Chen's forehead. In the next moment, Xiao Chen felt all the blood in his body boil. His great desolate Ian bloodline activated uncontrollably. Then, Xiao Chen let out a loud cry of pain. He could no longer suppress it, roaring crazily. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and the state of kingship spread out, shaking the world. A horrifying and startling king's dragon might burst out of Xiao Chen's body. This was the king's dragon might from the ancient great desolate Ian, the legendary era. Xiao Chen sank into madness. The pain made him lose all rationality. An ancient mark slowly formed on his forehead. When the imprint was completely formed, Xiao Chen regained his consciousness. He felt as if he had been reborn. Not only that, but he also exuded the ancient king's dragon might with every movement. Xiao Chen's aura changed completely. Not only that, but the power of the blue dragon in his bloodline seemed even stronger than before. The most shocking thing was that he could now control his great desolate Ian bloodline as he pleased. After the great desolate Ian bloodline erupted, his strength would soar wildly. However, it would not last for long. The side effects were obvious. After the bloodline was activated, there would be a long period of weakness. However, now that the bloodline was clearly activated, Xiao Chen did not feel any madness at all. Everything seemed to be as it should be. This is my strength in the first place. Naturally, it should be under my control. What's wrong with me? Xiao Chen looked at the dragon spirit in shock, not understanding what was going on. King, you are now the king of the blue dragon race. The blue dragon king is you, Xiao Chen. Your name is already written in the royal genealogical record. Naturally, your bloodline is the royal blue dragon bloodline. Although the other bloodlines proclaim themselves kings, their names are not written in the royal genealogical record. None of them are true kings. The dragon spirit said, back then, although Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was defeated, the royal genealogical record did not fall into the enemy's hands. Whoever possesses the royal genealogical record holds the authority to be conferred king. Now, in this martial epoch, only the dragon race truly possesses the royal genealogical record. The royal genealogical records of the other great desolate Ian races were lost long ago. This slightly stunned Xiao Chen. Although he was conferred the title of Blue Dragon King in the Kunlun realm, in reality, that was just a title. It did not bring about any change. This time, Xiao Chen was able to properly acknowledge his ancestors and obtain a drop of royal true dragon blood. From today onward, he would be the bona fide Blue Dragon King, not just a title. Did you just say that I have the authority to be conferred king? A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he looked at the royal genealogical record. The dragon spirit said indifferently, now that you are the Blue Dragon King, this royal genealogical record naturally belongs to you. Those dragon kings not written in the genealogical record are all false kings. The Dragon Emperor is also a false emperor. The authority to be conferred king. This was probably the most valuable treasure in the Blue Dragon inheritance. Xiao Chen found it incredible just thinking about it. With this genealogical record, he would have an additional trump card in his fight for the Dragon Emperor position. Come, follow me to the inheritance hall. Right after the dragon spirit spoke, the 10,000 dragons picture walls reappeared, isolating the royal genealogical record in that eternal darkness. Xiao Chen followed the dragon spirit, making many turns before arriving at the inheritance hall. The inheritance hall had a total of 7 floors. Restrictions surrounded the entire hall, radiating the blue dragon's might. Bathing in the familiar blue dragon's might, Xiao Chen felt a sense of familiarity and comfort. Each floor of this inheritance hall has a corresponding supreme treasure, be it alchemy recipes, secret treasures, cultivation techniques, or all three. Aside from the first floor, which does not require a challenge, the remaining 6 floors require you to pass a test before you can enter. The dragon spirit pointed to the inheritance hall and introduced it to Xiao Chen. Can I enter now? Xiao Chen asked in anticipation. You can. The dragon spirit paused for a moment before continuing. However, only a small number of treasures will appear on each floor. The first floor will be randomly distributed based on your strength. The later floors will be based on your performance in the tests. The better you perform, the more rewards you will receive. Xiao Chen asked curiously, There's such a thing? Didn't you say that all the inheritances here belong to me? Why is there such a setup? The dragon spirit laughed softly and said, What are you thinking? Since this is the inheritance hall, naturally, it has to be passed down from generation to generation. Could it be that you want to empty out this treasury? Such a setup ensures that my blue dragon race will never decline. As long as the bloodline survives, there will be a time for us to rise again. Now that you are the Blue Dragon King and the Dragon Emperor in the future, you have the responsibility of enriching the inheritance hall. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. After thinking about it, he agreed. So, he did not say anything more and headed for the inheritance hall. The invisible restrictions sensed the royal blue dragon bloodline in Xiao Chen's body. They did not stop him at all, letting him enter smoothly. This is? A weapon was stabbed into the centermost stone pillar of the inheritance hall's first floor. It was a black saber. Xiao Chen felt excited. Although his tyrant saber had been modified several times and was already comparable to an ordinary inferior-grade soul tool, it was still a Dao tool and not a soul tool. In terms of grade, it was still a Dao tool and not a soul tool. Given Xiao Chen's status as a rank 6 envoy inspector, it was no longer appropriate for him to continue using a Dao tool. Xiao Chen walked over with large strides and saw the words, Heavenly Waters, on the stone pillar. Heavenly Waters? Your name is Heavenly Waters? Chapter 22:19. Heavenly Slayer. A pretty good name, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then he stretched out his hand and grasped the saber's hilt. A familiar feeling came. The saber hilt seemed to be made from the trunk of a thundercliff tree, similar to the 200,000-year-old herb king that Xiao Chen once obtained. Suddenly, a loud rumble rang out, and the saber half burst forth with resplendent electric light. The entire inheritance hall's first floor trembled slightly. Xiao Chen tried to pull the saber out but found it extremely strenuous. The electricity from the saber continuously bombarded his physical body. Interesting. This saber has a rather bad temper. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, and his Thunder Dao domain spread out. He immediately pulled the saber out by 1 centimeter. Following that was an even stronger counterattack. Strands of electricity gathered in the hall, forming electric blades that shot at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen strengthened his Thunder Dao domain to the second layer. The electric blades flying over immediately turned to dust, knocked away. You have a temper. However, I do not have the time to continue playing with you. Xiao Chen smiled, and his Thunder Dao domain broke through the second layer and the third layer, reaching the fourth layer. Then, a saber light flickered on his forehead as he brought out his Saber Dao domain. The instant the two Dao domains layered over each other, Xiao Chen pulled hard and pulled the saber out in one breath. Kasi. The instant the saber was completely drawn from the stone pillar, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. Was it a heart shattering? It was not a heart shattering but the sky shattering. If Xiao Chen could see through the inheritance hall, he would see a continuous crack in the sky of the land of the blood moon when the Heavenly Slayer saber was drawn, looking like a wound. The saber was 2.5 fingers wide and 1.3 meters long, looking like a lone peak piercing the clouds. The tip of the saber had a 30-degree angle. Electric patterns spread out like ripples on the black saber, giving off a bleak chill. After Xiao Chen drew the Heavenly Slayer saber, a jade strip slowly floated out. Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed the jade strip. Immediately, words introducing Heavenly Slayer appeared in his mind. Heavenly Slayer, a medial-grade soul tool, a weapon. The blade was forged from the demonic tribulation lightning metal, and the handle was made from the ancient lightning cliff tree. The ancient lightning dragon true soul was infused into it. The devil tribulation lightning gold was a transcendent divine material that was produced when an ancient devil monarch underwent the true god tribulation. It was ferocious and domineering, containing heavenly Dao killing intent. It was sharp, able to release demonic tribulation divine lightning, as if it was heavenly punishment. If it was activated at full strength, it could shatter the sky, cause the sun and moon to lose their light, and cause the stars to fall. After it was successfully forged, it had been soaked in the chaotic space's lightning sea for 10,000 years, causing the heavenly Tao's killing intent to be restrained. Among medial-grade soul tools, it was infinitely close to superior grade. The requirements for using it were quite high, requiring an extremely high foundation in the path of lightning. If there was no need, do not use it. Once the heavenly Tao's killing intent is unleashed, if it doesn't kill, it will harm itself. Bang! Just then, the stone pillar shattered, and a scabbard appeared. After Xiaochen recognized it as its master, he sheathed it with satisfaction. However, the last sentence made him somewhat cautious. Once the heavenly Tao's killing intent was unleashed, if it didn't kill, it would harm itself. Very good. As a replacement for the tyrant saber, Xiaochen liked this heavenly slayer. Under normal circumstances, using the tyrant saber would be sufficient. After all, once he used a soul tool, it would feel like he would not rest until he died. Xiaochen looked around but did not discover anything valuable. He felt somewhat disappointed. Although a medial-grade soul tool was already very valuable, especially since it was a weapon that Xiaochen could use, this place was, after all, the Blue Dragon's Inheritance Hall. However, this was the Azure Dragon's Inheritance Hall, after all. Xiaochen harbored great expectations. Feeling dissatisfied, he continued searching. After a while, a wall attracted Xiaochen's attention. There was another 10,000 dragons picture on it. It seemed somewhat different. It was also a 10,000 dragons picture. However, this 10,000 dragons picture had the blue dragon in the middle, with the other true dragons serving as foils. So, that's how it is. Xiaochen's face lit up in joy as he slowly understood the meaning of the painting. There were actually some hidden words in the painting. It turned out that this was an advanced cultivation technique for the 10,000 dragons art. Forming the 10,000 dragons picture was only the first step to cultivating the 10,000 dragons art. The later steps were the most important. Xiaochen found his bloodline and advanced it step by step. Finally, the 10,000 dragons art would evolve into the ancestor dragon art. The entire inheritance hall had a total of 7 floors. Each floor had an advanced cultivation technique. After 7 floors, it would evolve into the ancestor dragon art. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate this advanced cultivation technique. Xiaochen's divine energy surged and materialized many dragon images, forming the 10,000 dragons picture. As the cultivation technique circulated, the dragon images flickered and changed continuously. Dragon images circled Xiaochen's body, changing unpredictably. The thousands of dragon images changed at will. The thousands of dragon images scattered, and only a blue dragon image remained behind Xiaochen. Following that, many dragon images reformed with the blue dragon as the center. 2 days later, Xiaochen opened his eyes again, and a brand new 10,000 dragons picture formed behind him. Xiaochen formally cultivated the 10,000 dragons art's first layer. With the blue dragon as the core and the 10,000 dragons as support, the entire 10,000 dragons picture improved further. After hesitating for a while, Xiaochen did not continue forward. It was not yet time to enter the second floor. After leaving the inheritance hall, the dragon spirit said softly, "It looks like you already comprehended the advanced cultivation technique for the 10,000 dragons art. Not bad. With your current cultivation, you are not far from opening your second divine vein. At that time, you will be able to enter the second floor's inheritance hall." What's wrong? Does the second floor's inheritance hall require 2 divine veins to enter? The dragon spirit smiled and said, "That might not be the case. However, you can give it a try. You cannot pass the test with just 1 divine vein." Xiaochen shook his head and said, "There's no need. When my saber technique improves further, I will come and challenge you. I have to go now." The dragon spirit nodded and said, "I look forward to your next visit." After accepting the blue dragon's inheritance, Xiaochen had gained a medial-grade soul tool, the Heavenly Slayer Saber. He had been conferred the title of Blue Dragon King and obtained the royal Blue Dragon bloodline, successfully advancing the 10,000 Dragons art. Xiao Chen's harvest in this trip to the land of the Blood Moon surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Be it the Heavenly Slayer saber, the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline, or the brand new 10,000 Dragons picture, they all allowed Xiao Chen's strength to soar. Now, those sovereign emperors who had not condensed any divine veins could not last one move against Xiao Chen. No matter how demonic or strong a one-vein sovereign emperor was, Xiao Chen could easily kill them. As long as one was not an outstanding talent or had a fortuitous encounter, he could crush a two-vein sovereign emperor. Even against a three-vein sovereign emperor, if Xiao Chen brought out all his trump cards, his chances of victory would still be high. Only a great perfection sovereign emperor could put some pressure on Xiao Chen. However, if the other party underestimated him, his chances of victory would be hard to say. After leaving the ancient Blue Dragon City, Xiao Chen turned into a bolt of lightning and landed before the black and white eggs, looking like he teleported. "Long time no see," Xiao Chen said softly. The black and white eggs smiled and said, "Cut the crap. Come and fight with us first. Our hands are itching. How many years has it been since we bullied you? If we don't, we won't get another chance." Right. Brat, your growth and strength is really horrifying." These two fellows had adjusted their cultivation to four-vein sovereign emperor. Furthermore, they had faux god foundations. Furthermore, they were puppets. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not seek a beating for no reason. If you want to exchange moves, sure. Come one at a time or two at the same time. "That's all," Xiao Chen said rationally. "Who wants to go one at a time with you? We are here to bully you. If we cannot bully you, why would we fight with you?" Egg, you are really shameless." The black and white eggs immediately became unhappy when they heard that, so they started blabbering on and on. "Never mind. Actually, I came this time mainly to bring you out for a stroll. What is the point of the two of you bickering here all day? If you are capable, come out with me and see what true experts are like." Xiao Chen ignored the two's chatter and started bewitching them. The black egg shook its head and said, "The two of us want to go out as well. However, we have Master's final orders." Xiao Chen said honestly, "Actually, the dragon egg emptied out this inheritance palace back then. The two of you are guarding an empty city." "What? I don't believe you. I want to go and take a look." The two felt shocked and incredulous when they heard that. When they entered the palace and saw an empty hall, they were immediately stupefied. "What a great dragon egg. To think that you are so ruthless. You emptied out Master's inheritance all by yourself. Not even dregs remained. To think that we guarded it for so many years. Damn dragon egg, after we go out, we will find you and beat you up into meat paste." After a while, the black and white eggs appeared before Xiao Chen. They said, "Come, we'll go with you. Once we three eggs work together, we will be unrivaled. No one will be a match for us. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." The two battle puppets were bored out of their minds in the land of the blood rain. In reality, they had wanted to go out long ago. Everything went as Xiao Chen expected. He smiled faintly and called the black and white eggs into the divine universe steel. Chapter 2220. Demonic chi and black smoke continued to surge in Xiao Chen's room on the alloy warship. Whoosh! A light flashed, and the divine universe steel returned to the room from the land of the blood moon. Soon after, three figures appeared one after another. After Xiao Chen appeared, he gently waved his hand, and all the demonic chi immediately vanished. Then, two combat puppets, one black and one white, appeared at the same time. A 7-star heaven suspending warship. Its entire body is made of alloy. You really struck it rich. The black and white eggs had followed their faux god master and were very knowledgeable. They immediately recognized the alloy warship. The black and white eggs immediately praised it excitedly. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile. Although the black and white eggs were only four-vein sovereign emperors, they had the foundations of a faux god. The black and white eggs were especially good at working together. Although they were four-vein sovereign emperors, five-vein sovereign emperors, or even six-vein sovereign emperors might not have an advantage over them. However, Xiao Chen had to think of a reason for the two to appear. "The two of you, Can you make yourselves appear to be early-stage sovereign emperors in the eyes of others? Xiaochen asked softly after thinking for a while. Black Egg smiled and replied, How difficult is that? According to the rules that Master left, we can only increase our strength if you increase it. However, we can lower our strength freely so you don't have to worry. Xiaochen thought about it and agreed. When he first met the black and white eggs, he had thought that they were only great perfection holy venerates. I am somewhat curious. I am clearly only a one-vein sovereign emperor. How did the two of you adjust to four-vein sovereign emperors? White Egg giggled at Xiaochen's doubts. Do you think we are fools? Your soul energy already reached that of a three-vein sovereign emperor. If we were only two-vein sovereign emperors, you would have crushed us. Xiaochen was immediately speechless. If the black and white eggs had been two-vein sovereign emperors, he would not have minded exchanging moves with them. The two of us are going out for a walk. The black and white eggs finally left the land of the blood moon. After saying goodbye, they pushed the door open and left. Xiaochen could not stop them. Hey, there's actually a girl. Unfortunately, her butt is not big enough, and she is not tall enough. It doesn't look good, it doesn't look good. Let's go. A startled cry came from outside. The black and white eggs startled Bao, who quickly entered Xiaochen's room. Young master, what are those two things? The panicked Bao said with a trembling voice, her face still showing some lingering fear. Xiaochen said softly, These are two combat puppets that I obtained in the past. They are quite intelligent, but don't worry, they don't have any ill intentions. It's just that their mouths are a little poisonous. A strange look flashed in Bao's eyes. She patted her chest and said, Mister, next time you have a battle puppet like this, you have to tell me beforehand. You scared Bao to death just now. Xiaochen knew that she had doubts in her heart. However, she should not be able to guess the mysteries behind it. He stood up and asked, How much longer before we arrive at the Yanwu dynasty? Young master, our luck is not bad. The overflowing sea is calm, and our journey is smooth. Bao answered obediently. After looking at the black and white eggs messed up the room, Xiaochen said, Tidy up. I'm going out for a walk. All right. Soon, Xiaochen, who was strolling around the warship, heard the sounds of fighting. He followed the sounds and arrived at a dojo in the alloy warship. Then he saw the black and white eggs fighting saber demon Wu Meng. Wu Meng was a sovereign emperor of the black and white eggs bloodline. The black and white eggs suppressed their strength to the same level. At the side, Emochen, Nangong Feng, and the others watched interestedly. Bang! Wu Meng got knocked off the arena. He showed a pained expression, his eyes filled with confusion. Trash. You can't even defeat my two combat puppets. The black and white eggs mocked Wu Meng cockily. Nangong Feng said, Big brother Wu Meng already lost 3 times. Each time, he could not last more than 10 moves. Strange. Where did Xiaochen's 2 combat puppets come from? Hey, big brother Xiao, you are here. When Emochen saw Xiaochen, she smiled faintly and said softly. Xiaochen nodded. Then he walked over and asked, What happened? Emochen explained. He said that Egg brought these 2 combat puppets over. After explaining for a long time, we understood that it was referring to your big brother Xiao. After that, for some reason, he started fighting with Wu Meng, saying that he wanted to torture him. Nangong Feng smiled and said, Xiaochen, do you really have a nickname called Egg? The others also looked over curiously, revealing smiles on their faces. Xiaochen smiled bitterly. His illustrious reputation was going to be ruined. These are 2 combat puppets that I obtained by chance. I just recovered them today. If you are interested, I can give them to you. If you are interested, you can exchange moves with them. They should be able to improve your strength significantly. Really? Yun Fei and the other 2 asked with interest, their eyes lighting up. Of course. Fighting with the black and white eggs had significantly improved Xiaochen's strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could endure the torture of these 2 fools. In that case, I will have to give it a try later. Hence, the miserable cries on the alloy warship did not stop for the next few days. Every day, aside from refining the soul-accumulating pill, Xiaochen started to practice the Mahama abstinence violation saber technique's fifth move, 3-life flower. 3-life flower. When one flower bloomed, 3 lives appeared. This vaguely seemed similar to Xiaochen's state of cycle. However, after so many years of research, Xiaochen understood that it did not have much to do with the state of cycle. Xiaochen only recently comprehended the true meaning of this. The 3-life flower cleansed all the glory of one's previous life. The instant the flower bloomed, all the glory would be cleansed, illuminating one's previous life and current life. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen's group crossed the overflowing sea and finally arrived in the Yanwu dynasty's territory. Aside from Xiaochen, Emochen, and Bao, the others appeared fatigued and dispirited. Naturally, the reason went without saying. Anyone who had been tortured by the black and white eggs for 10 days would end up like this. Their physical bodies were still weaker than Xiaochen's. However, as Xiaochen said, their strength had indeed soared. A short 10 days equaled half a year's worth of experiential training, perhaps even more. Wu Meng could even fight the black and white eggs to a draw at the same cultivation realm. When Wu Meng was on the verge of victory, the black and white eggs decisively stopped fighting him and focused on training Nangong Feng and the other two. Young master, should we communicate with the nearby Heavenly Alliance factions and get them to send us to the imperial capital? Bao asked. This was her responsibility. Xiaochen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. We will not startle anyone and head directly to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yanwu dynasty. I recall that the dynasty's headquarters is in some building?" Bao reminded, "The Misty Rain Pavilion." Emochen muttered to herself, "The Misty Rain Pavilion. This name is rather poetic. It does not seem to have much to do with the merchant association." The 3 dynasties occupied the lands where luck gathered in the central Great Realm. The dynasty's capitals occupied the extremes of luck and heavenly luck. The martial epic's Dragon Vein's origin was a gathering place of the world's outstanding talents. The Yanwu dynasty's imperial capital, Yan City, at the foot of Spirit Vulture Mountain by the Flaming River, a Buddha statue stood at the summit of this spirit mountain. This was the Kasyapa Buddha. The Buddha statue looked majestic and colossal, looking down on the common people. It had a benevolent expression as it smiled, showing the Buddha's benevolence. Legend had it that the hidden spirit temple was built on this spirit mountain. However, there were many temples on the mountain, and visitors came in an endless stream. However, no one had seen where the hidden spirit temple was. No matter what, this was the largest holy land of the Orthodox Buddhist sects, the place where all the incense offerings in the world gathered. The Yanwu dynasty had 100 provinces. Each province had 100 counties. Each county equaled half of the Great Thousand Realms. The royal court controlled the Yan province. The Yan province occupied nearly 1/3 of the dynasty's land. Each of the Yan province's 100 counties was incredibly vast and boundless. Hundreds of millions of people lived there. There were many sects, countless noble clans, and many outstanding talents. The royal court firmly controlled the entire Yan province. It had deep accumulations and occupied the dynasty's luck. The Yan province's 100 county lords were either royal court princes or noble clans' clan heads. They held high statuses, even stronger than some feudal lords. Some of the horrifying county lords were even feudal lords in the first place, holding conferred lands in other provinces. The imperial capital, Yan City, was in the center of these 100 counties. The entire Yan province's 100 counties were like a coiled flame dragon. This Yan City was the dragon's head, spreading out layer by layer, firmly controlling the Yanwu dynasty from there. Yan City was the dynasty's true center, where all the sects and factions of the dynasty gathered. The super factions of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao in the martial epic, as well as the rank 7 sects, all had their merchant associations, connections, and residences here. Even the Tianwu dynasties and the Shenwu dynasty's imperial capitals were inferior to Yan cities in terms of prosperity. This was because the hidden spirit temple was ethereal and did not exert any strong control over the Yanwu dynasty. They only interacted with each other and often did not even show themselves. The hidden spirit temple was unlike the profound Heaven Holy Land and the Universe Origin sect, which firmly controlled their respective dynasties and ostracized the other factions. They were less tolerant than the Buddhist sect's Holy Lands. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be hard to find another capital like Yen City that could gather so many cultivators and super factions. No one knew what awaited Xiaochen. Chapter 22-21. Yen Province's 100 Counties. In the center of the 100 counties was the imperial capital, Yen City. Outside Yen City was a vast region known as the Outer City. Ordinary people without high cultivations were not qualified to live in Yen City. To enter the imperial capital, one needed to be at least a primal core realm cultivator, a primal core venerate with some status elsewhere. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the imperial capital. However, in this imperial capital, primal core venerates could only do the lowest jobs, serving tea, clearing trash, and welcoming guests. Even so, an endless stream of primal core venerates wanted to come to Yen City, putting in a lot of effort to enter the city. It was not just the central Great Realm. Countless primal core venerates in the outer seas of the entire martial epoch wanted to enter Yen City. There were even some who stayed in the outer city for decades, all for the sake of making more contributions and obtaining a spot to enter Yen City. But naturally, there was a reason. The currency in Yen City was primeval heavenly pills. That was to say, even if one served tea or cleared trash, doing the lowest jobs, one would obtain more benefits than a regular rank 6 sect. Only rank 7 sects outside could refine primeval heavenly pills. Regular disciples could only obtain a limited number of primeval heavenly pills. Perhaps they might as well do odd jobs in Yen City, where they would gain more. Based on this, one could see how prosperous this imperial capital Yen City was. To cultivators, it was a holy city. To merchant associations, it was even more incredible. The currency here was primeval heavenly pills. The benefits of doing business here went without saying. Compared to the other two dynasties' imperial capitals, which were strictly controlled, the open and tolerant Yen City was the most prosperous in the world. Xiaochen and the others spent half a month silently arriving at the imperial capital Yen City. Along the way, the group managed to obtain some information about the dynasty's imperial capital. However, when they arrived, they were still shocked for a long time. The difference between the Yenwu dynasty's other counties and Yen province's imperial capital was like that of clouds and mud. No wonder people said that as long as they firmly controlled Yen province, the royal court would never have to worry about the other counties rebelling. Guided by someone, Xiaochen arrived at the imperial capital, Yen City, near the Misty Rain Pavilion. In front of the building, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. There was an endless stream of customers entering and exiting the building. The booming business left one speechless. All of them were cultivators with high cultivations, exuding a noble aura from their bodies. With one look, one could tell that some of the young cultivators were either the young masters of noble clans or relatives of the royal family. They all had the dragon chi of the royal family on them, looking noble and extraordinary. The few of them stood in front of the building and listened to the melodious music coming from inside. They were slightly startled. The Misty Rain Pavilion was actually a brothel. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yenwu dynasty is actually a pleasure quarter. Is there a mistake? Clearly stunned, Bao said sullenly, "Young master, the appointment certificate does indeed say the Misty Rain Pavilion. There is no mistake." Chen smiled softly and said, "It is not impossible to establish the headquarters in a brothel. At the very least, the effect is pretty good to deceive others. Let's go in and see." Xiaochen did not intend to startle the person in charge. He led Nangong Feng, Wu Meng, and the others directly to the doors. Nangong Feng smiled and said, "I heard that the dynasty's capital has always been peaceful. The noble clan disciples and relatives of the royal family all indulge in extravagance and wealth, competing with each other. They call visiting a pleasure quarter a pleasure. They might even compete with each other for the sake of some singers they like, spending a lot of money and even fighting over them." Xiaochen said indifferently, "There is no need to hear about it. This is the truth. After a long period of peace, the so-called martial holy cities slowly changed. In this imperial capital Yen City, some of the famous singers are known as headliners. They only sell their skills and not their bodies. Their status is even higher than that of a grandmaster of the martial Dao. This is really absurd. The martial epoch does not respect the strong. To think that they pursue such vanity, Wu Meng said with some disdain as his lips curled up. Xiaochen did not dislike singers and headliners. The music Dao and singing and dancing were all great Daos. The azure lotus sword fairy from the fairy basket that Xiaochen once obtained was one of these great Daos. She was so strong that Xiaochen still found her unfathomable. However, a group of noble clan disciples and relatives of the royal family blindly pursuing such vanity was somewhat neglecting the essentials. Perhaps Yen City had to pay a price to become the most bustling capital in the world. This young master looks somewhat unfamiliar. Are you an honored guest from outside? The manservant at the entrance asked softly when he saw Xiao Chen's group. Xiao Chen did not deny it. He replied softly, "Yes, I have long heard of the Misty Rain Pavilion's name, so I came to take a look." "Sorry, if you are not an honored guest of this shop, you will need to pay a certain amount of primeval heavenly pills before you can enter," the manservant apologized softly. However, he revealed an aloof expression in his eyes. The group hid their cultivations. Aside from their extraordinary auras, they did not have the noble air of noble clan disciples or relatives of the royal family. It would be hard to avoid looking down on them. The manservant at the entrance was a major primal core cultivator in the first place. He had seen many major characters before, so he did not care about the auras of Xiao Chen's group. The manservant at the entrance was a major primal core cultivator in the first place. He had seen many major characters, so he did not care about the auras of Xiao Chen's group. This was especially so when he heard that they had just arrived at Yen City, so his attitude was somewhat stiff. Yun Fei frowned slightly and said, "First, you have not eaten or drank tea. You have to pay primeval heavenly pills to enter? Rules are rules. If you are reluctant to pay primeval heavenly pills, please leave. Our Misty Rain Pavilion never lacks guests," the manservant said with a polite expression while smiling. Xiao Chen stopped the angry Yun Fei and asked softly, "What is your name?" "This humble one is Zhang Ping. I have been in Yen City for 4 or 5 years already. Do you have any instructions for me?" When the manservant mentioned that he had been in Yen City for 4 or 5 years, he appeared very proud, acting like they had just arrived at Yen City. Xiao Chen asked calmly, "How many primeval heavenly pills do you need?" "If you are not an honored guest, you will need to pay 100 primeval heavenly pills before you can enter. Tea and drinks are included, not even one less," the manservant replied indifferently. Xiao Chen immediately felt some heartache. Back when he first entered the Heaven Dragon Palace, his monthly stipend was only 1,000 primeval heavenly pills. Emo Chen, give it to him. Xiao Chen did not have any primeval heavenly pills on hand. He had already exchanged the primeval heavenly pills for origin liquid. He had also exchanged most of the origin liquid before he left, leaving only 5 tons of origin liquid in reserve. Emo Chen stepped forward and handed the manservant 100 primeval heavenly pills. Then, the manservant led the group in with a smile. After entering the pavilion, the group discovered a completely different world inside. The hall was not like a hotel. Instead, it was a small world of its own. There were 50 kilometers of peach trees and small rivers. The guests gathered in groups of 3 to 5. White clouds floated in the center. A stage made of heavenly mountain white jade was on the white clouds. On the stage, a woman was playing the pipa and singing a clear song. The tune changed unpredictably. Sometimes, it sounded like a mountain stream hitting a rock. Sometimes, it sounded like a gushing river, looking grand and majestic. Many mysterious phenomena appeared behind her. Sometimes, a bright moon soared up amid the misty rain. Sometimes, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Sometimes, great rivers materialized, changing according to the tune. As the song played, it felt real and fake at the same time, like a dream or illusion. Immersed in it, they did not want to wake up. They only wished that the song would continue, that they would not wake up from this dream. This was the first time the group saw such a spectacle, so they felt shocked. After standing there for a while, the music attracted their attention. Shock flashed in Wu Meng's eyes. He said seriously, "The woman playing this tune is actually a sovereign personage. This is really strange." Disdain flashed in the manservant Zhang Ping's eyes. He thought to himself, in the end, this is still a country bumpkin who has not seen the world. He teased, "To think that you can make out headliner Ziyun's Cultivation. That is not easy. You came at a bad time. You saw it for yourself. Headliner Ziyun is performing today, so the Peach Blossom Pavilion is full. There is only one private room left. If you do not mind, you can only stand." Wu Meng was a sovereign emperor who had opened one divine vein. Naturally, he would not make things difficult for this primal core realm manservant. He could not be bothered with this minor character. Wu Meng did not answer, waiting for Xiao Qin to speak. "A private room, then?" Xiao Qin said indifferently. The manservant felt incredibly shocked. He frowned and said, "Are you sure you want to go to a private room? The cost will not be low. It will be calculated based on time." This tight frown made the others unhappy. However, they all had Xiao Chen's instructions to keep a low profile and explore the Misty Rain Pavilion first. Furthermore, the other party was just an insignificant primal core venerate. They could only let the other party act arrogantly. Xiao Chen countered with a question, "What's wrong? Do we need to pay in advance to go to a private room?" The manservant Zhang Ping smiled and said, "There is no need for that. No one in Yen City who dares to renege on a debt in the Misty Rain Pavilion has been born yet." Under Zhang Ping's lead, the group arrived at a private room and sat down. The seats were pretty good. The windows were wide open, allowing them to clearly see the performance on the stage in the center. "You can withdraw first. There is nothing else for you to do," Xiao Chen said casually, and Zhang Ping withdrew with a smile. He did not even ask if the group wanted maidservants to accompany them to drink, directly withdrawing. Xiao Chen thought that the group probably came to the private room to pretend to be fatso. How could they have the extra money to pay for maidservants? After the food and wine were served, Bao obediently poured wine and tea for Xiao Chen and the others, playing the role of a maidservant. "Bao, sit and eat with us. There is no need to stand on ceremony," Emo Chen said with some heartache when she saw Bao standing around busying herself. Bao smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Emo Chen. However, Bao is a maidservant in the first place. This is what I should do." When Emo Chen saw the situation, she did not say anything more. The group had been on the move for days and could not be bothered to rest. Furthermore, there was a performance of the music Dao that they had never seen before. The group chatted happily in the private room. Xiao Chen observed in secret, wanting to see if there was anything suspicious. In the future, he would have to guard this place for a long time. It was necessary for him to hide his identity and come to check. However, just at this moment, a discordant voice came from outside. "Damn it! I want to see who is occupying my private room. It is rare for this young master to come, yet you want me to be a standing guest. Your Misty Rain Pavilion is really something." Bang! Amid the commotion, the door to the private room that Xiao Chen and the others were in was pushed open rudely. Chapter 22:22. Bang! Someone pushed open the door to the private room, and a youth barged in. A group of people followed behind this youth, all of them giving off an unconcealable sword intent. They should be from the same sect. Otherwise, their sword intent would not be so clear. Zhang Ping complained endlessly as he stood at the side, not daring to stop them. "You clearly come here once in a few hundred years. You did not pay a deposit and only said so. Why can't you give it to someone else?" However, Zhang Ping only dared to grumble about this in his heart, continuously apologizing on the surface. Among the group of people, only an old man attracted the attention of Xiao Chen, Wu Meng, and the others. This was because this person was the only one-vein sovereign emperor. The others were sovereign personages. Before becoming a sovereign emperor, no matter how heaven-defying one would not be worth mentioning in their eyes, not even worth a second glance. With this look, the group calmed down. They maintained their calm expressions as they looked at this group of people. Only Xiao Chen entered deep thought when he saw the youth leading the group. This youth seemed somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. Xiao Chen. That youth had an extraordinary aura, giving off a faint dragon chi of a dynasty. Clearly, he was a relative of the royal family, possessing the royal bloodline and showing a noble air. Boom! In that instant, that youth's aura erupted, ignoring the Misty Rain Pavilion's rule of not fighting. He did not hold back at all when he erupted. That startling killing chi spread out. This instantly shattered the harmonious atmosphere of the Misty Rain Pavilion. The pipa music of the headliner Zi Yun, who was playing on the stage, stopped. All the guests turned their curious gazes to this place. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion was not the peak pleasure quarter of Yen City, its background was still terrifying. Even a regular prince would have to think twice before making a move here. Sometimes, even if it was hard to avoid conflict, it would be due to bickering. Most of them did not dare to fight. This was because everyone understood the rules. Just like today, Xiao Chen had unleashed all of his aura without restraint. His killing intent was so cold that it was somewhat frightening. How great was this grudge? Such a strange matter caused many guests to cast their gazes over, wanting to see what was going on. No! However, just as that person soared into the sky and was about to attack Xiao Chen, the sovereign emperor old man in the group rushed forward in a panic and firmly restrained his young master. Elder Feng, let go. I want to kill him. I must kill him. I want to grind his bones to dust. I want him to die a horrible death. The finely dressed young man was suppressed by his own clan's expert, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. His eyes were bloodshot, and he fell into a frenzy. However, Elder Feng grumbled inwardly. He even wanted to curse out loud. Who could you possibly kill? The table across from him seemed unremarkable. However, most of the people at the table were sovereign emperors. This was especially so for the white-clad person in the middle. With just one glance, Senior Feng felt extreme fear in his heart. Wu Meng and the others showed indifferent expressions as they watched the scene. Their expressions did not change at all. Xiao Chen raised his wine cup and discovered that it was already empty. Before he could do anything, Bao, who was at the side, smiled gently and obediently filled Xiao Chen's cup. After the wine entered his mouth, Xiao Chen slowly put down his cup. Then he looked at the newcomer with some misgivings. I seem to recognize you, but I can't recall who you are. I am Monarch Yu Wang Ling. Elder Feng, let go of me. Let me kill him. When the newcomer heard that Xiao Chen did not even remember his name, he could not help roaring angrily, feeling greatly humiliated. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Monarch Yu was enraged, but Elder Feng firmly held him down. His fellow disciples looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. Monarch Yu. I recognize him. His father is the current Duke Yun. Strange. Why is the old man beside him holding him down, not letting him make a move? Isn't that simple? He must have broken the brothel's rules. That might not be the case. The way I see it, the strangeness of this matter probably stems from that white-clad person. This person is clearly not simple. This is also strange. To think that this person does not even know Monarch Yu. However, when Monarch Yu saw him, he seemed to go crazy. The strange scene in the private room confused everyone. They could not figure out what was going on. Monarch Yu? Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. He asked sullenly, which Monarch Yu? I do not know any Monarch Yu. Damn it. Xiao Chen, do you think that you can escape death by pretending to be crazy? Back then, when we parted at the Soaring Dragon Marquis's residence, I swore that if I did not kill you in this life, I would not be human. I did everything I could, but I could not find you. To think that you actually delivered yourself to me. Elder Feng, let go of me. If you still do not let go of me, I will get my father to kill you when I return. Monarch Yu Wang Ling glared at Xiao Chen. If looks could kill, Xiao Chen would have died hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times already. Elder Feng did not seem to hear what Wang Ling said. He smiled softly and said, This young master, my clan's young master, is speaking nonsense. Sorry for making a fool of himself. Since you do not know him, we will leave first. Goodbye, goodbye. Seeing that Xiao Chen could not remember who he was, Elder Feng felt lucky and wanted to quickly leave with Monarch Yu. Xiao Chen toyed with the wine cup in his hand, entering deep thought. Then he said sullenly, "Wait a moment. I remember who he is. Monarch Yu, this was a grudge from many years ago. Back when Xiao Chen first entered the Central Great Realm, Lan Luo's father, the Soaring Dragon Marquis, invited someone to compete with him in archery on the battlefield. Xiao Chen shot 3 arrows in a row, defeating the other party with every arrow. However, the other party refused to give up and took out his secret treasure. In the end, Xiao Chen shot an arrow with the god Shadow Bow, defeating the other party again. In the end, Monarch Yu continued to act shamelessly, wanting to use sword techniques to kill Xiao Chen. After being defeated, Monarch Yu tried to gang up on Xiao Chen. Such a person looked elegant on the surface. Furthermore, he was a member of the royal family, acting all pretentious. However, after peeling off that layer of hypocrisy, he was even more loathsome than a hoodlum. He did not know himself and was as difficult to deal with as a mad dog. No wonder Xiao Chen could not remember him. Almost 8 years had passed. How could Xiao Chen spend any effort to remember someone who was not even comparable to trash? If not for Xiao Chen reminding him a few times, Xiao Chen would not have remembered. At this moment, Elder Feng was somewhat frightened silly. He said embarrassedly, "Sir, my clan's young master is Duke Yun's son. He already has a noble title, and his name is already written in the royal clan's genealogy." Xiao Chen interrupted, "Let go of him." Elder Feng felt that the situation was somewhat serious. Just as he was about to say something, Wu Meng, who was at the side, said, "I told you to let go. Did you hear me?" However, Monarch Yu did not seem to notice anything. Rage and the hatred that he suppressed in his heart for 8 years overwhelmed his mind. He shouted, "Elder Feng, don't boost my morale. Let go of me. Today, I want to see what gives him the confidence to dare to come to Yen City and send himself to death after not seeing him for 8 years." Elder Feng ignored Monarch Yu's words. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Sorry, this old man cannot let go." Elder Feng felt a trace of killing chi. If he let go, Monarch Yu might die miserably on the spot. This thought was somewhat exaggerated. Would there really be someone in the Misty Rain Pavilion who dared to kill Monarch Yu? Furthermore, the person that Monarch Yu killed was Duke Yun's son. Although his bloodline was thin, it was still a bona fide royal clan bloodline. Monarch Yu was definitely a royal clan member. However, for some reason, Elder Feng felt that if he let go, Monarch Yu would die immediately. This kind of fearful instinct prevented him from letting go. Right now, he was waiting for the Misty Rain Pavilion's experts to show up. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion was large, if something happened, experts would arrive within 10 seconds. However, to Elder Feng, these 10 seconds felt like years. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and he felt incredibly nervous. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Elder Feng. At this moment, their gazes met. Boom! Immediately, the strong soul energy of a 3-vein sovereign emperor and the royal blue dragon bloodline landed on Elder Feng with terrifying pressure. Elder Feng wanted to hold on. However, under this immense pressure, he was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to do anything. With just one look, Elder Feng lost. When Monarch Yu felt that Elder Feng could no longer suppress him, he immediately roared and soared into the air, thrusting his sword at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! How terrifying was this sword strike? After 8 years of sharpening a sword, even the dullest blade would become incredibly sharp. For the past 8 years, Monarch Yu could not forget the humiliation he experienced in the Soaring Dragon residence every day and night. That was the greatest humiliation of his life. The immense pressure turned into motivation. He had been cultivating bitterly in the Divine Sword Pavilion for many years, waiting for this day. Monarch Yu felt that this sword strike seemed to have surpassed his expectations. It seemed like he was about to break through the bottleneck of heaven-defying sovereign personage. After this sword strike, he would definitely succeed in condensing a divine seal. Monarch Yu trembled in wild joy, feeling nervous and excited. Indeed, Xiao Chen was his demon heart. After killing Xiao Chen, breaking through to Sovereign Emperor would be just a matter of time. What a terrifying sword strike! The killing intent and Tao contained in the sword sent a chill down the Misty Rain Pavilion's cultivators, who were far away. Bang! However, Monarch Yu, who had just leaped up and had yet to move, suddenly exploded. That's right, he exploded. Thousands of saber lights burst out of Monarch Yu's body, looking resplendent and dazzling. In the next moment, Monarch Yu's corpse did not remain, leaving only broken limbs and a pool of blood splattering the elegant room. As for that terrifying sword strike, it had not fully bloomed yet. Instead, it fell silent, like a flower wilting. Someone killed someone. Someone killed someone in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, it was Monarch Yu. After a while, the entire Misty Rain Pavilion turned chaotic. Everyone startled awake, wondering what exactly happened. The entire Misty Rain Pavilion descended into chaos. Some people were frightened out of their wits. They tried to leave in a fluster, knocking over many tables and chairs. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The vast Misty Rain Pavilion immediately turned chaotic. There was no longer any of the calm and peaceful atmosphere of the Misty Rain. The imperial capital Yen City had been peaceful for many years. Perhaps there were people dying every day in secret. Perhaps the struggle for benefits had never stopped. However, it had been several hundred years since anyone dared to kill someone in a brothel in broad daylight. This was especially so when the person was someone with the royal bloodline. Was the imperial capital going to change? Chapter 22-23. Misty Rain Pavilion, Yen City. Was there a need for a reason to kill? Of course there was. No matter how lowly an ant was, it was still a life. Even respect was needed, not to mention humans. Although Xiao Chen was decisive in killing, he never killed the innocent. Most of the time, Xiao Chen could punish people lightly and not kill them. However, there were some people that he absolutely had to kill. Monarch Yu Wangling was such a person. Such a person was like a rabid dog. Although Monarch Yu was trash, he had some authority. He did not fear open attacks or hidden attacks. Monarch Yu feared that Monarch Yu would not deal with Xiao Chen but the people around him when he went crazy. One did not fear hypocrites, one feared true vile people. A true vile person would resort to all means, disregarding morality and rules. One could not guess when he would go crazy. Hence, since Xiao Chen remembered it, there was no need to leave Monarch Yu alive. If this rabid dog really injured or humiliated the people around him one day, Xiao Chen would not be able to bear the price. Xiao Chen executed the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance. A drop of rain fell the instant Monarch Yu erupted, ending his life. The manservant, Zhang Ping, was already frightened silly in the private room. He was stunned into silence, unable to say anything. Senior Feng showed a sullen expression as he looked at Xiao Chen with some fear. The other party's terrifying strength had already cast a shadow in his heart. Senior Feng wanted to leave but did not dare to, as Xiao Chen had not said anything yet. The Divine Sword Gate disciples accompanying Monarch Yu were stunned, unable to react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the crucial moment, two figures appeared in the private room, radiating the aura of a three-veined sovereign emperor. These were the experts overseeing the Misty Rain Pavilion. Normally, many ignorant people would cause trouble in the Misty Rain Pavilion. No matter how powerful they were, they would suffer when they ran into these two. These two rarely showed themselves. However, in secret, they were known as the Misty Rain Twin Demons. Senior Feng recognized the two and immediately released his bated breath. He said, "Seniors, my clan's young master died a miserable death in the Misty Rain Pavilion. No matter what, please give us an explanation." As Senior Feng spoke, his gaze fell on Xiao Chen. Clearly, he wanted the Misty Rain Twin Demons to take down Xiao Chen. However, the Misty Rain Twin Fiends ignored Elder Feng. They looked at Xiao Chen and said something. Monarch Yu Wangling caused trouble in the Misty Rain Pavilion, wanting to kill the Misty Rain Pavilion's honored guests. In the end, he overestimated himself and died a miserable death at the hands of a sovereign emperor. Duke Yun failed to teach his son properly, causing our Misty Rain Pavilion to suffer heavy losses. The Misty Rain Pavilion will definitely pursue this matter to the end and report it to the royal family's sect elders. His voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the Misty Rain Pavilion. Everyone heard him clearly, not missing a single word. Old Feng was dumbfounded at that moment. He had not expected such an ending at all. This person had killed a member of the royal family. Shouldn't the Misty Rain Pavilion capture him and then apologize to Prince Cloud? Why was the situation reversed? Do you still have the law? The one he killed is Monarch Yu, a true inheritor of our Divine Sword Pavilion. He does not even care about our Divine Sword Pavilion. Misty Rain Pavilion, I think you don't want to continue operating in the imperial capital. The disciples of the Divine Sword Pavilion woke up from their stupor. They were all indignant. Bang! The Misty Rain Fiend duo did not make a move, but these Divine Sword Pavilion disciples who shouted were all knocked into the air. Then, the Misty Rain Pavilion's guards each carried one of them out. The Misty Rain Fiend duo looked around, and their gazes landed on Old Feng. Old Feng trembled slightly as he said, I understand. I'll take some of young master's belongings and leave. However, when Old Feng looked around the private room, he saw that Monarch Yu's corpse had already disappeared. There was nothing left to take. Old Feng took a jade pendant and quickly left without even turning his head back. Honored guests, there is no need to panic. Today, a small situation occurred in my Misty Rain Pavilion, startling everyone. The matter has already been resolved, and I have apologized to everyone. Today, the Misty Rain Pavilion will not be accepting alcohol. Please, drink to your heart's content. For the next 3 days, there will be no charge. The Misty Rain Pavilion will entertain everyone for free. At that time, the 12th headliner will appear as well. Just at this moment, someone spoke softly as she leaned against the railing at the highest point of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Her melodious voice sounded like the chirping of birds in the forest, very pleasing to the ears. What was even more pleasing to the ears was the sincerity of her apology. No alcohol, no charge for 3 days, and the 12th headliner performing at the same time. The moment this person said that, cheers rang out. Then, the sounds of stringed instruments, pipa, and harp rang out at the same time. The 12 headliners appeared on the stage one after another. The atmosphere in the Misty Rain Pavilion suddenly changed, reaching a climax in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the guests were attracted by the headliners who appeared one after another. Once again, they became immersed in the wondrous music. The earlier interlude ended up bringing out this performance, making the guests even more excited. Furthermore, there was free alcohol. With everyone drinking to their heart's content, the Misty Rain Pavilion was destined to be a carnival. Only a few people knew that the pleasure quarters in the imperial capital had not seen blood for hundreds of years already. There had to be something fishy about the Misty Rain Pavilion protecting this person in secret. However, no matter what, Monarch Yu was a royal clan disciple. If he died in the Misty Rain Pavilion for no reason, the Misty Rain Pavilion would not be able to hide it even if they wanted to. In less than a day, this news would spread throughout the entire imperial capital. At that time, it would be another good show. The guests all left in secret, quickly reporting this news to the factions behind them. Inside the private room, Zhang Ping wiped the floor in fear. When he saw the bloodstains, he trembled in fear. A heaven-defying sovereign personage died for no reason. How horrifying was that white-clad person? Fortunately, that white-clad person did not seem to mind Zhang Ping's earlier underestimation. This young master, please come in. Our pavilion master wishes to meet you. The Misty Rain Pavilion's twin demons, 2 aloof 3-vein sovereign emperors, respectfully greeted Xiao Chen. Such an attitude shocked the manservant, Zhang Ping. My goodness! To think that these 2 rarely seen major characters of the Misty Rain Pavilion are so respectful to this white-clad person. Xiao Chen said calmly, let her come and meet me. Right here. What kind of joke was this? Zhang Ping was a rank 6 envoy inspector. In some sense, he was the pavilion master's direct superior. Even if Xiao Chen did not like to use his status to suppress others, there were some rules that could not be broken. Since when could subordinates summon their superiors? The Misty Rain Pavilion's 2 old men immediately exchanged glances, anger flashing on their faces. We need to ask for instructions. The 2 old men spoke softly after exchanging glances. There is no need to ask for instructions. How can this little girl not come when the envoy inspector summons me? Bell-like laughter rang out from outside the door. Then a girl wearing a red qipao walked in, revealing her long, slender legs. Her exquisite facial features looked like the most perfect carving, without any flaws. The instant she entered, ancient paintings fell around the private room, forming an independent world, isolating it from the outside world. The manservant, Zhang Ping, also fell into a deep slumber without a sound. The misty rain pavilion's twin demons paled in shock. They performed cupped fist salutes and bowed. This subordinate greets the envoy inspector. We offended you earlier. Please forgive us. It's fine, Xiaochen said indifferently. Then he took out the appointment certificate that Yi Zifeng had given him and gently sent it to the girl in the qipao. The girl in the qipao had only guessed it. When she saw the appointment certificate, she confirmed Xiao Chen's identity. This little girl is Su Yi. I welcome the envoy inspector to the Misty Rain Pavilion. I did not know the envoy inspector's identity earlier and offended you. Sorry for the poor reception. The girl in the qipao returned the appointment certificate to Xiao Chen. Then she smiled faintly and said, Before you came, I was the acting envoy inspector. It looks like I will be idle for a while. Xiao Chen said indifferently, There's no need. Just do what you were doing before. If there are any problems that you cannot resolve, you can tell me. You still have to work hard. This is Emo Chen, Master Ku Yun's disciple. He will help you deal with this. Emo Chen smiled faintly and stood up. Greetings, elder sister Su Yi. Please take care of me in the future. Master Ku Yun's disciple? A strange look flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Naturally, she knew about Master Ku Yun. He was one of the strongest blacksmiths in the current martial epoch. At the same time, he was the Heavenly Alliance's oldest Cordoyan. What Emo Chen cared more about was Master Ku Yun's identity. Did that mean that this white-clad youth already obtained the support of 2 Cordoyans? Originally, the headquarters had sent a fellow who was not even 100 years old just to go through the motions. Emo Chen thought that the headquarters had already given up on the Yanwu dynasty and only wanted to maintain the status quo. However, it looked like things were different now. These are my companions. They are all outstanding talents. Even before the age of 100, they are already sovereign emperors. If there is any trouble, you can send them out. There's no need to stand on ceremony. After introducing Emo Chen, Xiao Chen pointed to Wu Meng and the others beside him, introducing them one by one. Su Ye's expression did not change. Her smile did not diminish, but her heart turned increasingly grave. Is the headquarters really determined to stand guard in the Yanwu dynasty? Lord Xiao, how do you intend to deal with today's matter? Duke Yun will definitely pursue this matter. At that time, the Misty Rain Pavilion will inevitably face some pressure. Su Yi spoke for a while, giving instructions on the Misty Rain Pavilion's matters. Then, she suddenly changed the topic, trying to probe Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yi and smiled faintly. I am a sovereign emperor. First, he humiliated me. Then he tried to kill me. He died a worthy death. If you cannot even deal with such a small matter, you can't be the Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master, right? Su Yi wanted to use today's matter to pressure Xiao Chen, to see how he would deal with this when he just arrived in the imperial capital. Who knew, Xiao Chen was even more direct. He told her not to make irresponsible remarks about such a small matter, lest she tarnished her status. Xiao Chen's meaning was that if she could not deal with such a small matter, there was no need for her to be the pavilion master. While Xiao Chen's words looked simple, they actually contained hidden meaning. If she did not deal with it properly, others would look down on her and even use her as a scapegoat. Su Yi replied softly, Naturally. Although this matter is somewhat difficult to deal with, this subordinate will definitely handle it properly. Naturally, the royal clan disciples were incredibly noble. However, it was not to the point where they could kill anyone they wanted. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was just a king of a branch family. However, Xiao Chen's attitude and the hidden meaning in his words made Su Yi somewhat wary. This white-clad youth was probably not as simple as she imagined. If there is nothing else, this subordinate will take my leave first, Su Yi said softly. Wait. Su Yi looked up at Xiao Chen and asked in confusion. Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. Your name is Su Yi, right? I recall that there is a noble clan of swordsmen in the Yanwu dynasty. The current clan head, Su Hanshan, is known as the strongest expert of the sword Dao, known as Sword God. When Su Yi heard this, he raised his eyebrows and asked sullenly, "What's wrong? Envoy Inspector, are you trying to investigate me? Didn't Lord Yi Zifeng tell you that some things cannot be investigated?" It was just that he sensed a powerful sword intent hidden within this lady's body, so he casually asked her a question. Who would have thought that he would touch the other party's bottom line? Xiao Chen was unperturbed and said coolly, "It's fine, you can withdraw. Remember to have the people in charge of the top 10 chambers of commerce come and see me tomorrow. If anyone doesn't come, I'll see him alone." I feel that it's not necessarily a good thing to be too hasty. The inspector has just arrived at the imperial capital, so there are many sights to see. For example, the flaming river outside the city. It's magnificent and magnificent. You can take a good look at it. Su Ye's tone was calm as she spoke unhurriedly. This woman wanted Xiao Chen to see the flaming river to warn him to see how deep the waters of the imperial capital were and not to get involved. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "When I have time, I will go and take a look. If I accidentally fall into the river, I hope Pavilion Master Su will pull me up." When Su Yi heard that, her expression warmed up somewhat. She smiled and said, "Milord, you jest. Goodbye." Chapter 22-24. After watching Su Yi leave, Emochen smiled gently and asked, "Big brother Xiao, are you tired of talking in riddles?" Xiao Chen said softly, "I'm not used to speaking like this, but sometimes, I don't have a choice." It was just a casual sentence, but there was a hidden meaning in it. It was a little stupid. Not only would they misunderstand the other party's intentions, they might even fall into the other party's trap and become the scapegoat. Xiao Chen was naturally not used to it, but as he said, it was unavoidable. It was the first time they had met, and they did not trust each other. Even if you told the truth, the other person might not believe you. You might even send the wrong message. Perhaps a casual remark would attract the hostility of the other party. For example, Xiao Chen had unintentionally sensed the horrifying sword intent contained in the other party's body. Thus, he had casually asked about the swordsman clan. Although Su Ye's expression did not change, her tone clearly became much harsher. She even secretly warned Xiao Chen. Fortunately, Xiao Chen made up for it in the end. When he asked her to pull him up after he fell into the water, it meant that he had no enmity towards Su Yi. Only then did Su Ye's expression soften slightly. Speaking of which, if Xiao Chen recalled correctly, fiendish saber Shi Mu came from the divine sword Su clan. The godly swordsman clans had deep foundations and were overseen by the god of swords. The Su clan was like the sun in the sky in the Yanwu dynasty. The establishment of the dynasty included a portion of the Su clan's strength. As long as the dynasty did not fall, the Su clan would never weaken. Such a noble clan might not be a match for the Heavenly Alliance in the Great Thousand Realms. However, all the super factions in the Yanwu dynasty had to fear them. Now, Xiao Chen somewhat understood why this pleasure quarter was the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yanwu dynasty. It was because its pavilion master was Su Yi. Nangong Feng, go check out the 10 great merchant associations first. I want to know the true strength of these 10 great merchant associations. Getting a sovereign emperor to do this was making a big fuss over a minor issue. However, it could also ensure that nothing would go wrong and that the information was authentic. All right. Since Nangong Feng and the others were already here, they would definitely listen to Xiao Chen's instructions, so they had long since prepared themselves. Wu Meng, stay behind. Is there anything else you want me to do? Xiao Chen nodded and said, "If you follow Su Yi, how confident are you of not being discovered?" Wu Meng pondered before replying, Xiao Chen's words. The sword intent in her body is very sensitive. I estimate that she will be able to sense the slightest movement within 1,000 meters of her. I am not confident of hiding my saber intent when I'm within 1 kilometer. Here, I'll lend this to you for a night. Xiao Chen took out the death god mask and handed it to Wu Meng. After Wu Chen said, "Chen." If Xiao Chen had not seen the other party with his own eyes, he would not have sensed the other party's existence. The Death God Mask's secret technique, which isolated all auras, was also effective against sovereign emperors. Alright, I'll have to trouble you then. The person she's meeting tonight, what she's going to say, is very important to me. You. Not far away, there was a detached courtyard behind the Misty Rain Pavilion. The imperial capital, Yen City, was destined to not be peaceful tonight. Someone killed Duke Yun's son in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, it was a false accusation. News of this spread throughout the imperial capital in half a day. All the high-ranking factions received the news. Then, they quickly learned that the youth was the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaoqin. Everyone dug out everything about Xiaoqin in the faux god world. Even his past in the Divine Dragon Empire was sorted out. However, few factions knew that Xiaoqin was the Heavenly Alliance's rank 6 envoy inspector in the Yanwu dynasty. Only some factions with extremely vast accumulations could obtain this crucial information. This was the Heavenly Alliance's secret. Even within the Heavenly Alliance, only a few members of the upper echelon knew. It would be extremely difficult to find out in a short time. Of Yen Province's 100 counties, one was called Flaming Cloud County, Duke Yun's conferred land. By the time Senior Feng arrived at Duke Yun's residence, the sky had already turned dark. Dark clouds covered the sky, appearing as heavy as his heart. What? Linger died? When Duke Yun heard the news, he was greatly shocked, finding it hard to believe. Everyone in the Yanwu dynasty would give the royal clan disciples some face, even Wang Ling, who was blind and offended someone he could not afford to offend. The other party shouldn't have killed him. Young Master? Young Master really died. He died in the Misty Rain Tower. Elder Feng could imagine Duke Yun's rage. However, he still recounted the Misty Rain Pavilion's matter in detail. Bang! The Cloud Prince was enraged. Killing intent surged from his body as he slammed his palm down, shattering the thick wooden table. Everyone in the huge Duke's residence could feel Duke Yun's rage and murderous intent, trembling in fear. Pass down my order. Gather the God's Will army. I'm going to wash the Misty Rain Pavilion with blood. Duke Yun's eyes were about to spit fire. Until now, he still could not believe that Wang Ling was dead. The son that Monarch Yu favored the most had long since become Monarch Yu, preparing to inherit the position of a duke. His son had also worked hard for him. In the Divine Sword Pavilion, he had become the leader of the 7 true inheritors. He had even become the disciple of Imperial Emperor Dao Yan. Wang Ling had become a heaven-defying sovereign personage before the age of 50. He would definitely become a sovereign emperor within 100 years. However, such a son, the son that Monarch Yu looked forward to and doted on the most, actually got killed in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, the Misty Rain Pavilion even wanted him to apologize. This was unbearable. Duke, you can't do that. We cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. Startled, Elder Feng quickly tried to dissuade Duke Yun. His complexion even paled somewhat. Why are father and son the same? When they get angry, they go crazy. If that Monarch Yu had listened to me earlier, he would have left. If Xiaoqin could not remember him, how could he have died a miserable death? Your Highness, we cannot do that. We cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. The 2 deputies at the side tried to dissuade Duke Yun at the same time. Duke Yun showed a sullen expression, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, he said, "Activate the emergency transportation formation. I want to meet the 8th prince." Elder Feng heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he did not go to the Misty Rain Pavilion, everything else was fine. Originally, the emergency transportation formation could only be activated when the 8th prince's life was in danger. However, Duke Yun could not care so much today. A light flashed in the transportation formation. Duke Yun's group appeared majestically in the imperial residence of the 8th prince in Yen City, radiating killing chi. Duke Yun, the 8th prince has been waiting for a long time already. I'll bring you to meet him. Someone had been waiting outside the transportation formation of the imperial residence. When they saw Duke Yun's somewhat strange expression, they were not surprised. Eighth Prince, about today's matter. When Duke Yun saw the Eighth Prince, he immediately spoke up, wanting the Eighth Prince to seek justice for him. The Eighth Prince Wang Feng had dashing eyebrows and starry eyes, giving off a heroic air. However, he was young and mature. His eyes were like deep pools, unfathomable. Royal uncle, there's no need to say anything. I already know about this matter. Before you came, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's sect elders already punished me. Monarch, you spoke rudely in the Misty Rain Pavilion, challenging the Sovereign Emperor, even killing someone. He died a worthy death. His actions humiliated the royal court. Because of you, I was implicated as well and was grounded for 7 days. As for your punishment, I already asked the sect elders to be merciful and exempt you from it. What? When Duke Yun heard what the Eighth Prince said after interrupting him, he was stunned. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. This was not the result he wanted. Even if he could not touch the Misty Rain Pavilion, he would kill that Xianxia. The Eighth Prince said calmly, "The elders' punishments have always been fair. Your son spoke arrogantly in front of thousands of people and even dared to try to kill a sovereign emperor. This was irrefutable evidence. I couldn't overturn it even if I wanted to. The disciples of the imperial family could not be arrogant, or kill at will. These were the teachings of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. Your son committed all of them. I can't do anything about it." The Yanwu dynasty had always prospered, aside from the martial epic's luck. There was also the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarch. He abided by the ancestral teachings and was very strict with the imperial family's disciples. No matter what you do in secret, as long as there is no evidence, everything is negotiable. But once you violated the ancestral teachings, no matter what, even if you were a prince, you would still have to be punished. King Yun was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His face was pale, and his breathing hastened. After a long time, he finally said with red eyes, "All right, I admit to all of this. It is my son's fault for implicating your highness in the punishment. However, I have been at your highness's side for so many years. My most valued son died. He grew up with you, but you did not say anything." King Yun's meaning was clear. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarch did not care. It was fine to apologize openly, but it should be fine to kill someone in secret. Even if that Xianxia was a 3-vein sovereign emperor, as long as the Eighth Prince was willing, there were 10,000 ways to kill him in the imperial capital. As long as Xianxia was not discovered, everything was fine. King Yun knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily, causing blood to leak out. "Eighth Prince, please take revenge for my son." The Eighth Prince Wang Feng closed his eyes and said, "If it were someone else, even if he were a 4-vein sovereign emperor or a 5-vein sovereign emperor, I would take revenge for you at all costs. This concerns my reputation, so I cannot ignore it. However, Imperial Uncle, you cannot touch this person." "What?" King Yun, who was kneeling on the ground, looked up at the Eighth Prince, feeling stupefied. He could not do it openly or secretly. Was he going to keep suppressing his anger? The Eighth Prince said sullenly, "You cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. You cannot touch Xianxia either. Even if you want to, you should consider it at length and wait for me to ascend to the ceremony before doing so." King Yun's face immediately turned ashen. The Eighth Prince's words meant that he did not care. Not only that, but the Eighth Prince even told him not to make a move. King Yun held his breath. After a long time, he stood up and said, "This old man understands. This old man has disturbed the Eighth Prince. I will withdraw now. However, this old man wants to hear the reason. Why?" King Yun nearly spat out the word, "Why?" with blood flowing out of his mouth. King Yun could not accept this. His son died, but he could not do anything and had to obediently hold it in. Originally, King Yun wanted to seek justice from the Eighth Prince. However, he ended up crashing into a wall. Because he has the sky above him. The Eighth Prince said somewhat tiredly. Then he waved his hand and said, "You may withdraw. This matter ends here. I'll say it again. You cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. All the more you cannot touch Xianxia." After King Yun withdrew, the old man beside the Eighth Prince said, "This King Yun will probably not accept this. something unexpected might happen. The eighth prince retorted coldly, "Let him be. Let's see which prince in the imperial capital dares to offend the heavenly alliance for him. What an undeserved calamity. How did he give birth to such a stupid son?" The eighth prince closed the book in his hand and tossed it to the ground, showing how frustrated he was. The wind blew, and the lamp on the table swayed. Tonight, in the imperial capital, Yen City, clearly, just like this flickering lamp, it would not easily calm down. Chapter 22-25. When Duke Yun left the prince's residence, his expression turned extremely sullen. The vice-general and senior Feng did not dare to say anything. After a while, the vice-general said softly, "How can it be like this? Logically speaking, the eighth prince should not fear the Misty Rain Pavilion too much." Duke Yun retorted coldly, "Isn't the reason simple? The succession race is about to begin. The various princes are getting restless. Naturally, the eighth prince does not want to cause any trouble at this critical juncture. The succession race. If there were no special circumstances, the emperor had to abdicate for 100 years. Then, the most outstanding prince would be chosen from the princes to inherit the throne. The Yenwu dynasty's emperor could only hold the throne for 100 years. This was to provide fresh blood to the dynasty, maintain its vitality, and prevent it from becoming rigid. No matter how ancient a dynasty was, once it became rigid, its luck would decline, and the nation's luck would fall. Since ancient times, there had never been a lack of such examples. Hence, the rulers of the various dynasties and empires would not remain on the throne for long. No matter how brilliant or valiant one was, the dynasty's system would inevitably become rigid after a long time. This was something unavoidable. The dynasty had to change every 100 years, maintaining its vitality at all times. This filled the entire dynasty with competitiveness, not daring to slack off. Now, the Yenwu dynasty's Yen emperor had been on the throne for 80 years. It was time to choose the crown prince. The various princes competed in secret, all for the sake of coming out on top in the succession race and ascending to the throne. This was why the eighth prince Wang Feng felt so frustrated. At this crucial moment, Monarch Yu stirred up trouble for him. How could he not feel frustrated? It would have been fine if it were in the past. Now, how could Wang Feng stand up for him? After Duke Yun came out, he calmly thought about it and guessed the crux of the matter. "Duke, are we just going to let Monarch Yu's grudge go? If the eighth prince does not agree, we can go and seek help from the other princes," the vice-general at the side suggested. Duke Yun had been in the empire for many years. As a chess piece in the fight for the crown prince, he was still very attractive to the other princes. "That's right," Duke Yun said indifferently. "No prince would offend a Heavenly Alliance envoy inspector at this time and place. However, I will definitely take revenge for Ling. Even if I have to use my glory to do so, I will not refuse. Let's go to the Divine Sword Pavilion." The Divine Sword Pavilion was a rank 7 sect of the Yenwu dynasty, possessing deep accumulations. However, although it wasn't called the God Sword Pavilion, it didn't have much to do with the God Sword family. One was an aristocratic family, and the other was a sect. Because of the competition for the way of the sword, there was even some friction between them. As Duke Yun rushed to the Divine Sword Pavilion, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master also received news of the Heavenly Alliance's Xianxia's appearance. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion was the top pleasure quarter in the imperial capital Yen City. They would know that this Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not as simple as a pleasure quarter. Its accumulations were much deeper than expected. "Pavilion Master, we have already confirmed that Xiao Qin is the new envoy inspector of the Heavenly Alliance." In the pavilion, a black-clothed man presented the latest intelligence to a mysterious woman behind a curtain of black hair. "Xiao Qin, if I recall correctly, the fairy basket that the astral-plucking bandit Jiang he stole back then is in his hands, right?" The mysterious woman sighed. "Yes. We have made several deductions. The missing fairy basket is definitely not with Jiang He. There is only one possibility. After he stole the fairy basket, he casually gave it to Xiao Qin. It would be fine if he were somewhere else. However, since he is in the imperial capital Yen City, We have to make him hand over the fairy basket. As the mysterious woman spoke softly, she exuded a tyrannical air that clearly did not belong to a woman in a pleasure quarter. Understood. At the same time, at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain, a Buddhist sect holy land outside the imperial capital, the hidden spirit temple, a place invisible to the naked eye, a handsome-looking monk looked at the note in his hand and revealed a smile. Unexpectedly, you came to the Yanwu dynasty. It looks like I have to make some time to go down the mountain. This monk was none other than Yuan Zhen, who had interacted with Xiaochen a few times in the faux god world. The night had not ended, and dawn approached. In a small courtyard beside the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiaochen, Mo Chen, and Bao were still awake. The two were organizing the information that Su Yi sent someone to hand over. Previously, Su Yi had been the acting envoy inspector. Now that Xiaochen was here, they naturally had to slowly familiarize themselves with the information. However, Bao and Mo Chen were the ones organizing the information. Xiaochen did not pay much attention to it. After lighting an incense burner and consuming a soul-accumulating pill, Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, condensing his soul energy. Everyone had their own specialties. Sorting out the messy information was not Xiaochen's forte. If Bao and Mo Chen did it, they would get twice the result with half the effort. If Xiaochen did it, he would end up making things more complicated. The deity image materialized by the soul-accumulating pill in Xiaochen's soul pool slowly faded away. There were 3 divine vein rings under the blue dragon divine seal. With the soul-accumulating pill's refinement, the first divine vein ring was completely cleansed. Compared to the other 2 divine vein rings, the third divine vein ring was resplendent and filled with a divine nature. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. He had already finished refining the first divine vein ring. Only 2 remained. After he finished refining them, the soul energy that he inherited from the divine flame would truly belong to him, becoming his accumulations. Big brother Xiao, Bao, and I discovered something interesting, Mo Chen said softly as she put down the scroll in her hand. Seeing Xiaochen open his eyes, Mo Chen put down the scroll in her hand and said softly, Big brother Xiao, Bao, and I discovered something interesting. Mo Chen raised his eyebrows and asked out of curiosity, Oh? Let's hear it. We discovered that, aside from the Misty Rain Pavilion, all the other pleasure quarters in Yen City belong to the same organization. The other pleasure quarters are actually all part of the same organization. This organization is even older than the Heavenly Alliance. A thought occurred to Xiaochen. He asked seriously, What organization is it? The Pleasure Quarter Alliance, Mo Chen said calmly. There are more than 1,000 pleasure quarters in the imperial capital, all belonging to this organization. Only the Misty Rain Pavilion is not. In the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, the one with the best business and the highest status is the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Compared to the Misty Rain Pavilion, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion not only has deeper accumulations, but its layout is also much better. Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiaochen thought to himself, what a familiar name. That's right. I once went to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. He had stolen the fairy basket from there. It seemed to be their holy relic. The background of this Pleasure Quarter Alliance is extremely mysterious. Even now, no one knows about it. In the Yanwu dynasty, it firmly suppresses the Heavenly Alliance. More importantly, this organization has a wide network. Many of the princes, kings, and noble clans have unclear connections to it, Mo Chen said in a somewhat reserved manner after a pause. More importantly, this organization has a lot of connections. Many of the princes, kings, and noble clans have unclear connections to it. As for what kind of unclear connections they had, Xiaochen naturally understood. The heads of the pleasure quarters all had their own charms. It was not difficult for them to bewitch others. How many men could resist their charms? If they ran into a threat, they would not waste their efforts. There would be many benefactors coming to their aid. Xiaochen muttered, pleasure quarters and assassins are ancient occupations that naturally existed since the epoch. With the existence of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, the Misty Rain Pavilion has been able to thrive, prospering and surviving until now. She is not simple. Sui, This woman is somewhat terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures tore through the air. It was Nangong Feng and the others, who had returned. They had inquired about the strength of the Heavenly Alliance's 10 merchant associations and came to report. Over the course of the night, the group thoroughly investigated how many experts the 10 great merchant associations had and how strong they were. Xiaochen listened carefully. Soon he understood what was going on, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. Xiaochen, these 10 merchant associations have deep connections with the local noble clans. I can even sense the royal bloodline aura of some of the sovereign emperor experts overseeing them. This is extremely strange, Nangong Feng said with a somewhat grave expression. Mou said indifferently, no wonder the Heavenly Alliance has been unable to expand in the Yanwu dynasty. Its profits are strangely low. These people are all traders, colluding with outsiders to split the profits. How can the Heavenly Alliance expand? Xiaochen said calmly, it is more or less as I guessed. The previous 3 envoy inspectors were probably involved. They hindered the interests of some people and died mysteriously. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters controlled the best alchemists, blacksmiths, and blacksmiths in the world. The quality of the medicinal pills, weapons, and secret treasures they refined went without saying. In terms of doing business, the subordinate merchant associations had the support of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. How could the other merchant associations compete with them? The current situation happened because the network of interests was too large and too deep. Even the Heavenly Alliance could not do anything about it. It was not that the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters did not know about such a situation. They had thought of forcefully taking back authority. However, the result was the strange deaths of 3 envoy inspectors, leaving the Heavenly Alliance's faction in the Yanwu dynasty to maintain its current state. Hence, the envoy inspector position remained empty for so many years, with Su Yi managing it. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight shone in from the window. Xiaochen turned his head to look. The sky was already bright. Wu Meng is not back yet? Xiaochen's face sank slightly. Wu Meng, who he sent to follow Su Yi, had not returned even after dawn. Chapter 22-26. Pavilion Master Su, what about you? The might of a 3-veined sovereign emperor erupted from Xiaochen's body, shaking the surroundings. He struck out with his palm, shattering the wall. A figure screamed as he was sent flying backward. Wu Meng vomited a mouthful of blood. As he looked at the sky, his expression changed drastically under his mask. He had a clear understanding of what he could fight for and what he had to be wary of. The middle-aged man was the president of the Golden Essence Chamber of Commerce. His name was Jin Bao, and his expression was cold and indifferent. For some reason, Su Yi did not mention that Xiao Chen had Ku Yun's disciple following him. I'm not going either. This yellow-haired brat killed people the moment he arrived. It was obvious that he wanted to give us a show of strength. He wanted to tell us that he had a strong backing and wanted to forcefully take over the power. With just Yi Zifeng protecting him, do you think he can fly to the sky? A total of 11 people sat on the top floor of the main building. Aside from Su Yi, the others were the leaders of the various merchant associations. If he could learn this information in advance and inform it to Xiaochen, he would undoubtedly be able to take the initiative and advance or retreat with ease. A trace of exhaustion flashed between his brows as he said softly, I have already delivered the message. Whether you want to go or not depends on you. Before sunset, the Misty Rain Pavilion will welcome you. After talking for half the night, they had more or less said everything that needed to be said. Jin Bao sneered and said, Chairman Liu, looks like this courtyard of yours isn't as tight as you said. If it doesn't work, I'll arrange a place next time. Halfway through his words, Jin Bao suddenly struck out with his palm. That's right. Pavilion Master Su, you have always been the acting inspector. Everyone respects you. Now, just a word from you, and we will all listen to you. Their expressions changed greatly. Last night's conversation had been heard by someone? The inescapable net instantly trapped Wu Meng. The Golden Essence Merchant Association was a subordinate merchant association of the Heavenly Alliance's Yen capital, comparable to the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion. The others were just as curious. Jin Bao glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "I want to announce." On the host's seat, Suyi raised her eyebrows slightly. She turned her head and said, "The two of you, go and take a look as well." But this time he had gained a lot. An old man in the room coughed and said, "All right, the farce ends here. Pavilion Master Su, what do you want to announce by gathering everyone here today?" Outside the building, Wu Meng, who was leaning against the wall, perked up his ears. Just as Xiao Chen expected, Su Yi only stayed in the Misty Rain Pavilion for half an hour before she left. Wu Meng thought to himself, "This Su Yi is like a vixen. Based on her methods, she does not seem like a little girl at all." Dawn broke through the clouds and the morning sun shone brightly. Woo! Su Ye's group of 3 entered a heavily guarded courtyard. There were king-grade guards standing guard at the entrance. The moment he landed, he hurriedly stuck to the wall. Flickering spots of light appeared in the black crystal ball. After a while, the old man said, "Miss, no one is following us." A skinny old man said sinisterly. He did not seem to care about Xiao Chen's feelings at all. "Look again and I'll dig out your dog eyes." Wisps of seemingly weak soul power swept over him. Wu Meng knew that the 3 of them were checking to see if anyone was following him. Wu Meng took note of this person's appearance. This person should be a thorn that would not be easy to deal with. Wu Meng, who was hidden behind the 3, felt his heart tighten. He did not know if the Death God mask would work. "Pavilion Master Su, as long as you agree, we will help you get back this face." Even a fly would find it hard to enter, much less a person. Wu Meng frowned heavily outside the courtyard. After putting on the Death God mask, Wu Meng followed Xiao Chen's instructions. After he left, he kept an eye on Su Yi in the Misty Rain Pavilion. "Big brother, there is no need, right? There are no fluctuations from the formations and restrictions at all. Furthermore, who is so blind to dare to come here? Since Elder Lu is not going, I will not go either. I have to think of a way to enter." There had to be sovereign emperor experts maintaining the ritual formations and restrictions in the unseen darkness. After the bountiful treasure pavilions, Lu Zhang expressed his stance. A few people immediately followed suit, saying that they would not go. The gray-clad old man guarding the pavilion's roof frowned heavily. He seemed to have sensed some subtle fluctuations earlier. "All right, I'll go. All of you, come with me. Be quick and search the entire courtyard again." Wu Meng felt suspicious. At the same time, he felt eager to try. He revealed a faint smile under his mask. The 10 association chiefs gathered at the broken wall, watching Wu Meng's figure. In the next moment, footsteps rang out in the courtyard. A group of guards wearing the Heavenly Alliance's special battle armor rushed over from all directions. Su Yi raised her head and looked out the window. Unknowingly, the sky had already turned bright. "I told you to go, so go. Cut the crap." "Ha, this is good. Since the new envoy inspector has arrived, I have to meet him." Wu Meng's figure flashed, and his entire body turned pitch black, merging with the night. Wu Meng found a blind spot and leaped up, silently landing in the courtyard. Wei Fatso asked with a heartless smile as he sat up again. He did not feel embarrassed or distressed over what happened earlier. Many people asked as they looked at Su Yi in dissatisfaction. "Damn it, I was too careless. That Jin Bao discovered my presence after the sky turned bright." Su Yi raised her eyebrows. This old man was Lu Zhang, the association chiefs of the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Merchant Association, the strongest of the 10. This courtyard was also this person's property. The hidden experts and guards were all his people. Jin Bao smiled faintly and ignored them. The remaining people did not say anything. Some looked at Su Yi, and some looked at the silent middle-aged man. The other old man controlling the bronze mirror put away the secret treasure and said, "No one is following us." Wearing the Death God mask, Wu Meng moved stealthily in the crowd, looking like he merged with the darkness. Boom! The streets of the imperial capital Yen City were still filled with flowers at night. There were not many women dressed like Su Yi, but they were not special either. They did not stand out in the crowd. Indeed, Su Yi came to meet these people. Vaguely, there seemed to be 2 big sects within the top 10 chambers of commerce. Su Yi glared at them, and a short sword landed between Fatso's legs. The sword pierced through Wu Meng's pants and stabbed into the chair, trembling slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wu Meng thought to himself. Clearly, Su Yi was meeting with an important guest. They might be discussing how to deal with Xiao Chen. Wu Meng sat cross-legged and looked around. He now had a clear understanding of the attitude and bottom line of the 10 merchant associations association chiefs. This information would be extremely useful to Xiao Chen. It's nothing. I believe everyone already knows that our new envoy inspector is here. He even killed Duke Yun's son in my Misty Rain Pavilion. Let's not talk about this matter. He told me to pass on a message to everyone. You all have to go to the Misty Rain Pavilion to meet him before sunset. The two used the secret treasures in their hands to check again. Just as everyone said their goodbyes and prepared to leave, a brilliant light flashed in Jin Bao's eyes. Then he suddenly said, "Wait." As Jin Bao breathed, he felt strands of soul energy sweep through his body. Fortunately, the death god mask worked again. The sovereign emperors in the courtyard did not discover him. Such a reply was equivalent to spouting nonsense. The imperial capital Yen City. However, the Misty Rain twin demons still did not feel assured. They each took out a secret treasure, a bronze mirror and a black crystal ball. This person was the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's association leader, Wei Dexin, a famous pervert. Every time Su Yi saw him, he would teach Wei Dexin a lesson. Pavilion Master Su, aren't you being too careful? Fatso fell to the ground in fright, eliciting loud laughter. The others were already used to this and were not surprised. Su Yi nodded slightly and left. He really doesn't know his limits. I think he has forgotten how the previous 3 envoy inspectors died. Jin Bao said in a deep voice, I have something very important to tell everyone. The sky was already bright, but Xiao Chen still had not left. The death god mask had a very different effect during the day and night. Why is he so cautious? Where is he going? Pu Si. The Misty Rain twin demons returned to Su Ye's side and said softly, It's fine. What happened? Su Yi did not move even after a long time. As she observed, black carriages occasionally stopped, and people entered them. A cold look flashed on Su Ye's face as she entered deep thought. I'll go all out. Only that Fatso could not understand. He smiled happily, not knowing what Jin Bao was up to. Su Yi found this strange, not knowing what Jin Bao wanted to say. The one who spoke was a plump, well-endowed Fatso with a wide smile on his face. His expression did not show any emotional fluctuations, appearing calm and gloomy. He gave the impression of an unfathomable martial Dao expert rather than the association president of a merchant association. The Misty Rain twin demons immediately left to carry out the order. What's the matter? Fatso asked with a smile. His beady eyes brazenly sized up Su Ye's voluptuous figure. Hundreds of sovereign personages patrolled the courtyard. There were even 3 vain sovereign emperors guarding the roof. Wu Meng wore a veil and a thick white fur coat. She hid her cultivation, appearing very cautious. The Misty Rain twin demons and 2-3 vain sovereign emperor old men followed closely behind, protecting her in secret. The sovereign emperor experts in the courtyard opened their eyes at the same time, locking their gazes on Wu Meng. When Jin Bao saw Su Yi looking at him, he said indifferently, Whether I meet or not is a completely different matter. I need to go back and discuss this with the others before making a decision. If we go and the inspector asks us to hand over the debt, it won't be easy to deal with him. If we don't go, we'll offend the inspector. At that time, it's hard to say if we'll have our resources cut. What? He secretly transmitted his voice. Third brother, bring some people to patrol the courtyard. Don't let anything happen tonight. If you want to see him, you can go. I won't go unless he comes to pick me up personally. I heard that this inspector isn't even 100 years old. He's just a yellow-haired kid. If he wants me to give him face, he'll have to see his sincerity first. Dong 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 dong. In the main building of the courtyard, someone pushed open the window and looked outside. In the end, he purposely lured him into a trap, and due to his carelessness, he was severely injured by the other party. However, the formations and restrictions were all activated. The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang's expression immediately turned unsightly. He said seriously, "Capture him. I want him alive. I want to see who is so bold as to behave atrociously in this old man's territory." Perhaps Su Yi was taking a detour on purpose, or Yen City was truly very large, but they walked for 4 hours. They might gain a great harvest on this trip. This disappointed several people. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's association leader, Lu Zhang, snorted coldly in disdain. Naturally, Lu Zhang would not personally check. No one knew if this was a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Wu Meng, who was already hiding outside, felt his heart tighten. It was more or less what he guessed. Su Yi honestly told him what Xiaochen wanted to say. "It's fine. It's probably just a routine check by the guards. The association leaders of our 10 merchant associations are gathered here. We have to be more cautious. Otherwise, we will become a laughingstock if we get wiped out." Wu Meng's opinion could influence the opinions of a group of people. Several people were waiting for him to speak. The sky and the earth were impenetrable. Su Yi laughed softly, her laughter as pleasant as a wind chime. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters appointed the envoy inspector. This little girl has always been barely able to hold the position. Now that a new envoy inspector is here, I will definitely have to hand over my position. Everyone, you have overestimated this little girl. Su Yi had many connections in the imperial capital Yen City. She had the backing of a noble clan and deep accumulations. Everyone had tested each other for a long time. Whether to go or not, most of them had already made up their minds. He killed people in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Clearly, he does not care about Pavilion Master Su. Chapter 22-27. The formation was activated, and the restriction was agitated. Logically speaking, an injured one-vein sovereign emperor should have no chance of escaping. In fact, Xiaochen did not even need a sovereign emperor to make a move. Given his current state, it would be difficult for him to charge out. On the roof, the 3-vein sovereign emperor gray-clad old man watched coldly as Wu Meng broke through the formation. There were 2 other 2-vein sovereign emperors at Xiaochen's side, ready to attack at any moment. Under the suppression of the formation, I can only bring out 50% of my saber skills. Under the mask, Wu Meng paled as he felt the invisible pressure of the world. Xiaochen could not bring out the full might of his divine seal and Dao domain. They were firmly suppressed around him, preventing him from moving. If he could activate the alloy battle armor, he would feel much better. However, that would expose his identity, which was not what he wanted. So. More than 100 elite guards soared into the sky. They relied on the array formation and restrictions to entangle Wu Meng, intending to capture him. Courting death. Wu Meng snorted coldly. Although he was injured, his dignity prevented him from accepting defeat at the hands of these small fries. Killing turned into a demon, madness enraged. Bang! Wu Meng raged in his heart. Without any fear, he unleashed his massacre Dao domain. A saber light flashed, and the bright sky darkened. When the saber light disappeared, the sky turned bright. 10 cries of agony were heard at the same time. 10 figures died at the same time. Their bodies were split in half and their souls were destroyed. Wu Meng seemed to have gone mad. He raised his saber and swung it down. As the sky darkened, he killed these elite guards, scattering them. Not only did he take a life with each slash, he killed 10 people in a fit of rage. So powerful! The various Chamber of Commerce's association chiefs watching from the main building sucked in a breath of cold air. This was even after Jin Bao had severely injured him. Jin Bao was a 3-vein sovereign emperor, someone who had been famous for a long time. Furthermore, he was still able to display such strength. If he wasn't heavily injured, how terrifying would his strength be? The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang showed a grave and stern expression as he cursed, "Bunch of good-for-nothings. Dead or alive, we must take him down today." Seeing Wu Meng make a move, Lu Zhang immediately felt humiliated. His plan to capture Wu Meng alive might fail. "Second bro, third bro, you two go. Make it quick and don't let Mr. Lu lose face again." The gray-robed old man said lightly. The 2 people beside him laughed sinisterly. Alright, my hands have been itching for a long time. Boom. The two of them leaped into the air. Immediately, wind and clouds gathered. He felt as if the sky was about to fall on his back. Cracks appeared in Xianxia's Dao domain. In a rush, he turned around and chopped. Ding. When the two sabers clashed with Wu Meng's sabers, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Hee, you also play with sabers? Then we brothers will play with you. We'll show you what real saber skills are. The two brothers attacked at the same time. Saber lights flashed, and their figures changed. The sound of sabers clashing rang out endlessly. A vast saber-intense soared into the clouds and spread out in the sky above the courtyard. Clang, clang, clang. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. Wu Meng gritted his teeth as he fought one against two. In just a moment, there were hundreds of saber scars on his body, and blood dyed his robes red. However, the two brothers did not have it easy either, and there were also many saber scars on their bodies. Wu Meng was one example. If you hack at me, I will hack at you. Even if Wu Meng had to suffer another saber strike because of this, he did not fear it. This was where Wu Meng's nickname of Saber Demon came from. However, the cultivation technique that he cultivated matched his nature. As Wu Meng's injuries worsened, he became even crazier, attacking even more ruthlessly. To think that the bountiful treasure pavilion's thunderbolt twin sabers can't suppress this person. After knocking Wu Meng away, the thunderbolt twin sabers firmly suppressed him. This forced Wu Meng back to the ground, trapping him in the middle, unable to advance. However, after a while, when Wu Meng was bathed in blood, his aura of massacre multiplied. The howling saber hum was like a powerful killing god laughing maniacally. The berserk aura counterattacked. Bush, bush. Saber winds laughed maniacally like ghosts in the courtyard. A strong wind blew, and laughter rang out endlessly. It was unknown whether it was the saber laughing or Wu Meng laughing. However, that laughter made one's scalp go numb. To think that Wu Meng alone suppressed the thunderbolt twin sabers with his aura alone. Playing with sabers with me? In that case, let's see whose saber is more ruthless. Wu Meng laughed maniacally under the mask. He did not care how severe his injuries were. His grave eyes only focused on the thunderbolt twin sabers. With the demonic saber in hand, I sing to my heart's content, only killing. The expressions of the association chiefs in the main pavilion slowly changed. The sovereign emperor experts behind them had already moved to stand in front of the association chiefs without them realizing it. The association chiefs already placed their hands on their weapons, fearing that Wu Meng would erupt and take them down with him. He really is a madman. Could this fellow be someone of the demonic Dao? The association chiefs said in a trembling voice when they saw Wu Meng's crazed saber aura. No matter who he is, he will die today. The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang said through clenched teeth, showing an extremely cold expression. A brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the peak three-veined sovereign emperor gray-clad old man on the roof. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and everyone's ears buzzed. They felt dizzy, and their souls trembled. When looking around, afterimages layered over each other. The world shook, and their bodies trembled, unable to stand stably. Wuxia. Wu Meng's surging aura paused, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the thunderbolt twin saber's eyes flashed with a cold and merciless light. The two sabers stabbed into Wu Meng's chest at the same time. The instant the sabers pierced Wu Meng's chest, the two reacted as if they had a telepathic connection, retreating frantically. However, it was too late. Wu Meng roared, sounding like the roar of an ancient hero from the depths of the 18 layers of hell. That roar pierced through the layered layers of hell, erupting with an unprecedented aura and scattering the gray-clad old man's soul energy attack. Wu Meng used the last of his remaining strength to roar and chop. The two afterimages shattered, and a horrifying wound appeared on the chests of the thunderbolt twin sabers, who were retreating. If not for the armor protecting their chests, this saber strike would have chopped the two in half. Even so, the thunderbolt twin sabers still felt frightened, trembling in fear. Their hands, which held their sabers, continued to tremble. It's over. Everyone could tell that Wu Meng had done his best after that final saber strike. While Wu Meng was not at the end of his rope, he was not far from it. Initially, he had been fighting with his life on the line. That final saber strike, which was unprecedented since ancient times, drained all his divine energy and soul energy. The gray-clad old man, who had been standing on the roof and watching coldly, roared only at the crucial moment, soared into the air. He soared into the sky and arrived before Wu Meng in a flash. Despair flashed in Wu Meng's heart. However, that face under the mask smiled. Wu Meng had used his full power in this final battle, feeling carefree and carefree. He had not lived in vain. As an outstanding talent challenging the martial Dao, if he did not have the resolve to die, the Saber Demon and Wind Demon would not have reached their current heights. However, just as the gray-clad old man was about to attack, he suddenly felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. The gray-clad old man placed his hand on Wu Meng's head, not daring to strike and shatter Wu Meng's skull. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone was shocked. The gray-robed old man had charged over at lightning speed. Why did the gray-clad old man suddenly stop? The gray-clad old man charged over at lightning speed and saw a white-clad person with a cold expression on the wall. At some point, this person had appeared and coldly eyed the gray-clad old man. With just one glance, the gray-clad old man felt unbearable pain as if thousands of sabers were stabbing him. The gray-clad old man's finger twitched, wanting to kill Wu Meng in one go. Do you believe that you will die if you move again? However, just as the gray-clad old man revealed some clues, an icy voice rang out in his ears. The gray-clad old man looked in the direction of the voice. The instant their eyes met, the pressure from Xianxia's King True Dragon bloodline surged over, carrying the soul energy of the Blue Dragon Divine Seal. Bang! 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 An invisible aura shattered layer by layer. The gray-clad old man felt a pressure from the depths of his soul, so heavy that he could not breathe. Thud, 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 thud. The gray-clad old man had no choice but to take 3 steps back. Whoosh! However, before the gray-clad old man could take his 3rd step, a purple light flashed, and that white figure landed before him. Even though the gray-clad old man had been prepared, he had not expected this person to throw a palm strike after landing. Reckless fool! The gray-clad old man raged. Just a mere one-vein sovereign emperor. There was no end to this. The aura of a 3-vein sovereign emperor erupted as the gray-clad old man threw a palm strike. Bang! When the 2 palms clashed, the gray-clad old man first used his soul energy, wanting to intimidate Xianxia. However, the gray-clad old man suddenly discovered that Xianxia's soul energy was no weaker than his. In fact, it was even stronger. The gray-clad old man immediately panicked and quickly brought out his 3-vein sovereign emperor divine energy. 1 divine vein equaled 1 heaven for a sovereign emperor. The gray-clad old man did not believe that his divine energy could not knock back the other party. Suddenly, a blue dragon image appeared behind Xianxia. Closely following that, many dragon images circled around him. When the 10,000 dragons picture formed, blood leaked out of the gray-clad old man's mouth as he got knocked back by Xianxia's palm strike. 10,000 dragons art. It's the 10,000 dragons art. The gray-clad old man was very knowledgeable. This was a sovereign emperor cultivation technique that had been lost to the dragon race for countless epochs. This cultivation technique was many levels higher than the one he cultivated. Don't you dare touch my big brother. When the Thunderbolt twin sabers saw that their big brother was injured, they ignored the saber wounds on their chests and charged at Xianxia at the same time, wanting to help the gray-clad old man. No! Panic flashed in the gray-clad old man's eyes as he shouted, wanting to stop all this. 3 life flower. Xianxia placed one hand on his chest and formed a hand seal. In the next moment, saber lights spread out from his body, looking like petals blooming. It was hard to tell whether it was the beauty of the flower or the resplendent saber light. The instant the flower bloomed, it illuminated 3 worlds. The Thunderbolt dual sabers were like moths darting into a flame, right in front of the 3 life flower. Thousands of saber lights pierced through them, killing them miserably on the spot, not even leaving a corpse behind. No, before the gray-robed old man's voice faded away, His two brothers, who had been through life and death with him, had already died. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The 10 association chiefs in the main pavilion were all stunned. Chapter 22-28. Second brother, third brother. The gray-robed elder howled in pain and knelt on the ground. What could be more sorrowful than seeing one's brother die in front of one's eyes? Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he turned to look at Wu Meng. 2 sabers were stuck in Wu Meng's chest. Although he was still standing, he had already lost his breath and was unable to speak. Xiao Chen reached out and took off Wu Meng's mask. Blood flowed out of Wu Meng's 7 apertures, a ghastly sight. His eyes were wide open and blood flowed out. The corners of his mouth, nostrils, and ears had yet to dry, and his face looked sinister and terrifying. Xiao Chen placed his hand on Wu Meng's arm and checked his injuries. After a while, he entered deep thought. The 2 sabers on Wu Meng's chest were not fatal. The truly fatal thing was that Wu Meng had exhausted all his qi and blood in battle, and his soul energy had dried up. Although he wasn't dead, he was hanging by a thread. Xiao Chen was a step too late. There was no need for the gray-robed old man to do anything. Wu Meng would die without a doubt. He would not be killed by others but killed in battle. Looking at the wounds on his body, Xiao Chen knew at a glance that he could have avoided it. As long as he activated the alloy battle armor, with his strength, he should be able to rush out. However, he didn't want to expose his identity, so he chose to fight to the death. So. A few more figures landed in the courtyard. They were Nangong Feng and the others, who had rushed over. Seeing that Wu Meng had not returned by daybreak, Xiao Chen decisively chose to look for Wu Meng. The others were a few steps behind him, only arriving now. Brother Wu. Seeing Wu Meng's appearance, Nangong Feng and the others immediately revealed pained expressions. Only Emochen calmly checked on Wu Meng's injuries. I've already sealed his divine seal to ensure that his soul doesn't scatter. He won't die, so don't be too sad. Emochen, take care of him. I'll be right back. Xiao Chen said softly and turned to look at the gray-robed old man. A trace of viciousness flashed in the old man's eyes, but he was not blinded by hatred. He looked coldly at Xiao Chen and quickly retreated. What a pity! This kind of person was a scourge if left alive. Now that he had voluntarily retreated, there was no reason to continue killing him. Xiao Chen looked around and saw a hole in the wall of the main building. The 10 Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders and Su Yi looked at him with different expressions. Xiao Chen spread his arms and soared into the sky, the dragon shadow following him. He was clearly just one person, but he gave off the impression that there were 10,000 dragons patrolling, majestic and unstoppable. Thud thud thud. Hurried and disorderly footsteps rang out. The leaders of the 10 great merchant guilds all took several steps back. The various sovereign emperor guards silently stepped forward and blocked the way, cautiously looking at Xiao Chen. As the saying went, there was strength in numbers. There were several 3-vein sovereign emperor experts in this main pavilion. However, when they stood together and faced Xiao Chen, for some reason, they felt immense pressure, not daring to underestimate him. There was no need to explain the reason. The royal blue dragon bloodline, the soul energy from the demonic sovereign's divine flame, the 10,000 dragons art that had been passed down for countless epochs, and Xiao Chen's untainted and pure heart. How could this group of people face him? Even a 4-vein sovereign emperor would feel mountain-like pressure when facing Xiao Chen, who did not deliberately withdraw his aura, forcing them to be careful at all times. Barging into this old man's private residence and killing my guards, who exactly are you? The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang, who hid behind the guards, shouted as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen with a sullen expression. Greetings, Envoy Inspector. Right after Lu Zhang spoke, Su Yi bowed slightly and greeted softly. The Misty Rain Pavilion's duo Sa Sha bowed at the same time and greeted respectfully. What? The 10 Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders immediately felt an uproar in their hearts. All sorts of expressions appeared on their faces, looking extremely interesting. Xiao Chen had arrived at the Misty Rain Pavilion only last night. More accurately, he had only arrived about 14 hours ago. Although these people knew that the new envoy inspector was very young, they did not have a portrait of him. They had always felt that the new envoy inspector was just a brat. How could he pose a threat? They did not associate him with Xiao Chen at all. When they heard Su Ye's words, they were immediately shocked. They were shocked that the person who killed the Thunderbolt twin sabers was the envoy inspector. Even more shocking was that the envoy inspector was completely different from the rumored brat. He was completely different. Greetings, envoy inspector. No matter what, now that Xiao Chen had the Heavenly Alliance's letter of appointment, he was their immediate superior. Even though they felt very unconvinced, they did not dare to show any disrespect. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Xiao Chen said indifferently as he walked forward. The Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders immediately made way for him. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen sat down on the host's seat. Take a seat. There's no need to stand, Xiao Chen said calmly. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso chuckled and said, hearing about you is better than meeting you in person. Lord Envoy Inspector is truly a dragon among men. You are extraordinarily handsome and your skills are incredible. Xiao Chen's grace and heroic bearing convinced Fatso with just one look. However, Fatso suddenly recalled that there was an urgent matter at home. My 87th concubine is about to give birth. I will definitely go to the Misty Rain Pavilion to apologize before sunset. Sorry about that, but I really have to go. As Fatso was about to leave, the other Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders immediately cursed him for being shameless in their hearts. However, they followed suit, saying that they had urgent matters to attend to. Those who could not think of an excuse thickened their skin and said that their concubines were about to give birth, like Fatso, and that they would go to the Misty Rain Pavilion to apologize at night. Right now, the atmosphere was clearly not right. The envoy inspector's friend's fate was unknown, and his anger had yet to subside. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang lost a lot of face and felt angry. If they stayed, both sides would suffer. Furthermore, if Xiao Chen used this opportunity to make things difficult for them, they would not be prepared at all. When they returned, they would discuss it with the faction behind them before making a decision. At that time, whether they went to the Misty Rain Pavilion or not, it would be much easier. They would not be like now, caught off guard and unprepared, facing a strong envoy inspector. Xiao Chen glanced at Fatso. Bai Yunfei was the one who investigated the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's information. Wei Fatso was not lying when he said that he indeed had 87 concubines. However, your 87th concubine has only been in the family for 4 months, and she is going to give birth so early. Clearly, she is not your child. There is no need to rush back. I'll find someone to help you kill her tomorrow, ending all your troubles. There is no need to thank me. Su Yi, who was at the side, could not help giggling. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he ignored Fatso's explanation. He said seriously, everyone, there is no need to beat around the bush. As the saying goes, it is better to come at the right time than at the right time. Since everyone is here, let's talk about tonight's matter now. Since they ran into each other, Xiao Chen naturally would not let these people leave no matter what. It is good that everyone is not leaving. Just stay. Let's not talk about anything else first. Although you are the envoy inspector, you killed my sovereign emperor guards without permission. Even if you report this matter to Alliance Chief Hua Tianyang, you will not be able to justify yourself. This old man respects you as the Lord Envoy Inspector. However, you need to give me an explanation today. Otherwise, this old man will not let this matter rest. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang showed a cold expression as he took the initiative to make things difficult. He picked up his teacup and looked at Xiao Chen. No matter what, he is a sovereign emperor. How can he kill him rashly? Even if he is in the wrong, he is still someone from the Heavenly Alliance. There is no need to be so ruthless. Lord Envoy Inspector, you should give us an explanation. Otherwise, old Lu's anger will not be appeased. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's contributions to the Heavenly Alliance are the greatest in the Yanwu dynasty. No matter what, you should give us some face. After all, the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang had operated in the imperial capital for many years. His reputation and connections among the 10 great merchant associations gave him a lot of weight. The moment Lu Zhang spoke, a few association chiefs voiced their support. However, their tones were rather gentle. If Xiao Chen had not shown such an overbearing attitude earlier, these words might have sounded strange and exceptionally unpleasant. The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao showed a meaningful cold smile as he casually toyed with the 3 glass pearls in his hand. Jin Bao really wanted to see how this new envoy inspector, who appeared extraordinary but was clearly too young, would deal with a sinister old man like Lu Zhang. Jin Bao wanted to see how this new envoy inspector, who appeared extraordinary but was clearly too young, would deal with a sinister old man like Lu Zhang. Just based on his aura, one could not tell if Lu Zhang was a true dragon or a false dragon. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso seemed to be thinking about how to defend himself against the problem of whether he had planted the bountiful treasure pavilion or not, ignoring everything else. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations observed Xiao Chen's expression and cheered in their hearts. As long as the bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang continued to be unyielding, the bigger the commotion, the better. It would be for the best if this envoy inspector could cause a commotion and not talk about collecting authority and auditing the accounts. If Xiao Chen did not deal with this properly, these neutral association chiefs would quickly join the ranks of those supporting Lu Zhang. The seemingly calm room was actually full of schemes, each harboring ulterior motives. There were undercurrents surging, boundlessly dangerous. However, Xiao Chen did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Su Yi and asked, "Pavilion Master Su, what do you think?" Su Yi felt stunned when she heard that. Clearly, she had not expected Xiao Chen to throw the ball at her. This move also surpassed many people's expectations. Everyone immediately focused their gazes on Su Yi. Xiao Chen was forcing her to take a stand. There was no way out. Under everyone's gazes, the situation forced her into a corner. She could not avoid it. Su Yi's thoughts raced. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. However, she soon figured out that she was very clear on Lu Zhang's background. However, she could not figure out Xiao Chen's background. No matter what, she could not offend Xiao Chen too much for now. Furthermore, when the two of them tested each other in the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiao Chen did not show any hostility to her. Unexpectedly, his seemingly joking words, "Pull me up after falling into the river," came true so quickly. There seems to be some misunderstanding in this matter. It is still too early to conclude that the envoy inspector is wrong. After we investigate this matter, it will not be too late to seek justice for association chiefs, Su Yi said softly, unhurriedly. Although Su Yi's voice was not loud, everyone in the room heard her clearly. The association chiefs who wanted to support Lu Zhang immediately dispelled such thoughts. While Su Yi's words seemed fair, in reality, she was biased toward Xiao Chen. Saying that it was too early to say that there was a misunderstanding completely dispelled Lu Zhang's intention to make trouble for Xiao Chen. More importantly, Su Yi's words indicated that she had already taken a side. This was something worth pondering. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and looked at the bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang. He did not say anything, but his meaning was clear. Pavilion Master Su already said that it was a misunderstanding. If you continue to cause trouble, you will not be popular. Misunderstanding? Lu Zhang smiled coldly. Then, he said indifferently, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. It looks like there is no need for this old man to remain here. Lu Zhang stood up to leave. However, he was somewhat disappointed. No one stood up with him. Lu Zhang cursed in his heart. Then, he turned around and left quickly with a sullen expression. However, just as Lu Zhang reached the door, a cold voice rang out, causing his entire body to freeze. "Without my instructions, if you dare to walk out of this door today, this Xiao dares to treat you as not a member of the Heavenly Alliance." Chapter 22-29. Without my instructions, if you dare to walk out of this door today, this Xiao will treat you as not a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chen's cold voice echoed in the pavilion, immediately freezing the bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang. With just one simple sentence, everyone could clearly sense the cold, emotionless, and indifferent killing intent from Xiao Chen's body. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a little quiet. Aside from the sound of heartbeats, there was no sound of wind or words. Was Xiao Chen just bluffing, or was he really going to kill? The association chiefs of the subordinate merchant associations could not understand what was going on. They stole glances at Xiaoqin. Aside from coldness, Xiaoqin did not show any emotion, appearing unfathomable and unfathomable. Damn it! Lu Zhang cursed in his heart. His expression turned extremely sullen as he stood with his back facing Xiaoqin. No matter whether Lu Zhang advanced or retreated, it was an indisputable fact that he was at a disadvantage before Xiaoqin in their first clash. At this moment, Lu Zhang was stuck in a dilemma. He did not dare to act rashly. He was somewhat afraid that Xiaoqin would really disregard everything and kill him here. Xiaoqin was clearly just a one-vain sovereign emperor. However, the strength that he showed deterred the 3 vain sovereign emperor guards from making a rash move. Lu Zhang also did not know where the gray-clad old man from earlier had gone. If that gray-clad old man were still around, Lu Zhang was confident that he could protect himself even if Xiaoqin made things difficult for him. Now, Lu Zhang really did not dare to gamble. The best outcome would be for someone to step forward and share some of the pressure for him. However, there was no one. No one in the pavilion stood up for him, making him feel even more flustered. I cannot retreat. Once I retreat, I will lose all my dignity. If word gets out that I was frightened by a brat, I will not retreat. In the future, how am I going to establish myself in the cruel imperial capital? If you want to play, this old man will play with you. At worst, this old man will die together with you. This thought just appeared in Lu Zhang's mind when he suddenly felt the killing intent behind him multiply, rising rapidly. It was Xiaoqin casually moving his right hand, silently forming the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Xiaoqin's killing intent seemed to make time stop as it penetrated Lu Zhang's body. Like frost, it spread through his limbs, bones, and internal organs. As long as he dared to act rashly, Xiaoqin would definitely kill him without the slightest mercy. Guild leader Lu, come back first. It won't be too late to leave after hearing what the envoy inspector has to say. Su Yi frowned slightly and said softly. She did not wish to see an overly domineering Xiaoqin. The moment this was said, Lu Zhang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He said indifferently, "All right, then this old man will listen to exactly what you have to say." The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao smiled coldly in his heart. You are so scared that you nearly peed your pants, yet you are still stubbornly holding on. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. His killing intent dissipated as he said softly, "Chairman Lu, please take a seat." Lu Zhang's face was dark as he slowly sat down. However, he was no longer as overbearing as before. The other chamber leaders felt somewhat rueful. Even Lu Zhang had submitted to Xiaoqin. How were they to face this new envoy inspector? Xiaoqin's gaze swept across the faces of the 10 merchant association's leaders. Then he took out stacks of account books and stacked them up. Account books? Lord Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Do you not trust us? You want to check our accounts the moment you arrive? The one who spoke was the Heavenly Treasure Merchant Association's chief. Account books were always sensitive things, especially for the merchant associations under the Heavenly Alliance. When the Heavenly Treasure Merchant Association's chief saw the account books, all of them showed unsightly expressions. Even the calm Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao and the simple-minded 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso showed somewhat grave expressions. They all looked at Xiaoqin, waiting to see how he would respond. Lord Xiao, I have checked these account books, Su Yi said softly, raising her eyebrows. Su Yi raised her eyebrows and said softly. The smile on her face was somewhat cold. Everyone had their own bottom line. Clearly, this account book was the bottom line of everyone present. As long as Xiaoqin dared to make a move, he would offend everyone here, forcing them into dire straits. Jin Bao twirled the 3 pearls in his hand as he said seriously, Lord Envoy Inspector, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a person who wanted to check the accounts on a whim. The story came to an end. Xiaoqin understood. He purposely asked, and then? Jin Bao replied calmly, there is no then. That is the end of the story. Those who dared to touch this bottom line are all dead. Jin Bao was referring to the previous 3 envoy inspectors, a disguised threat to Xiaoqin. No, this is just the end of your story. My story has just begun. Do you want to listen to me? Xiao Chen asked expressionlessly as he looked at Jin Bao. Jin Bao felt stifled. He could not understand Xiao Chen's question. So, he said seriously, "Please speak." Xiao Chen stood up and gently clapped his hand. Immediately, the stack of account books turned to ashes. Such a scene stunned everyone, not understanding what was going on. There are no problems with the account books. Pavilion Master Su has already seen them. How can I find any problems? These words should have made the various association chiefs happy. However, Lu Zhang and the others felt that things were not that simple. Xiao Chen paused for a while before continuing. According to the Heavenly Alliance's rules, the subordinate merchant associations have to hand over 60% of their profits to the headquarters every year. Everyone has been following this rule for the past few years. This time, I am not here to check the accounts or to make things difficult for everyone. I am doing this for everyone's benefit. From today on, the various merchant associations only have to hand over 40% of their profits to the headquarters. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the expressions of the 10 association chiefs immediately changed. Ha! The envoy inspector is really generous, reducing our burden by 20% in one go. However, the heavens can bear witness to my loyalty to the Heavenly Alliance, with the sun and the moon as my witness. How can I, this way, be a short-sighted person who covets small profits? Only when the Heavenly Alliance is strong can we gain a foothold in the imperial capital. I am still willing to hand over the profits as per the old rules. Wei Fatso stood up and patted his chest as he spoke righteously. Seeing that Xiao Chen was about to speak, Wei Dexin said, "My lord, there is no need to say anything else. I have already made up my mind. There is no need to try and persuade me otherwise." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. In the past, they said they would hand over 60%. However, in reality, they were just making up the accounts. The profits that were truly handed over to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters were less than 20%. The merchant associations and the noble clans of the dynasty split the profits in secret. In some years, the profits were not even 10%. Since Xiao Chen was here, he naturally would not allow such a thing to continue. Most importantly, this concerned his own interests. When the others saw Wei Fatso, they seemed to want to follow suit. Xiao Chen raised his hand to stop them. Then, he looked at Wei Dexin and said, "I am not trying to persuade you. I am helping you. Here is a new contract. Take a look. If there is nothing wrong with it, change it to 60% and sign it." The contract was written on golden paper with bright red ink. At the end of the seal was Xiao Chen's inspector seal and his own handprint. As long as Wei Fatso signed his name and stamped the seal of his Chamber of Commerce, he would be able to obtain the seal. This contract would take effect immediately within the Heavenly Alliance and could not be changed. With the contract in his hand, Wei Fatso took a look at it and his face turned pale. While Wei Fatso was looking at the contract, Xiao Chen took out the other contracts and handed them to the others one by one. "You can sign the contract at 40%. No need to change it. Reset the past and redo the accounts. This will be supervised by Pavilion Master Su and Master Ku Yun's disciple, Mo Chen. We are willing to hand over 40% of our annual profits to the headquarters of the Heaven Alliance, effective immediately." Upon seeing these words, the faces of the Chamber of Commerce leaders changed dramatically. In the past, the accounts were all fake. They claimed to be 60%, but in reality, only less than 20% of the profits were handed over. Once this contract was signed, they would have to hand over at least 20% of their profits every year. 20% was not to be underestimated. Given the prosperity of the imperial capital, Yen City, this additional 20% was an astronomical figure. Every one of the 10 great merchant associations had to hand over an additional 20%. That number was simply unimaginable. The Heaven Alliance's profits in the Yenwu dynasty in 1 year equaled 10 years, even a century. Back then, Xiao Chen, Mo Chen, and Bao had calculated that if they did not fake the accounts, the benefits would outweigh the disadvantages. To these merchant associations, handing over only 40% of their profits would actually be more beneficial than detrimental. However, It was not that simple to put into practice. Every merchant association had connections with the noble clans of the dynasty or even the royal court behind them. A large portion of the profits that they embezzled went to these noble clans and the royal court. If these merchant associations signed the new contract, it would be equivalent to severing ties with these noble clans. This required great courage. The true purpose of the new contract was not to suppress these merchant associations but to remove the noble clans that sucked blood from the Heavenly Alliance. Cutting off the tumor. However, the tumor had already penetrated deep into the marrow, even merging with the body. Cutting it off would result in self-injury. However, without such determination, the Heavenly Alliance's benefits in the Yanwu dynasty would become empty shells sooner or later. Xiao Chen's envoy inspector status would become a joke, not worth mentioning. When the disease was beyond cure, one had to have the courage to face death, use the strongest medicine and press forward. Chapter 2230. No one dared to look directly at Xiao Chen's tyrannical aura. This was not the aura that a one-vein sovereign emperor should have. Xiao Chen had not even attacked Lu Zhang, yet he attacked Jin Bao. Furthermore, Jin Bao had been caught off guard. However Jin Bao injured Wu Meng, Xiao Chen returned it to him in the same way, doubling it. The past was reset, and the accounts were redone. Lord Xiao, this is my declaration. Even the original owner, Lu Zhang, had left. Only Xiao Chen and Su Yi remained in the empty main pavilion. Without any warning, Xiao Chen's royal blue dragon bloodline erupted, and his eyes turned golden. Many thanks. Goodbye. When Su Yi heard that, her eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "So, you are actually kind in the depths of your heart. However, you were forced to do this. You still want to compromise. If you really want to, I can help you." Jin Bao took the New Testament and prepared to leave. Either you make a declaration and leave, or you sign the New Testament. Everyone is in the same boat. As long as I still breathe, I will not let you suffer any grievances. Take your time to think about it. I believe you can choose the pros and cons, Wei Dexin said with a smile as he held the New Testament. The entire courtyard shook intensely. The royal blue dragons might lingered. No one had ever put him in such a predicament before. Su Yi hesitated for a while before finally receiving the New Testament. She said somewhat helplessly, "I'm not free. However, it is my duty to bring you around the imperial capital." "All right, 60% it is. I'll sign it. My life is really bitter. So, sob." As Xiao Chen coldly watched the guards carry Jin Bao away, the golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly faded. His expression remained calm, not showing much emotion. Xiao Chen remained calm, showing no fluctuations in his expression. He said indifferently, "Who else wants to leave? Just make a declaration like Lu Zhang and leave. There will come a day when you will beg this old man to return the declaration. Let's go." With the activation of the royal blue dragon bloodline, even a four-vein sovereign emperor might not be able to block the supreme dragon fist's strongest move. After offending Jin Bao and Lu Zhang at the same time, Xiao Chen would probably lose his job as the envoy inspector. Hold on. This old man will not sign this new contract. I would rather leave the Heavenly Alliance than sign it. There's no rush. Take your time to think about it. You guys do the same. It's hard to make a choice, but you have to make a choice. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I'm not afraid. I'll be frank with you. I hate traitors the most in my life. While taking the Heavenly Alliance's resources, you collude with outsiders to split the profits. Don't even think about doing such a thing in the future. I haven't had the chance to stroll around the imperial capital. Pavilion Master Su, if you have the time, can you show me your hospitality? However, he was not stupid. He did not dare to offend both him and Lu Zhang at the same time. Lu Zhang's lips curled into a sinister smile. He said indifferently, "Men, bring me a brush and ink." "Lord Xiao, this is my new agreement. This old man has already decided. What is supreme? In the entire world, only I am supreme." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "There's no need. You may leave." She did not reveal herself, but she was like a venomous snake, terrifying others and not daring to offend her. Xiao Chen could hear the resentment in Su Ye's words. She had helped Xiaochen today. The two guards landed on the ground and helped Jin Bao up. When they saw his injuries, they immediately became enraged. However, Su Yi had not expected this person to attack Jin Bao. However, there were also people who thought, since Xiaochen dares to offend both Jin Bao and Lu Zhang at the same time, does he have a powerful backer? How ruthless! Shock flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Earlier, Xiaochen secretly asked her how Wu Meng got injured. Lord Xiao, we successfully forced the 7 merchant associations to leave the Heavenly Alliance. Are you satisfied now? Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. Jin Bao smiled faintly as praise flashed in his heart. This fellow looks like he does not leave any leeway and is overbearing. I'll send you off. Leave the Heavenly Alliance. Lord Xiao, Fatso has decided to follow you. However, can you change this new agreement to 60%? Jin Bao toyed with the 3 pearls in his hand as he met Xiaochen's gaze with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Then he asked indifferently, Lord Xiao, are you asking this Jin to make a decision as well? Xiaochen said softly as he handed the 3 copies of the new agreement, including Fatso's, to the other party. However, rage and murderous intent did not overwhelm Jin Bao's final bit of rationality. He knew that if the guards beside him dared to attack Xiaochen, they would definitely die. Even if he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, he had to thank Xiaochen for this punch. Seeing Xiaochen injure Wu Meng, aside from being shocked, many of the association chiefs also made up their minds. Caught off guard, Jin Bao could not react at all. Xiaochen's punch sent him flying. Bang! The first 4 words represented Xiaochen's sincerity. He would not pursue the past of these association chiefs for falsifying accounts. The last 4 words represented Xiaochen's ambition. He hoped to reshuffle the cards and establish his own order. The other association chiefs would have to think twice before making such a declaration. They did not have such confidence. Aside from the bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang, who had deep accumulations and strong connections, he did not fear such a declaration. Xiaochen asked as he turned his head, not caring about it. Lu Zhang looked at Xiaochen, and disdain flashed in his eyes. Then he turned and left. I will take the new agreement back and study it carefully. I will definitely give Lord Xiao a satisfactory answer in the near future. Xiaochen said calmly. This Fatso's background was somewhat unfathomable. Su Yi said in a somewhat piercing tone with a smile on her face. If Xiaochen could not even protect himself, how could he protect the people in the same boat as him? In an instant, Fatty Wei was the only one left among the 10 chambers of commerce who was still in a dilemma. Lord Xiao, this is this old man's declaration. Lord Xiao, please keep it safe for now. No matter how forceful Xiaochen was, he should not offend both of them at the same time. Have you heard of this saying? Seeking compromise through conflict. Many people appear overbearing, showing an attitude of wanting to destroy both good and bad together. In reality, the more this is so, the more insecure they feel. However, they want to use this to seek compromise and gain a foothold for themselves. Confusion flashed in Jin Bao's eyes. He turned around and asked, What's the matter? Wrong. I am a bad person. I will not show mercy when I gain the upper hand. If these people take a step back, they can forget about making a comeback before me. Xiaochen, hold it properly. Association chiefs. Xiaochen would only believe Xiaochen if Xiaochen was willing to sign the new agreement at 60%. Otherwise, he would consider it even if Xiaochen delivered himself to him. Xiaochen extended his hand and gestured for Xiaochen to leave. Then he said, Leave a declaration that you are voluntarily withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, and you may leave. Take care. I won't send you off. After writing the declaration of withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, Lu Zhang no longer stood on ceremony with Xiaochen, directly addressing him by his name. Xiaochen smiled faintly, immediately angering Su Yi. She did not want to bother with him anymore. The remaining Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association signed the new agreement in duplicate. Xiaochen kept one for himself and handed the other to Xiaochen. Lord Xiao, can you allow this old man to return and discuss this for a while before making a decision? After all, This matter is very important and involves many people. This old man finds it hard to make a decision. As long as Xiao Chen was willing, he could add another punch to Jin Bao's death. I'm leaving. My 87th concubine is still waiting for me. I hope he is not my child. Compared to Lu Zhang, this Jin Bao was even more secretive among the 10 association chiefs. Alright, I will take good care of it. Association chiefs Li, take care. Boom! Jin Bao crashed heavily into the restrictions on the ground. Cracks appeared in the restrictions reinforced by the layers of formations. Xiao Chen stood up and walked over, calmly giving chase. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen told the other party about Jin Bao's sneak attack. After a while, Xiao Chen stamped the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's seal on a piece of paper. Then he left behind a drop of essence blood containing soul energy and delivered it to Xiao Chen. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's association chief made his decision and handed the statement to Xiao Chen. The many association chiefs in the pavilion sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill run down their backs. Are you satisfied? Wei Fatso put on an act, scowling miserably as he signed the new agreement, giving 60% of the profits. With someone taking the lead, others immediately followed suit. Soon, only the 3 association chiefs remained. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen's new agreement was very tempting. However, most of the time, one could not clear the profits just because one said so. I like loyal people the most. Heaven and earth can bear witness to Chairman Wei's loyalty, with the sun and the moon as a witness. You are willing to give up 20% of the profits. How can I betray your loyalty? Let's not talk about this anymore. The blue dragon image condensed and materialized into countless dragon images, forming the ancient 10,000 dragons picture with the blue dragon as the leader. Jin Bao vomited a mouthful of blood. This punch had taken away most of his life, putting him on the verge of death. After saying that, Xiao Chen ignored the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's association chief. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao. I am just an insignificant pavilion master. Who cares whether I am satisfied or not? Su Yi laughed softly. Her laughter was as pleasant as a wind chime. This person was born with a beautiful voice. It would be a pity if she did not become a singer. A murderous intent flashed in Jin Bao's eyes as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Then he used the last of his strength to grab the 2 guards. With bloodshot eyes, he said, "Stop. Don't be rude to Lord Xiao. Jin Bao thanks Lord Xiao for sending me off. Let's go." However, Xiao Chen had chased away the 7 merchant associations, even offending Lu Zhang and Jin Bao at the same time. Furthermore, he had reshuffled the cards without her consent. This upset Su Yi. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang coldly swept his gaze over the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's association chief and understood the true meaning of the new agreement. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's association chief said in a trembling voice as he held the new agreement. Jin Bao felt like he was dying. He was at a loss. Chapter 2231. The imperial capital, Yan City, was flourishing and prosperous. Fragrant chariots and horses, jade chariots crisscrossing, golden whip arrowheads, dragon jaws, phoenix soil tassels. There were even golden threads winding around the trees, celestial birds singing about the flowers, jade trees and silver platforms, and window lattice acacia. It was a flourishing scene of rich and powerful nobles competing in luxury and pursuing pleasure. As Xiao Chen strolled through the imperial capital Yan City in the early morning, he fully appreciated the prosperity of the imperial capital Yan City. Many thanks to you for Wu Meng's matter. After leaving the main building, Su Yi checked on Wu Meng's injuries again. Then she got the Misty Rain twin fiends to contact a famous doctor in the imperial capital to treat Wu Meng. It's just a small matter. Even if there isn't a famous doctor, Master Ku Yun's disciple is capable. Your friend's injuries also healed very quickly. However, if I'm not mistaken, he must have been following me in secret. That's why he ended up like this. Su Yi casually glanced at the scene on the street as she spoke in a carefree manner. I'll ask him when he wakes up. Of course, Xiao Chen would not take the initiative to admit this. He said with a serious face. Su Yi thought disdainfully. Just as she was about to speak, a figure hurried over to them. The person who came was not very old and looked very young. He wore a simple green robe with a green lawn embroidered on his collar. This is a messenger from the Azure Phoenix Pavilion. Su Yi, who knew the various major powers of the imperial capital like the back of her hand, explained. Miss, you have good eyes. This must be young Master Xiao. Here is a letter for you. Please keep it well. After handing the letter to Xiao Chen, the messenger left quietly, his figure quickly drowning in the tide of people. Opening the envelope, Xiao Chen read the contents. There were not many words in the letter, just a simple sentence. I heard that benefactor Xiao has come to Yen City, and I am very happy. Let's meet at the Misty Rain Pavilion in 3 days. The Hidden Spirit Temple's little monk, Yuan Zhen. Xiao Chen put away the letter and thought to himself, how fast. This fellow has just arrived in Yen City, and he already received the news. He must have come for the key to the Divine Palace. It looks like I'll have to trouble you to prepare a private room for me in the Misty Rain Pavilion 3 days later. It's simple. I'll send someone to arrange it after I return. This small interlude did not interrupt Xiao Chen's mood. The capital's beautiful scenery was worth visiting. However, when he invited Su Yi out, he did not really want her to accompany him shopping. Instead, he wanted to test her attitude. However, there was no rush. He believed that Su Yi was more anxious than he was. As expected, after a while, Su Yi took the initiative to ask, what do you plan to do next? After chasing away the 7 merchant associations, the Heavenly Alliance's profits in the Yenwu dynasty decreased by at least 80%. Not only do you have to face pressure from the Heavenly Alliance, but you also have to face the threat of the noble clans in the capital. Xiao Chen said calmly, we will take the initiative to attack. First, we will cut off the Heavenly Alliance's resources from these 7 great merchant associations. I say, Yun one of sect one with. A bright light flashed in Su Ye's eyes. In the end, she had underestimated this Xiao Chen. It looked like he came prepared. He was very clear about what he had done and did not regret it at all. Without Lord Mu Zifeng's approval, it will be difficult for me. Without Lord Mu Zifeng's approval, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me. The Misty Rain Pavilion managed the resources provided by the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Then, they distributed them to the 10 merchant associations. Based on the current situation, the Misty Rain Pavilion's authority was in Su Ye's hands. If she was not willing, it would be impossible for her to cut off the 10 merchant associations' resources. It's fine. I'll bear all the responsibility. If you find it difficult, you can leave it to me. Xiao Chen's meaning was clear. If Su Yi is not willing, then let's go. I'll do it myself. Su Ye's expression changed. Clearly she made up her mind. After a while, she said, all right, I agree. However, I always keep 10% of the Heavenly Alliance's resources for myself. This rule cannot be changed in the future. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I can tell that this pretty Su Yi is so black-hearted. She keeps 10% of the resources for herself. Who knows how much profit she has made over the years? Now that I think about it, she cannot take it all by herself. I do not know if the Sword God noble clans are behind her. However, it is good that things are clear. Now that I know the other party's bottom line, many things will be easier to negotiate. Alright, it is settled. Which one do you think is better? The 9 Cauldron Pavilion, the Linlang Pavilion, or the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association? There was no need to fall out with Su Yi for now. 10% of the resources was still within Xiao Chen's acceptable range. The Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association are at the bottom of the 10 merchant associations. They do not have deep ties to the noble clans, and their presence is negligible. That's why they dare to sign a new contract. If you want to support them, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion is the only choice. However, Fatso is not easy to deal with. He looks like he is acting crazy, but in reality he is very ambitious and capable. Su Yi had a very high evaluation of Wei Dexin. She said seriously, if you are not worried about him biting back at you, there should not be a problem. It looks like this is the only choice. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion had a rather deep relationship with Xiao Chen. Su Yi looked at Xiao Chen and suddenly smiled. I discovered that I really cannot see through you. The bountiful treasure pavilion is supported by the first prince. The Golden Essence Merchant Association is supported by the 13th prince. These two princes are very strong and have the ability to seize the throne. To think that you are not flustered at all. Can you tell me why you are so confident? Are you really not afraid of death? When Su Yi saw that Xiao Chen was still thinking about how to support the 9-cauldron pavilion, she could no longer hold back. Su Yi could no longer hold back. Including Monarch Yu, Xiao Chen had already offended 3 princes. Su Yi simply could not understand how Xiao Chen dared to offend the royal clan in Yen City. I can tell you. However, you have to tell me, what is your relationship with the Sword God's noble clan? Xiao Chen asked softly with a smile, raising his eyebrows. Forget it. At the mention of the Sword God's noble clan, Su Ye's expression immediately changed, even turning somewhat cold. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like the other party's relationship with the Sword God's noble clan was not as simple as he thought. The Sword God's noble clan was a noble, orthodox clan. To think that they allowed a woman to manage a brothel in public. Actually, this was very strange, even more serious than when fiendish saber Shimu practiced the saber technique. Su Ye's expression was the same as the previous night. When Xiao Chen mentioned the Sword God's noble clan, the other party's expression immediately changed. It looked like this was the other party's taboo. There had to be something strange about this. That is, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered an ancient pavilion that was even more majestic and grand than the Misty Rain Pavilion. So, he quickly changed the topic. Right? The Smiling Daughter Pavilion is the best brothel in the imperial capital Yen City. It has the best musicians and the most beautiful singers. Furthermore, it has a powerful sword dance that has been passed down for a long time and is known as the best in the world. When the fairy basket appears, even a sovereign emperor will make a move. The profits there are horrifying. At the mention of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Su Yi revealed a complicated and somewhat respectful expression, successfully forgetting her earlier unhappiness. Xiao Chen recalled the Pleasure Quarter alliance that Emo Chen mentioned. Aside from the Misty Rain Pavilion, all the pleasure quarters in the imperial capital Yen City belonged to the Pleasure Quarter alliance. From a certain point of view, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion represented the Pleasure Quarter alliance. How does the Misty Rain Pavilion compare to it? Su Yi frowned slightly and sighed softly. The 10 headliners of the imperial capital are all in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The Misty Rain Pavilion has only one. The greatest difference is accumulations. The other party can continuously nurture headliners, but the Misty Rain Pavilion cannot. Suddenly Xiao Chen thought of someone. He asked, "Have you heard of the headliner Ling Long?" Naturally. She has been one of the 10 headliners for a long time already. Her supreme pipa skills are unparalleled in the world, unrivaled. She can be called an immortal musician. However, she already... Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to continue, someone suddenly got tossed out of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and landed heavily on the street. This immediately caused a commotion. There were always people who did not follow the rules in the pleasure quarters. Most of them were people who could not resist making a move on the courtesans. Such a situation happened practically every day. Then, many people went to watch the commotion. Another lecture, Su Yi said disdainfully. Xiao Chen looked around. A large group of people appeared in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It seemed like they did not want to let go of the person who got tossed out. "Ha! Foolish brat, you got tossed out again, right? Big brother already told you not to go in. When the time comes, just snatch him away. However, you refused to listen. Ha!" However, a beggar caught the person who got tossed out. The beggar smiled, giving a good impression. Xiao Chen found the person who got caught somewhat familiar. He wanted to follow and take a few more glances. However, that beggar laughed loudly as he grabbed that person. Soon, he disappeared into the crowd. This angered the Smiling Daughter Pavilion guards into cursing. They looked around for the person but could not find him. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he could only give up. "Let's go. Let's go back." When Xiao Chen and Su Yi turned to leave, a window opened on the top floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The flower-like girl looked in the direction of the beggar's departure. Her eyes were filled with worry, and the worry between her eyebrows did not dissipate. She was disappointed and frustrated. Chapter 2232. As Xiao Chen leisurely strolled around the imperial capital, he and Su Yi came to a preliminary consensus. This matter that would startle Yan City and affect the entire Yanwu dynasty settled down peacefully just like that. The 10 subordinate merchant associations of the Heavenly Alliance occupied more than 70% of the entire dynasty's market. However, due to the deep involvement, the Heavenly Alliance could not get the biggest slice of the pie, even though it wanted to. These merchant associations and the local noble clans worked together to split the true benefits. What was left to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters was just a layer of soup. Even if they wanted to, they had to maintain the status quo due to the successive deaths of the previous envoy inspectors. After chasing away the 7 merchant associations, how long could Xiao Chen live? Would he end up like the previous envoy inspector? No one could be confident that he would die a violent death. Xiao Chen had just arrived in the imperial capital, yet he made such a big move. It would be hard not to stir up a storm. The road ahead was dangerous, and the storm would be hard to stop. Undercurrents gathered, waiting for the day to erupt. In the courtyard behind the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiao Chen's mental state did not change, remaining calm. After killing the Thunderbolt twin sabers, the Mahamya abstinence violation saber technique's 3-life flower, he tested out a small part of his skills. The results satisfied Xiao Chen. The 3-life flower was only at initial perfection, still far from great perfection. The more it was so, the more anticipation he felt. When it truly reached great perfection, how startling would the 3-life flowers might be. Aside from this, Xiao Chen gained a new understanding of the 10,000 Dragons art. The 10,000 Dragons picture materialized with the blue dragon as the leader was simply incomparable to the previous 10,000 Dragons picture. With the support of the new 10,000 Dragons picture, Xiao Chen could clash head-on with a 3-vein Sovereign Emperor with his 1-vein Sovereign Emperor Divine Energy Cultivation, gaining the upper hand. Perhaps it has something to do with me activating the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said seriously. No matter what kind of storm he stirred up, the most important thing now was to raise his strength. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen focused on refining his soul with the soul accumulating pill. At the same time, he continued to comprehend the 3-life flower and the 10,000 Dragons art's first layer. He could clearly feel his strength increasing at every moment. The strength of the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline was slowly manifesting itself, giving Xiao Chen endless transformations. 3 lives flower. When the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. What it pursues is the instant of eruption, the ultimate power. If you want to increase this explosive power, you have to give the flower nutrients and light before it blooms, and then accumulate the power to bloom. No, that's not right. If I can't untie this knot, I'm afraid I can only reach initial mastery of the 3 lives flower. Where did I go wrong? Difficult. Maybe I was wrong from the beginning. Maybe I'm confused now. I should pursue my initial feeling and walk straight to the end. During these 3 days, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the 10,000 Dragons art and nourishing his soul energy went smoothly. With the help of the Sovereign Blue Dragon bloodline and the soul accumulating pill, he improved rapidly. Only the cultivation of the 3-life flower reached a bottleneck, stopping at small success. The 3-life flower and the Mahamya abstinence violation saber technique's 5th move were much more difficult than expected. The instant the flower blooms, the 3 illuminations. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he paced around the courtyard. Then, he looked up and saw jade-green decorations in the mirror lake behind the Misty Rain Pavilion. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he saw lotus leaves forming a green sea growing in the lake. When he looked into the distance, he could see blue flowers growing among the lotus leaves. Blue lotus flowers. This startled Xiao Chen slightly as he recognized the origins of these flowers. The blue lotus flower was also known as the water lily. It symbolized holiness, dignity, and solemnity. This flower had many connections to the Buddhist sect. Due to the hidden spirit temple, blue lotus flowers were rather common in the imperial capital. The lotus flowers had already bloomed beautifully. At some point in time, They looked very beautiful on the mirror lake. Perhaps I really was wrong at the start. The instant the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. It is not the instant the flower blooms but the illumination of 3 lives. What it pursues is not the instant of eruption but the saber strike after the flower blooms. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately revealed joy on his face. He quickly closed his eyes and started comprehending again. Boundless veritable essence energy and soul energy poured into his chest from his limbs and bones. Instantly, specks of light shot out from his chest. In the next moment, when Xiao Chen opened his eyes, blue petals silently bloomed from his body. The immortal flowers bloomed, and a blue lotus flower made of pure saber intent instantly bloomed with Xiao Chen as the center. Xiao Chen was not done yet. He drew the tyrant saber, and a saber light shot out. Instantly, the sky filled with blue lotus flowers. The light of the blue lotus flowers illuminated the entire world. He could not see the misty rain pavilion, the mirror lake, or even the imperial capital, Yan City. Only the lotus flowers bloomed, filling the sky with light and shadows, creating a dreamlike space. As the light and shadows changed, the various scenes that Xiao Chen experienced flickered in the surroundings, twisting into shadows. As Xiao Chen stood on the blue lotus flowers, his eyes looked crystal clear. His mortal heart was transparent and bright. So, that is the case. My heart is the foundation of this move. When the mundane heart is covered in dust, the instant the flower blooms, it is cleansed and illuminated for 3 lifetimes. Xiao Chen only drew the tyrant saber. If he drew the soul weapon Heavenly Slayer, who knew what kind of dreamlike scene this 3-life flower would show? With a thought, the light and shadows scattered, and the blue lotus flowers under Xiao Chen retracted. Finally, they gathered into a flower core and merged with Xiao Chen's heart, turning into an immortal heart that was cleansed and bright. This immortal heart did not refer to an immortal. Instead, when the 3-life flower reached great perfection, the mundane heart transformed into a brand new immortal heart. I finally reached great perfection. I just need to continue practicing this immortal heart, and I can make the blue lotus flowers bloom at any time. Xiao Chen tightly clenched his right fist, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. The elegance in his eyes became even more calm and reserved, appearing unfathomable. The 3-life flower was already so strong, bringing about a qualitative transformation. He looked forward to what kind of pleasant surprise merciless killing would bring him. The 3 days are up. That Yuan Zhen should be here tomorrow, right? At the same time, the association chiefs of the Heavenly Alliance's 7 subordinate merchant associations gathered again in Yan City. This time, they met at the Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao's place. When the bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang saw Jin Bao's pale complexion, he mocked, "Old brother Jin, you are severely injured, yet you are here to manage the situation. This Lu really admires your spirit." Jin Bao smiled coldly and retorted, "Why are you laughing at me? Back then, I nearly peed my pants in fright. If not for Pavilion Master Su helping you, you would have ended up in an even more unsightly state than I did. The 2 of you, don't argue. This time, we are discussing countermeasures. This is not the time to fight because of personal feelings." When the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief saw that the 2 were about to start arguing again, he quickly tried to pacify them. Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Countermeasures? Is there a need to think about it? Ha! This fellow is already at death's door. Is there a need for us to care?" When the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief heard that, his eyes immediately lit up. "Is the first prince making a move?" Lu Zhang smiled mysteriously, but didn't say anything. He just looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Even Jin Bao felt curious. He gave Lu Zhang a few more glances and said coldly, "Stop being so flustered. Just say what you have to say." "Indeed. What great idea does Senior Lu have? Share it with us." "That's right. Stop hiding it. Let's think about it together. Who knows, we might be able to make that brat die even faster." Lu Zhang put on a show and took a sip of tea. Then, he said slowly, "To think that this fellow offended the Smiling Daughter Pavilion before. Fortunately, He came to the imperial capital. How long do you think he can continue to cause trouble? The Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been in the imperial capital Yan City for tens of thousands of years. Even before the Yanwu dynasty was established, it had experienced the rise and fall of several dynasties. The Pleasure Quarter alliance that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion represented had deep accumulations, even older than the Yanwu dynasty itself. To think that Xiao Chen offended the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This was truly a major matter. The many association chiefs were startled when they heard this. Then, they started laughing and quickly asked, "How does the Smiling Daughter Pavilion intend to deal with him?" Lu Zhang put down his teacup and replied seriously, "He stole the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's holy relic, the fairy basket. Originally, as long as he handed over the holy relic, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not make things difficult for him. However, after the first prince learned of this, he decided to teach Xiao Chen a lesson, to show him who calls the shots in Yan City." A cold light flashed in the eyes of Jin Bao, who had remained silent at the side. He said sinisterly, "Perhaps we can make use of this opportunity. It is not easy for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to stand up for him. How can we only teach him a lesson?" With the succession race at hand, the other factions in Yan City more or less feared the Heavenly Alliance. They did not dare to rashly touch Xiao Chen. However, if the Smiling Daughter Pavilion stood up for him, it would be a different story. The Pleasure Quarter Alliance did not fear the Heavenly Alliance in Yan City. There was no need for them to fear anything. Xiao Chen offended many factions, affecting the interests of many noble clans. They could no longer hold back and wanted to make a move on him. Now that an opportunity presented itself, no one would give it up so easily. The 13th prince only told me one thing: either I don't touch him, or once I do, I will ruthlessly trample on him, not giving him a chance to turn things around. Jin Bao felt that this was not enough. He threatened in a sullen voice, "Xiao Chen is a vengeful person. Don't think that he will submit just because you teach him a lesson. There are only two outcomes for opposing him. Either he kneels, or we kneel. If you do not want to kneel, then listen to me this time." Chapter 2233. While the storm did not seem to stir Yan City, undercurrents surged on the surface. News of the new envoy inspector chasing away the 7 merchant associations had already spread. Each of the 7 merchant associations had an ancient noble clan behind them. 2 of them even had connections to the princes of the dynasty. When Xiao Chen decided not to leave behind any parasites, a storm was bound to happen. Benefits were like flesh and blood. Xiao Chen used a knife to cut off other people's flesh, cutting off other people's blood. No one would be able to endure such a thing. However, with the succession race at hand, none of the princes dared to be careless. No one dared to make the first move. If they could not take down Xiao Chen in one strike, they might end up facing Xiao Chen's revenge and end up being implicated in their race to be the crown prince. The gains do not make up for the losses. However, the storm had already started. The longer they suppressed it, the more intense it would erupt. No matter how dangerous this invisible undercurrent was, no one cared about it. Xiao Chen's group was not overly anxious. They cultivated bitterly. When the group left the Heavenly Alliance, they had exchanged for a large number of resources. Origin liquid, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques were all in hand. It would be a waste not to cultivate them. If these resources could be converted into accumulations, everyone's strength would soar. On this particular day, the appointed time with Yuan Zhen arrived. Xiao Chen woke up very early and went directly to the Misty Rain Pavilion. The Misty Rain Pavilion was not open for business in the morning. When Xiao Chen arrived, Su Yi was leading a group of singers and dancers in rehearsal. The lineup of the rehearsal somewhat startled Xiao Chen. There were a total of 100 women on the stage. All of them held different musical instruments: qin, flute, ruler, zither, bell, drum. There were many more. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The thing that shocked Xiao Chen the most was that every instrument was actually a soul tool. That was right. That was to say, there were close to 100 soul tools on the stage. Xiao Chen felt stunned. Even the Smiling Daughter Pavilion did not have such a grand entourage. Soul tools were not cabbages. Xiao Chen dared to say that even a rank 7 sect would not have so many soul tools. Ooh! The sound of a flute rang out. It was ethereal and spiritual, and in an instant, everyone was immersed in its artistic conception. It was as if he had turned into a red-crowned crane and was passing through the clouds. Ding ding dang dang. It was the sound of a flute. The sound of the flute was like spring water hitting rocks in the mountains, crisp and clear. It was as if two chess players were playing chess. One chess piece after another fell to the ground along with the sound of spring water. Soon after, the sound of the pipa rang out. The sound of the pipa was incomparably beautiful, and one could feel the superb skill of the person playing it, as well as the emotions that were stirred up at will. However, even though Xiao Chen was an amateur, he could tell that there were many musical instruments in this group of soul treasure-level instruments. The sound of the pipa was slightly inferior. Normally, it would not be a big deal. However, it appeared somewhat strange among a group of soul tools. However, Xiao Chen had no time to think too much, because more instruments were playing at the same time. The tune changed wildly, becoming incomparably impassioned. It was as if a poem was being written, a legend being passed down. It was grand and imposing, making one's mind tremble and blood boil. Clang. Just at this moment, a flash of sword light appeared on the stage, appearing at the perfect moment. Just as everyone's blood boiled and they wanted to draw their swords, it appeared. Whoosh! Another flash of saber light appeared. Immediately, sabers and swords clashed. Together with the hundreds of musical instruments, they played a grand tune. It was refreshing and instantly entrancing. When the sabers and swords clashed, it was both a saber dance and a sword dance. The ones holding the sabers and swords were pretty women. This was the only point that Xiao Chen felt was insufficient. While it was pretty, it was pretty. It was beautiful, but it lacked the charm of the saber Dao and the sword Dao. The main reason was that these two women were dancers and did not have high cultivations. If it were two cultivators who comprehended the sword Dao and saber Dao domains working together with that epic, legendary ensemble, they would be even stronger. It would probably be a level higher, and the effect would be even better. Among the hundreds of headliners, Su Yi sat alone in the center, wearing a red qipao. She showed a focused expression as she strummed the zither strings. Su Ye's elegance and beauty, as well as her superb skills, did not pale in comparison to this group of headliners. Due to her unique air, she even attracted attention. She was like a bright moon among the stars, aloof from the world. Clang! Suddenly, Su Yi pressed down on the zither strings, and the zither hummed endlessly. The others all stopped playing their instruments. Fatigue and dissatisfaction flashed on Su Ye's face. Then she waved her hand and said, "Disperse. We will practice again another day." Clearly, Su Yi was not very satisfied with the performance, even somewhat disappointed. After everyone else left, Su Yi walked over to Xiao Chen's side and said, "Lord Xiao, you are really early today. Milord must have seen a joke." "It's not really a joke. However, it is an eye-opener for me. Such a grand ensemble is arduous and thankless. It was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Although it looked impressive, it was practically impossible to maintain perfection. I'm very curious, what is Pavilion Master Su trying to do?" Needless to say, it was indeed an eye-opener and refreshing experience. However, as Xiao Chen said, it was practically impossible to maintain perfection. If that happened, there would be no value in performing. It would be arduous and thankless, and there would be no benefits at all. Su Yi smiled embarrassedly and said, "Indeed, arduous and thankless. However, in one's life, one must have some goals. My greatest wish is to be able to combine the 10 great ancient music scores into one and perform them together while I'm still alive." "So, you spent all the profits from the Misty Rain Pavilion on buying soul treasure musical instruments?" When Xiao Chen heard that, a thought occurred to him. The Heavenly Alliance's 10% profit every year was a huge profit. Su Yi alone could not finish them all. If she used all the profits to collect these musical instruments, that would explain it. "Lord Xiao, you are overthinking. Musical instruments are cheaper than weapons. The Heavenly Alliance's profits are not enough to collect so many soul treasure musical instruments. My mother collected several of them, but it is still far from enough, Su Yi said seriously. When mentioning these soul tools, Su Yi did not try to hide anything. Speaking of which, I still have not properly thanked Pavilion Master Su for helping me out previously. Coincidentally, I happen to have a pipa with me. If you are willing, I can lend it to you. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he took out the medial grade soul tool pipa from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and handed it to Su Yi. Profound heaven? Su Yi held the pipa in her hand and adjusted it for a while before starting to play it. Immediately, a pipa song flowed smoothly from her fingertips, sounding melodious and pleasing to the ear, penetrating one's heart. This made Xiao Chen feel embarrassed. Compared to the pipa that he played randomly in the past, he simply did not know what this was. Good pipa. The pipa was also known as the huqin. Su Yi praised softly, unable to put it down. Unconcealable joy flickered in her eyes. This was pure joy, just like when Xiao Chen found the Heavenly Slayer spirit weapon. This was a bladesman's pure love for the saber. Lord Xiao, state a price. No matter how much this pipa is worth, I want it, Su Yi said softly as a bright light appeared in her eyes. Xiao Chen sighed, how unfortunate. I was going to give this pipa to my martial nephew, so that he can use it as a token of love. You can use it first. I cannot make the decision. Otherwise, I would have given it to you directly. That is indeed unfortunate. Su Yi felt somewhat disappointed. However, she still said joyfully, thank you, big brother Xiao. This is good. Ziyun will not have to complain anymore. The person you are waiting for is already in the private room. He arrived last night. In that case, I'll go first. When Xiao Chen reached the private room, he saw a cloaked person who had been sitting there for a long time. When this person saw Xiao Chen arrive, he removed his cloak and revealed his shiny bald head. This was the smiling Yuan Zhen of the Hidden Spirit Temple. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? Xiao Chen said indifferently, stop being so polite. You want the ethereal immortal palace key, right? It is yours in the first place. I do not intend to keep it. Yuan Zhen felt disdain for Xiao Chen in his heart. If it were in the past, he might have believed him. However, after being tricked by Xiao Chen several times, it would be strange if he still believed him. However, you have to tell me where the ethereal immortal palace's language is. Yuan Zhen nodded in agreement. After some thought, he said, honestly speaking, no one knows where the ethereal immortal palace is exactly. We only know the general area. It should be in the Yanwu dynasty. However, this prophecy has never been accurate before. It is hard to say how trustworthy it is. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Chu Chaoyun had said the same thing. Ethereal immortal palace lived up to its name. It was indeed ethereal. Every prophecy said that it would appear. However, it never did. Perhaps the true location had not been determined yet. It should be in the Yanwu dynasty. I heard that the universe origin sects Taoist, the profound heaven's holy sun, the abyssal underworld's people, the Shuowu dynasty's people, and the factions behind the ethereal immortal palace keys are all making preparations. Yuan Zhen told Xiao Chen some of the secrets he knew to show his sincerity. Kasu. Just at this moment, the door to the private room opened, and Su Yi walked in. At the crucial moment, Yuan Zhen quickly pulled up his hood, covering his shiny bald head. Su Yi gave Yuan Zhen a somewhat strange look. Then, she handed an invitation to Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, your invitation. Xiao Chen received the invitation with some suspicion. Then he felt excited. The smiling daughter pavilion. Who sent the invitation? Su Yi asked out of curiosity. She had not opened it yet, so she did not know. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, just an ordinary friend. Oh, in that case, I won't spare you. Su Yi found it strange as she turned and left. Xiao Chen glanced at Yuan Zhen and said, accompany me somewhere, and I will return the ethereal immortal palace key to you. Yuan Zhen's expression did not change when he heard that, not showing any joy at all. He said indifferently, swear it first. Thinking about it, Xiao Chen had tricked her too badly, so she no longer trusted him. All right. I, Xiao Chen, swear that as long as you accompany me to this invitation, I will definitely return the ethereal immortal palace key to you. Xiao Chen said seriously with a sincere expression. Only then did Yuan Zhen reveal some joy. He smiled and said, "All right, I promise you. As long as it is not a pleasure quarter, this humble monk can accompany you anywhere." Chapter 2234. As long as you do not go to a pleasure quarter, this humble monk can accompany you anywhere. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat apologetic. Sorry, the place I want you to go is really a pleasure quarter. However, Xiao Chen could not be blamed for this. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion coming to seek him out would not be for anything good. According to the information that Xiao Chen obtained, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was very close to the first prince Wang Fei. Furthermore, the first prince happened to be the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's backer. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion invited Xiao Chen for a gathering for no reason. It might have something to do with this. If Xiao Chen had Yuan Zhen's company, it might be of some unexpected use when necessary. "Benefactor Xiao, when are we leaving?" Yuan Zhen asked somewhat impatiently. He had been waiting for the ethereal immortal palace key for a long time already. It was rare for Xiao Chen to make a vow. With this guarantee, it would naturally be faster. There's no rush. The appointed time is tonight. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he asked softly, "Speaking of which, how much do you know about the Yanwu dynasty's princes?" When Yuan Zhen heard that, he looked at Xiao Chen warily. Then he asked, "Why are you asking this? Could it be that you want to participate in the succession race?" After sizing up Xiao Chen for a while, Yuan Zhen seemed to understand something. "That's right. With your strength and status, you are barely qualified to participate in the succession race. However, you have to think this through. A large part of the reason why no one has made a move on you is that you have not chosen a side. Once you choose a side, you will cross the bottom line of the other princes. You have to think carefully about the consequences you will face at that time." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Unexpectedly, you seem to understand my current situation rather well. Ah, you just arrived, and you already killed Duke Yun's son. Before coming to the Misty Rain Pavilion, I heard that you forced away the 7 merchant associations, cutting off their Heavenly Alliance supply. Your actions are getting bigger and bigger. It would be hard for me not to know about it." Yuan Zhen smiled faintly, not hiding his understanding of Xiao Chen. "It looks like the Hidden Spirit Temple is not as detached as I imagined. The Hidden Spirit Temple probably knows all the matters of the entire dynasty, no matter big or small. Tell me, which princes have the highest chance of becoming the crown prince?" Yuan Zhen thought for a while before replying calmly, "Born in the mundane world, who can transcend the world with a body of flesh and blood. Right now, the ones with the most hope to become the crown prince are naturally the first prince Wang Fei, the 8th prince Wang Feng, and the 13th prince Wang Yi. The first prince is the oldest and is steady and polite. The imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs like to respect the older generation. This is his greatest reliance. The 8th prince, Wang Feng, had the most outstanding talent. Behind him was the Divine Sword Pavilion, and many rank 7 sects supported him. The 13th prince Wang Yi's mother was the current Empress Yan. He was doted on at a young age and was the favorite of Yan Huang. If Yan Huang could make its own decisions, it would definitely pass the throne to the 13th prince. A pity that it can't. As for the other princes, there is no lack of ambitious people. Unfortunately, their background and henchmen are a bit lacking. They can't compare to these 3 popular princes." Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "Based on what you said, barring any unexpected surprises, the next Yan Emperor will be one of these 3 princes." Yes, that is what the Hidden Spirit Temple thinks. The two chatted for a long time. After Yuan Zhen's introduction, Xiao Chen gained a new understanding of the Yanwu dynasty's royal court. The succession race has already reached the final stage of preparation. At that time, all the princes will be required to participate in it. They will enter the Yan Emperor's secret realm and accept the test passed down by the ancestors. The final victor will be the Yan Emperor's crown prince. Yuan Zhen thought for a long time before saying, "It is best that you do not participate rashly. Every succession race involves the factions of the entire Great Thousand Realms. The Bushin Palace, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Universe Origin sect will pay attention and even participate personally. The Hidden Spirit Temple has a rather special relationship with the royal court. It is not like the Universe Origin sect and the Profound Heaven Holy Land, which directly govern the dynasty. Hence, the Yenwu dynasty's succession race will attract the various factions to place their bets, attracting the attention of the entire martial epoch. Yuan Zhen's words implied that Xiao Chen was alone. It was not realistic for him to participate in the succession race. However, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not argue. He did not want to participate. However, the situation forced him to. He needed to understand. When Xiao Chen looked at the sky, it was already dark. The misty rain pavilion slowly turned lively. Xiao Chen stood up and said, "Let's go. It is time for us to keep our appointment." As Yuan Zhen left, he hid his entire head in his hood, lest someone recognize him. The Hidden Spirit Temple held a transcendent position in the Yenwu dynasty. It was even deified by the ordinary people. If Yuan Zhen were recognized, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Yenwu dynasty. A monk visiting a pleasure quarter, furthermore, an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple. After leaving the Misty Rain Pavilion, Yuan Zhen felt much more relaxed. Being outside is still the best. Staying in here is really uncomfortable. Yuan Zhen sighed from the bottom of his heart as he let out a long breath. Xiao Chen could not bear to tell Yuan Zhen that they were going to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, which was even more famous than the Misty Rain Pavilion. Yuan Zhen led the way without saying a word. Compared to Xiao Chen's silence, Yuan Zhen appeared more relaxed, showing an indistinct smile on his face. Xiao Chen would soon obtain the ethereal immortal palace key. It would be hard for him not to be happy. No matter how long the road was, it would come to an end eventually. The magnificent Smiling Daughter Pavilion, which was brightly lit in the night, looked like a resplendent pearl. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion occupied the most bustling place in the imperial capital Yen City, bustling with people and carriages. "Benefactor Xiao, why did you stop?" When Yuan Zhen saw a pleasure quarter, he turned somewhat nervous. His expression turned somewhat unsightly as he said, "Don't tell me that you are going to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion? Honestly speaking, that is the place." "Xiao Chen, you bastard! Are you trying to trick me again?" Yuan Zhen cursed with a somewhat distorted expression, feeling frustrated. No matter what schemes Xiao Chen had, given Yuan Zhen's self-restraint and cultivation, he rarely showed his emotions on his face. This was especially so when he was angry. But this time around, he couldn't help but curse out loud. "Alright, it's my fault for not being clear. Wait here for a while. After I come out, I will hand the ethereal immortal palace key to you." Seeing Yuan Zhen's expression, Xiao Chen thought for a while. This was indeed making things difficult for Yuan Zhen. Forcing a monk to enter a pleasure quarter with him was somewhat inexcusable. May Buddha! May Buddha! I have sinned! I have sinned! To think that I violated the precepts of anger. My Buddha nature! Yuan Zhen chanted a few times. When he saw that Xiao Chen was about to leave, he struggled for a moment before calling out to stop Xiao Chen. "Wait, I'll accompany you in. However, I have to make this clear first. I will not help you with anything. I will just accompany you in. You cannot ask me to do anything." When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled and said, "That's easy. You are in charge. Let's go then." Even though Yuan Zhen said that, he still showed an unsightly expression. He retracted his neck further into his hood. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen glanced around and saw the dirty beggar from back then. This beggar sat at the edge of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, eating roasted chicken and drinking wine. He grinned as he watched the guests enter and leave. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He walked over and took out a bottle of wine to hand to the beggar. This was the dragon race's strongest alcohol, heartburn. The dirty beggar did not care. He opened the bottle and tried to drink it. Xiao Chen quickly stopped him and said, "This wine is too strong. If you can advance to Sovereign Emperor in the future, drink it. The benefits will be boundless." "Ha! It turns out that I can't drink this lousy wine before advancing to Sovereign Emperor?" The beggar mocked. Then he said carelessly, "In that case, I'll return it to you. This beggar doesn't want it anymore." When Yuan Zhen heard that, he thought to himself, This beggar does not look like an ordinary person when he smiles. Unfortunately, he is not sensible. Since it is a strong wine, if I guessed right, it should be the dragon race's strongest alcohol, heartburn. Back then, Xiaochen used this wine to make a name for himself at the Peach Blossom Gathering. Many sovereign emperors sought it, yet Xiaochen gave it to a beggar. Furthermore, the beggar boasted shamelessly. Xiaochen did not take it. He said seriously, "Even if you can't drink it, it will be useful to you. I want to ask you about someone. 3 days ago, you captured a person and left. I want to know where that person is now." The person that the beggar captured that day looked familiar to Xiaochen. However, he did not see him clearly. "Are you talking about that foolish brother of mine? Ha! There's no need to look. Just stand here and don't move. You will see him soon." Plop! Right after the beggar spoke, someone tossed a figure down from the building like a sandbag. Wounds covered the person's body, making him appear in a sorry state. The nearby cultivators felt that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not in the right. They laughed coldly and strode into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. "It's that fool again. He gets chased out every 2 or 3 days. How pitiful. Speaking of which, it is strange. If it were someone else causing trouble like this, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would have silenced them long ago. It is a miracle that this person is still alive. Who cares? Quickly go and reserve a spot. The headliner Ling Long is performing today." The beggar guffawed and pointed to the person in the middle of the road. "What did I say? I was just talking about my foolish second brother." Bang! He fell down. Xiaochen walked over step by step, his expression growing increasingly doubtful. When he got close, he felt greatly startled. When that person in a sorry state turned his head and saw Xiaochen, he also felt shocked. "Martial uncle." This person with a swollen face, covered in wounds, and in a sorry state was Xiaochen's martial nephew, Ling Yu, from the Grave Sea Cluster's Purple Flame sect. As the saying went, it was a small world. Xiaochen had not expected to see Ling Yu in such a situation. "Martial uncle, martial nephew embarrassed you," perhaps Ling Yu was too excited, or perhaps he had been wronged for too long, but his eyes immediately turned moist. Ling Yu sounded like he was about to cry, looking very pitiful. "How did you end up like this? Quickly, get up." Xiaochen asked sullenly as he pulled Ling Yu up. "I want to see elder sister Ling Long, but they won't let me in." Martial nephew feels bitter in his heart. Ling Yu did not have many relatives. To him, Xiaochen was even closer to him than a senior in the sect. Now that Ling Yu saw Xiaochen, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. Xiaochen snorted coldly and said, "I'll bring you in. Let's see who dares to stop you." "Really? Martial uncle, when did I boast? There are many places in the world that I cannot bring you to. However, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion is definitely not one of them." Xiaochen felt some anger in his heart. No matter how deep the accumulations of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion are, in the end, it is still a pleasure quarter. Since when can a pleasure quarter bully others like this? Martial uncle, bring me in." Even a beggar would like to visit a pleasure quarter. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt like a pair of tongs clamped down on his feet. He lowered his head and looked. That beggar had secretly poured down an entire bottle of heartburn. His face flushed red, and his body felt like burning charcoal. The beggar appeared drunk, smiling like a flower as he grabbed Xiaochen's leg, unwilling to let go. "Big brother, you are drunk." "This is my martial uncle," Ling Yu quickly corrected when he saw the situation. Not drunk. I'm your big brother, so your martial uncle is my martial uncle. The seniority is not messed up. Martial uncle, bring me in." Even a beggar would like to visit a pleasure quarter. Ha! Xiaochen felt a headache coming on. He looked at Ling Yu and asked, "How did you get to know this beggar?" "Martial uncle, he saved my life once. Then he insisted that I acknowledge him as my big brother. Since then, he has been following me," Ling Yu explained as simply as he could. Never mind. Since he saved Ling Yu's life before, there is no need to dwell on the other party's rudeness. "Yuan Zhen, help him up. Let's go in together." Yuan Zhen looked regretfully at the empty bottle in the beggar's hand. A bottle of heartburn was gone, just like that. Brat, you have been sneakily eyeing my wine. Are you trying to steal my wine? Never mind. This beggar will treat you to a drink. After Yuan Zhen helped the beggar up, he suddenly poured the bottle of wine into Yuan Zhen's mouth. Yuan Zhen immediately panicked, feeling somewhat at a loss. Why did I not react? I really drank. I broke the precepts again. Hey, why is it so smooth? The beggar said, finding it strange when he saw the mysterious phenomenon under the hood. Taking advantage of Yuan Zhen's dazed state, he extended his hand. Then he chuckled, hee hee. It really is a bald head. Ha! This beggar understands now. You are a flirtatious monk. Ha! A flirtatious monk. A flirtatious monk wants to visit a pleasure quarter. Everyone quickly come and take a look. Fortunately, the beggar was already drunk, so his words were unclear. However, this startled Yuan Zhen half to death, startling him back to his senses. Then, he quickly covered the beggar's mouth. As Yuan Zhen watched Xiao Chen and Ling Yu walk over, he felt like crying, but no tears would come out. In one day, Yuan Zhen had broken 2 precepts. First, he abstained from anger. Then, he abstained from alcohol. Had he known earlier, he would have given up on the ethereal immortal palace key. You are not allowed to speak. If you speak again, I will leave you here. Do you hear me? Yuan Zhen saw the beggar nod a few times before putting down his hand. Then he helped the beggar to catch up to Xiao Chen. The beggar was very drunk, smiling continuously. Although he did not say that he was a flirtatious monk, he occasionally reached out to touch Yuan Zhen's bald head. A monk who wanted to cry but had no tears, a drunken beggar, a wronged, infatuated woman, and Xiao Chen. This was a combination that the Misty Rain Pavilion's master could not imagine. Just like that, they headed for the brightly lit Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the jewel of Yen City, without looking back. Chapter 2235. A beggar, a monk, an infatuated man, and Xiao Chen. No matter how one looked at it, this group of people looked strange. However, they just walked into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The guards at the door seemed to have heard the commotion. They took a look but did not do anything. This made the people watching feel amazed. Since when could beggars strut into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion? Ling Yu felt somewhat weak. He had been beaten up quite miserably recently. He did not dare to believe that he could really go in. Martial uncle, can we really go in? Before Xiao Chen answered, more than 100 pretty girls walked out of the door. They stood in a straight line and said in unison, "Welcome, young Master Xiao, to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion as a guest." An absolute beauty walked out from behind the row of girls. She wore a green dress and a jade hairpin in her hair. Her facial features were exquisite, and she exuded an extraordinary air. Headliner Qiu Yu. Headliner Qiu Yu, what is she doing? Is she going out to personally receive the guests? What a grand lineup. Even if a prince came, he would not be able to do so, right? Xiao Chen looked at the green-dressed beauty. The other party walked over gracefully and bowed slightly. Young Master Xiao, please come with me. The pavilion master has been waiting for a long time already. Please forgive me for not coming out to receive you. Qiu Yu spoke softly and smiled gently. The surrounding people easily fell head over heels for her, unable to extricate themselves. Young Master Xiao, please come with me. The pavilion master has been waiting for a long time already. Please forgive me for not coming out to receive you. Qiu Yu looked around and frowned slightly. A dirty beggar, a wretched hooded man, and a bruised fool. After a great struggle, Qiu Yu said, since you are young Master Zhao's friends, you are also friends of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. After a great struggle, Qiu Yu said, since you are young Master Zhao's friends, you are also friends of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. However, this person cannot enter. Headliner Qiu Yu said righteously as she pointed at Ling Yu. Why? Ling Yu immediately felt unconvinced. He shouted, why can't I enter? Qiu Yu wanted to say something but stopped. It seemed like there was something she was hiding. She sighed softly and said, I am doing this for your own good. This is not my intention either. It is Sister Linglong's intention. Ling Yu said somewhat dispiritedly, I don't believe it. I don't believe that this is Elder Sister Linglong's intention. Let me meet Linglong. I want her to tell me personally. Let him in. At this moment, a voice came from inside the building. Qiu Yu nodded slowly. Please come in, young Master Xiao. After stepping over the threshold, Xiao Chen entered the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Like the Misty Rain Pavilion, it was a completely different world inside. From the outside, it looked like a magnificent building, but in reality, it was a small world with mountains, rivers, and vast white clouds. Above the white clouds, palaces and pavilions could be vaguely seen. It was like a fairyland. Pavilions stood in great numbers in all four directions, and guests filled the place. There should have been many esteemed guests gathered in the mountains and rivers, but today, there was only one table. The other guests could only gather in the pavilion and watch the performance. With headliner Qiu Yu leading the way, Xiao Chen's group of 4 walked through the forest and arrived at the banquet in the mountains and rivers. Along the way, Xiao Chen discovered many experts hidden in the forest. The banquet was already filled with people. When Xiao Chen looked around, he discovered many familiar faces. The association chiefs of the Heavenly Alliance's 10 subordinate merchant associations were all present. However, this was different from the previous time. This time, they had outsiders accompanying them. If Xiao Chen guessed right, they should be the upper echelon of the dynasty's ancient noble clans. Lord Xiao, Wei Fatso and the other 2, who had already signed a new contract with Xiao Chen, stood up and saluted Xiao Chen with somewhat embarrassed expressions. As for the other merchant associations, they only glanced at Xiao Chen and ignored him, showing some hostility in their eyes. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and gestured for the 3 to take a seat. There was indeed a reason for this banquet. After Xiao Chen's group of 4 sat down, a group of people immediately walked over from behind. The one in the lead was a woman with a veil covering her face. Beside her were 3 men with dignified appearances, an oppressive noble aura, and a vast imperial aura. These people were of different ages, but their noble auras and imperial might were exactly the same. These 3 people were princes. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this banquet seems to be much grander than I imagined. 3 princes are here at the same time. All the noble clans of the imperial capital are here. What are they doing? While Xiao Chen felt uncertain, he felt a gaze that did not hide its murderous intent. Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the gaze. The owner of the gaze stood beside a prince. This person's expression was very similar to Monarch Yu's. Monarch Yun, what a fellow! The Smiling Daughter Pavilion gathered all the enemies that I offended. Greetings, First Prince, 8th Prince, 13th Prince, and Pavilion Master Yang. The association chiefs and noble clan elders at the banquet all stood up and bowed respectfully. Everyone, there is no need to be so polite today. This is Pavilion Master Yang's home turf. We are not princes or guests. The true honored guest is the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector, Xiao Chen, Lord Xiao. The prince close to the veiled woman said with a smile as he pointed at Xiao Chen. Ha! First Prince is right. If not for knowing that young Master Xiao would be coming, this old man would not have come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion tonight. The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang stood up and echoed the First Prince's words, smiling sinisterly. That's right. Young Master Xiao is the honored guest today. Even if all of us add up, we cannot compare to Lord Xiao. The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao said half jokingly and half seriously as he held up his wine cup. Martial uncle, something seems wrong. Ling Yu sent a voice projection as he looked at the group of ferocious people smiling like hungry wolves at the banquet. Ling Yu noticed that everyone at the table gave off an extremely strong aura. Sovereign Emperor experts followed them. When Ling Yu looked around, he noticed that there seemed to be even more experts hidden in the shadows. Without anyone noticing, they had already blocked off all paths. The seemingly spacious forest garden had actually been sealed into a cage. The more problematic thing was that aside from Fatso and the other 2, everyone else at the table looked at Xiao Chen with superficial smiles. They all put on fake smiles as they stared at Xiao Chen, looking like they had him in the bag. This made him feel flustered. Calm down. Xiao Chen sent a voice projection. Then he looked at the veiled woman and said, Pavilion Master Yang is really skillful. This Xiao really did not know that this banquet could bring out so many major characters. I am truly overwhelmed by the favor. Originally, Xiaochen thought that only the first prince would appear. He had not expected such a scene to appear. 3 princes, the 10 association chiefs, and the representatives of the noble clans behind them were all here. What a feast at Hongmen! These people have made up their minds to eat me up for sure. Pavilion Master Yang, who had a veil covering her beautiful face, waved her hand and said, "Young Master Xiao, there's no need to be angry. Please take a seat first. Let's talk about business first. I really do not dare to casually sit here." Xiaochen said indifferently. The veiled woman smiled softly and said, "There's no rush. Take a seat first. Today is my Smiling Daughter Pavilion's headliner Ling Long's final performance. If there is anything, wait for headliner Ling Long to finish her performance before we discuss it." Martial ant. When Ling Yu heard the word Ling Long, he could not hold himself back. On account of Ling Yu, Xiaochen sat down with a cold expression. Then he looked around and smiled coldly in his heart when he saw everyone's expressions. "If you think that you can defeat me, Xiaochen, with your numbers, then it is too early to be happy. Let's see what kind of tricks you guys are playing." The veiled woman gently clapped her hands. As she clapped, a woman flew down from the palace in the clouds. She held a pipa as she slowly appeared in the clouds. She was like a fairy that could be seen but not reached. The headliner Ling Long is coming out. The guests in the private rooms in the surrounding pavilions burst into an uproar. All sorts of cries rang out. A simple sound test immediately piped up the guests' interest, causing their anticipation to soar. As the pipa music rang out, the vast white clouds turned into a vast river with the music. A clear moon fell into the lake. The orioles in the lake spoke in detail. The flowing water of a quiet spring accompanied the moon as it rose. The bright moon that sank into the river broke out of the water together with the pipa music. A white-clad fairy danced in the moon while holding a sword. With the beautiful pipa music, everyone could not tell whether they were in a fairyland or reality. When the quiet spring turned cold, the pipa music gave rise to boundless melancholy. The bright moon in the sky was like a lonely cage, locking down that beautiful fairy. No matter how the beautiful fairy danced, she could not break out of the moon with her sword in hand. A stifling mood filled everyone's hearts, making them feel extremely unbearable. When the stifling mood reached its limits and was about to crumble, the pipa music suddenly sped up. It was like a vast army cutting off all means of retreat, launching a final charge. Bang! The bright moon in the sky shattered, and the beautiful woman trapped in the cage emerged with her sword. Whoosh, whoosh. It was not just one person. More than 100 white-clad women appeared in the moon, dancing with their swords as they flew down the cloud platform. When they arrived in the surrounding pavilions, they flew up and down, dancing gracefully. The fairy was instantly within reach. It was like a dream turned into reality. Everyone's depressed mood was swept away, and thunderous cheers erupted. After the song ended, Ling Long smiled faintly and bowed slightly, silently taking her leave. Headliner Ling Long, don't go. One more song. One more song. The fairy basket appeared at the right time. Immediately, the honored guests in the private rooms made a move. Countless primeval heavenly pills turned into jade ribbons that entered the fairy basket in the clouds. Immortal light spread out from the basket, and thousands of flowers flew out. The atmosphere in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's small world reached its peak. Everyone, please be quiet. Today is headliner Ling Long's last performance. In the future, she will not appear in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. She will not appear in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in the future, the headliner Qiu said softly as she slowly appeared in the sea of flowers in the clouds. After a pause, while everyone was stunned into silence, Qiu said loudly, "The first prince has already returned the secular world to the first prince. On the 15th of next month, the first prince will personally win over headliner Ling Long. I hope that at that time, everyone will come and give their best blessings." What? At the banquet, the wine cup in Ling Yu's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Ling Yu appeared confused as if he suffered a bolt from the blue. He appeared stunned on the spot. Chapter 2236. One song was enchanting, one word was heartbreaking. On the 15th of next month, the first prince will personally marry headliner Ling Long. Everyone is welcome to attend headliner Ling Long and the first prince's wedding. Before Ling Long's ethereal pipa music faded away, Qiu Yu's words shattered Ling Yu's heart. He was in a daze, completely dumbfounded like a wooden chicken. This is really surprising. To think that the first prince wants to marry headliner Ling Long. Although the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's headliners sell their skills and not their bodies, they are still women of the pleasure quarters. Is it really appropriate for him to make such a big fuss about marrying a headliner? If she were just a concubine, there should be no problem. However, since there is a wedding, she is clearly a match. However, this is good. The brothel's headliner marrying a prince is the best ending. Right? We should still give headliner Ling Long our blessings. However, it will be hard on us, the bosom friends. It will be difficult for us to come and listen to headliner Ling Long's pipa in the future. The guests in the pavilions discussed among themselves. Their voices were filled with astonishment. However, most of them gave their blessings. After all, marrying a prince was indeed a fortunate thing for the brothel's headliner. What was even rarer was that the first prince would personally come and give headliner Ling Long a wedding. In the future, if the first prince Wang Fei could win the succession race, he would become an imperial consort. At the banquet, the 8th prince, the 13th prince, and the noble clan elders were similarly startled. Although everyone knew that the first prince Wang Fei was very close to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, no one expected him to lower his status and win over the brothel's headliner. The two formed an unbreakable alliance. However, why did the Smiling Daughter Pavilion place all its bets on first brother? Confusion flashed in the 8th Prince Wang Feng's eyes as he revealed a contemplative expression. He had not received any news of this sudden turn of events. This was simply incomprehensible. It was truly puzzling that they had not received any prior information about this sudden turn of events. Congratulations, first prince. Come, let's offer a toast to the first prince. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang took the lead, raising his wine cup to toast the first prince with joy on his face. The others stood up as well. Although they all showed different expressions, they still had to put on a show no matter what. The others stood up as well. Although they showed different expressions, they still had to put on a show. Only Xiao Chen and the other 3 didn't get up, which made them stand out. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to pretend. Ling Yu was still in a daze. Yuan Zhen was afraid that others would see his bald head. The filthy beggar uncle was drunk, sleeping soundly on the table. You're too polite. When the time comes, I hope everyone will do me the honor of attending my wedding. The eldest prince and the veiled woman raised their wine glasses and returned the toast. When the group of people finished their drinks, their gazes all fell on Xiao Chen. Although the sudden announcement of the wedding was shocking, it was ultimately just an interlude. The elders of the Yanwu dynasty's 4 ancient noble clans, the 3 princes, and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master gathered together. With so many big shots here, it was clear that it was not just a simple meal and a drink. Young Master Xiao Chen, you seem to be somewhat dissatisfied with this prince's wedding, the first Prince Wang Fei said with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen mocked, how could I dare? It is just that my legs are inconvenient and I can't get up. I will not bicker with you about this. Pavilion Master Yang already told me about the matter between your friend and headliner Ling Long. However, I don't mind such a small matter. This prince doesn't care about a piece of trash who doesn't have eyes. From the start to the end, the first Prince Wang Fei did not look at Ling Yu. He only stared at Xiao Chen. Ling Yu startled awake and immediately raged, wanting to flare up on the spot. However, Xiao Chen placed a hand on Ling Yu's shoulder and pressed him down. Then he sent a voice projection, if you trust martial uncle, don't act rashly. Ling Yu endured the rage in his heart and showed a sullen expression, not saying a word. However, he managed to calm down in the end. All right, let's not waste any more time. Young Master Xiao, this prince has always respected you. I have no other intentions in coming here. Return the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's withdrawal statement and remove the ban on supplies. This prince will definitely not be your enemy. I will also send you a big gift another day. The eighth prince Wang Feng felt somewhat frustrated by his first brother's alliance with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He threw the wine glass on the table and said slowly. At the side, the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Lord Xiao, this old man was muddle-headed back then. That's why I announced my withdrawal. Please do not take offense." The younger 13th prince, Wang Yi, raised his eyebrows as he looked at Xiao Chen. He said, "I do not have time to waste here. I will only say one thing. Quickly restore the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's supply." In the end, the imperial capital Yen City belongs to the Wang clan, not the Xiao clan. Wang Yi's words were casual, but compared to the eighth prince, it was a blatant threat to Xiao Chen. The first prince Wang Fei said indifferently, "My two worthy brothers have already said most of what I wanted to say. Let me add one more thing. Aside from handing over the withdrawal statement and resuming the supply, you should also return the fairy basket to Tower Lord Yang." This was different from the previous time in the main pavilion. Now, the 9 Cauldron Pavilions Association chiefs had either princes backing them or ancient noble clan elders. They felt very confident as they coldly eyed Xiao Chen. The 9 Cauldron Pavilions Wei Fatso felt bitter in his heart. Look at this lineup. The new envoy inspector seems somewhat overwhelmed. Did he bet on the wrong treasure this time? The Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association, which signed the new contract with Xiao Chen, were already frightened out of their wits. They sat at the banquet table, trembling in fear. Just the gathering of the 4 ancient noble clans' elders already put a mountain of pressure on them. What more the 3 princes? Unexpectedly, this matter would blow up to such an extent, forcing the 3 strongest princes of the dynasty to work together. Many pairs of cold and emotionless eyes stared at Xiao Chen from all over the table. Many figures of sovereign emperors appeared in the dark. As their figures flickered, they heavily locked down the surrounding space. "Tower Lord Yang, this Xiao has experienced today's matter," Xiao Chen said coldly as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the veiled woman. To think that she set a trap for him. Xiao Chen had never expected such murderous intent at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's banquet. The veiled woman said calmly, "Don't blame me for being too ruthless. Blame yourself for being too ruthless. Today, everyone is not here to negotiate with you. If you are tactful, perhaps we will leave you some face and let you walk out of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion with dignity." The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang smiled maliciously. "I rather look forward to young Master Xiao doing something extraordinary. Duke Yun, you are thinking the same thing, right? Ha." As Lu Zhang spoke, he looked at Duke Yun, who was behind the 8th prince, and mocked him. Everyone here knew that Duke Yun's son died miserably at Xiao Chen's hands. If Xiao Chen did not know what was good for him, the happiest person today would be Duke Yun. Duke Yun glanced at Lu Zhang indifferently and ignored him. The two were on different sides, so there was no need to say anything. Furthermore, the 8th prince had already expressed his stance. Most of the people here had the same attitude toward Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen took a step back and handed over the declaration of withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, they would not do anything to him. Duke Yun knew very well that he would not do anything to him. His own thoughts were not important. If Xiao Chen really did not know what was good for him, although there was not much hope, it was a rare opportunity. As Xiao Chen looked at this group of people, it seemed like they had him in the bag. Even Lu Zhang, who nearly peed his pants in fright, started to tease Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly thought to himself. The 3 princes each had a 4-vein sovereign emperor guard. The elders of the 4 ancient noble clans were also 4-vein sovereign emperors. Just this banquet table alone had 7 4-vein sovereign emperors. There were also 10-odd small perfection sovereign emperors from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, appearing indistinctly and sealing off all paths of retreat. With such a lineup, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion left no way out. No wonder the veiled woman said that she didn't want to discuss anything with Xiao Chen, but that he didn't have a choice. Xiao Chen also neglected one point. Right now, the guests from all directions still did not know what had happened at the main table between the mountains and rivers. Given the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's rallying power, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not be able to find out about it. It would not be difficult for these guests to join in, surround, and attack Xiaochen. The first Prince Wang Fei looked at Xiaochen and said indifferently, "Young Master Zhao's boldness is truly admirable. To be able to remain calm in such a situation, you are indeed extraordinary. But even if you want to delay, it won't change anything. The three of us rarely work together, but once we do, there's nothing we can't do in the imperial capital. Today, you have no choice." The 8th prince and the 13th prince did not refute the first prince's words. With a hint of coldness, they looked at Xiaochen coldly. They were already running out of patience. Xiaochen said calmly, "Indeed, I have no choice." The moment Xiaochen said that, the others rejoiced. In the end, this Xiaochen was still tactful. He did not dare to fall out with the 3 princes and the 4 ancient noble clans. This was for the best. Everyone would be happy, and there would be no need to blow the matter up. "So kill me." Without stopping, Xiaochen said slowly, "If the 3 princes work together to kill this Xiao will definitely die. There is no doubt about that. However, have you thought it through? Have you thought about the price of killing me, Xiaochen?" But right after Xiaochen spoke, he smashed the table with his palm. Instantly, the entire table shattered and fell to the ground. Just at this moment, a lightning-attributed killing intent surged out of Xiaochen's body together with a dragon roar. Xiaochen's aura soared, instantly surpassing that of a 3-vein sovereign emperor and firmly suppressing the 4-vein sovereign emperors present. The alloy dragon armor was activated by the royal blue dragon bloodline. Chapter 2237. The alloy dragon armor. An ancient thunder dragon reverse scale, an ancient thunder dragon spine, 5 tons of thunder dragon true blood, and a strand of great desolate Aeon dragon blood. The alloy dragon armor was already a 4-star battle armor. Furthermore, Master Ku Yun personally modified it, making it the most suitable battle armor for Xiaochen in the world. The instant Xiaochen activated the alloy dragon armor, the blue dragon's power in the depths of his bloodline ignited like tar. It turned into a surging dragon flame burning fiercely. Accompanied by a dragon roar, an aura burst forth from his body. This aura shook the surroundings. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's vast mountain and river small world could feel the strength of this dragon might. The entire pavilion trembled slightly. A dragon image came out of each of the gloves, flickering with electric light as they wrapped around Xiaochen's arms and spread throughout his body. When the dragon images merged, the alloy dragon armor's entire appearance appeared before the experts at the banquet, including the 3 princes. Deep purple dragon motifs adorned the silver alloy dragon armor. In the blink of an eye, it looked like 2 dragon images coiled around the alloy dragon armor. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking incredibly tyrannical. A purple pendant on Xiaochen's forehead added the finishing touch, making the entire alloy dragon armor come to life. "Have you thought about what price you will have to pay for killing me, Xiaochen?" Xiaochen's words rang in everyone's ears. At first, the 3 princes, the veiled woman, and the noble clan elders all mocked him in their hearts. Ordinary people would care about Xiaochen's identity as an envoy inspector. However, everyone here shed all pretense of cordiality. Who would truly fear Xiaochen? It was not like the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector had never died in Yen City before. However, when Xiaochen smashed the banquet table and revealed the alloy dragon armor, the pressure that he felt startled everyone. The pressure that even 4-vein sovereign emperors found unbearable startled everyone. Everyone felt a soul-deep chill from Xiaochen's body. "Xiaochen, do you really want to die that badly?" The veiled woman's expression turned extremely cold. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen was so decisive. To think that he would not compromise despite facing certain death. The 3 princes' expressions turned even more unsightly. They were princes. Although there was a gap between them and the competition between them was fierce. However, since they were both from the royal family and were connected by blood, this was the first time he felt his dignity being insulted. This Xiaochen really didn't know what was good for him. He didn't know what was good for him. The 3 princes appeared at the same time and gave him a way out, but he refused. He actually fell out with them in front of everyone and even threatened them. If it was just an ordinary person, it would have been fine. He could have killed them easily. However, When Xiaochen activated the alloy dragon armor, the elders of the 4 ancient clans and the 3 princes felt their hearts tighten. He knew that things couldn't end well. This Xiaochen wasn't as easy to kill as he had imagined. If they were to forcefully make a move, the price they would have to pay would be severe. There might even be people who would die. Xiaochen, as the saying goes, leave a way out for others. Do you have to be so ruthless? Why force yourself into a dead end? As long as you lower your head and admit your mistake, we will all be friends. I can even tolerate you killing Monarch you. The 8th prince said sullenly as he enunciated every word as he looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen, don't be so shameless. Everyone called you over because they gave you face. Otherwise, there would be no need to waste words with you. We have many ways to kill someone in the imperial capital without anyone noticing. The first Prince Wang Fei said coldly with a sullen expression. This is the first time this old man saw someone who dared to smash the table in front of the 3 princes. Are you trying to rebel? A dark look flashed in the 13th prince's eyes. This was his first time seeing such a disgraceful person, which made him exceptionally angry. Ha! When Xiaochen heard that, he guffawed. This was simply the funniest joke he had ever heard. Interesting. Interesting. This group of people gathered together and laid this trap, wanting to trample on him. Then, they even wanted to say that he threatened to kill himself. However, Xiaochen had seen this many times and already disdained explaining. He could not be bothered to say anything more. He laughed loudly and said, "This Xiao never speaks nonsense. Don't you want to leave the alliance? Don't you want the fairy basket? Don't you want me, Xiaochen, to lower my head and admit my mistake? Kill me, Xiaochen, and take my head. Then, you can obtain everything you want. Come, do your best. As long as you think of the price, this Xiao will stand here and wait for you." As Xiaochen laughed maniacally, he looked coldly at this group of people. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, the blazing dragon might burned even more intensely. The blazing dragon might was unblockable. The sealed, smiling daughter pavilion shook continuously, on the verge of collapse. The guests in the surrounding pavilions, far away from the small world of mountains and rivers, all panicked. What's going on? What a strong dragon might! Is someone causing trouble in the smiling daughter pavilion? What happened in the small world of mountains and rivers? Quickly leave. We cannot remain in the private room. The entire smiling daughter pavilion descended into chaos. Everyone rushed out in panic. When they looked into the distance and saw the scene in the mountain and river, they were all stunned. It was the 3 princes and Pavilion Master Yang. Any one of them could shake the entire imperial capital. To think that they were all gathered here. That was not all. There seemed to be 4 ancient noble clan elders behind them, all 4 vain sovereign emperors. 10-odd sovereign emperors appeared in the surroundings. However, no one dared to make a move. This was because that person, that youth in dragon armor, was simply too dazzling. He gave off an aura of someone who was unafraid of death, someone who looked down on the world with disdain, someone who ruled over the world. Damn it! Why is this person so unreasonable? The 3 princes felt enraged in their hearts. Xiaochen knew that he would die for sure, but he still dared to challenge them. Test him. The first prince could not endure it any longer. He gave a secret order, and a 3-vain sovereign emperor hidden in the dark immediately appeared. This sovereign emperor moved as fast as a ghost, appearing at lightning speed and charging at Xiaochen. I have an immortal heart, but the world is unfair. Thieves rule the Tao, always tainted by dust. It is my immortal heart that is tainted. When the dust is washed away, the moment the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. Whoosh! Heavenly Slayer, an inherited secret treasure of the Blue Dragon Land, a powerful soul weapon, was unsheathed. I will use the light of this saber to shatter the filth of the world, restoring my immortal heart. In the next moment, the immortal flower bloomed. A blue lotus flower made of pure saber intent bloomed with Xiaochen as the center. As the saber light shot out, blue lotus flowers bloomed in the sky. Immediately, mountains, rivers, and pavilions disappeared from this world. Only the lotus flowers bloomed, filling the sky with light and shadows, creating a dreamlike space. As the light and shadows changed, Xiaochen stood on a blue lotus flower. His eyes looked crystal clear, and his immortal heart shone with light. When the mysterious phenomenon vanished, a resplendent saber light instantly killed the three-veined sovereign emperor who sneak-attacked Xiaochen. The saber light chopped the corpse in half. The saber light did not stop, shattering the restrictions. Kasi. A crack appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This saber strike seemed to split the sky. The boundless starlight in the night sky of Yen City flowed through the crack and bathed Xiaochen, who wore the alloy dragon armor. Whoosh! This scene set the entire place abuzz. The three princes' expressions turned even more unsightly, looking as pale as snow. This saber strike truly tore through the sky. It would definitely startle the entire imperial capital. They could no longer hide the matter of them working together to kill the Heavenly Alliance envoy inspector. Even if they could not kill Xiaochen, they had to. However, Xiaochen killed a three-veined sovereign emperor with one saber strike. Who would dare to step forward and test the saber? Only now did they truly understand what Xiaochen meant when he said, "Have you thought it through?" That saber. The sovereign emperors stared at the heavenly slayer's saber in Xiaochen's hand. Deep fear flashed in their eyes. Blood dripped from the saber tip. As Xiaochen looked at this group of people, he could not help feeling bored. This Xiao knows that I will die for sure. However, it seems like no one is willing to accept my head. Is there really no one among the three princes who dares to test the saber in my hand? Right after Xiaochen spoke, he stepped forward, and the three princes moved back at the same time. The four-veined sovereign emperor experts protected them. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations and the noble clan elders all took a step back as if they could not control their legs. Only the veiled woman showed a cold expression. A murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she said coldly, "Xiaochen, I'm warning you one last time. Don't force me. No one has ever walked out alive after causing trouble in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Let me tell you, no one has ever." Her voice was as cold as snow, making everyone tremble. Clearly, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master really wanted to kill. Someone broke the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's restrictions and tore through the roof. This was already a great humiliation, crossing the bottom line long ago. When Xiaochen heard that, he could not help mocking, "What a great, don't force you. I, Xiaochen, do not consider myself a good person. I have killed countless people in my life. However, the number of women that died at my hands could be counted on one hand. Tell me, how did I, Xiaochen, force you today? Who was the one who purposely set this up and lured me here? Who was the one who mercilessly told me that there was no room for negotiation today? Who was the one who said that I, Xiaochen, would lose face if I did not lower my head and admit my mistakes?" After Xiaochen spoke, he pointed the heavenly slayer's saber in his hand at the veiled woman. A strong wind blew, and the cold light flowing on the saber dispersed with the wind, immediately illuminating many people's eyes. However, I, Xiaochen, do not care about all that. I admit that I made a mistake in falling into your hands today. I have no intention of leaving at all. If you think of the price, just come and take my head. This Smiling Daughter Pavilion definitely has a peak sovereign emperor guarding it. It also has a superior grade soul tool, the fairy basket. How could I, Xiaochen, not know that? Just use it. There is no need to put on such a show. When the veiled woman saw the mocking smile on Xiaochen's face, the mockery of him seeing through everything, she found it extremely unbearable, too ashamed to show her face. Not willing to look at him for another second, she shrieked, "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Kill him. There is no way to resolve today's matter peacefully." The first prince said sullenly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. No one expected Xiaochen to be so terrifying. He was just a one-veined sovereign emperor. With the help of the alloy dragon armor and the soul tool, Heavenly Slayer, he could even kill a three-veined sovereign emperor with one saber strike. If not for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the first prince would not have been able to do anything to the other party. The other sovereign emperor experts released their bated breath. Since a peak sovereign emperor could make a move, that would be for the best. Peak sovereign emperors were peak experts that surpassed six-veined sovereign emperors. Compared to Xiaoqin, peak sovereign emperors could no longer be bridged with soul tools or secret treasures. Xiaoqin remained expressionless. He already held the Heavenly Alliance medallion, which could activate 4 strands of sword qi to severely injure a peak sovereign emperor. The black and white eggs in the divine universe still appeared eager. Even a peak sovereign emperor would have to be prepared to pay a price to kill Xiaoqin. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura quietly spread out. The moment this aura appeared, it was the instant this aura appeared, it felt unrivaled, like a mountain pressing down. Even breathing became extremely difficult. This was the might and pressure of a peak sovereign emperor. Under the suppression of cultivation, even the blood in the depths of one's bones seemed to freeze. Xiaoqin clenched his teeth as he held his saber, not saying a word. A stubborn look appeared in the depths of his eyes, preventing him from lowering his head. Plop. Just as the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's peak sovereign emperor was about to make a move, a discordant, miserable cry rang out. It turned out to be Yuan Zhen, who saw that the situation was bad and quickly moved, trying to sneak away. The instant Yuan Zhen soared into the air, the drunken beggar flipped over in a daze and grabbed Yuan Zhen's black coat. Yuan Zhen fell to the ground with a plop. Even the hood of the black coat fell off. Yuan Zhen's shiny and eye-catching bald head immediately attracted everyone's attention. A flowery monk visiting a pleasure quarter. After visiting a woman, he still wants to run away? A flowery monk visiting a pleasure quarter. After visiting a woman, he still wants to run away? The beggar was a drunken mess. When he woke up, he looked at the black coat in his hand in a drunken stupor and guffawed loudly. There are ring scars on his head. He really is a monk. 12 ring scars. This is an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple. Only a Hidden Spirit Temple disciple can light 12 ring scars on his head. What's going on? I recognize him. He is Yuan Zhen, the leader of the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan generation. He is the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone who can compete with the profound Heaven's Holy Sun and the Universe Origin Taoist Sun. Heavens! It really is Venerable Yuan Zhen. Chapter 2238. Is it really only the Hidden Spirit Temple's disciple who can light the 12 ring scars? What's going on? I recognize him. He is Yuan Zhen, the leader of the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan generation. He is the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone who can compete with the profound Heaven's Holy Sun and the Universe Origin Tao Sun. It really is Great Master Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen, who had been tripped by the beggar, felt disheartened. He lay face down on the ground, unwilling to get up. Great Master Yuan Zhen? The first Prince Wang Fei asked in a probing manner. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations and the noble clan elders found this incredible. Why did the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion for no reason? Furthermore, he came with Xiaoqin. Could there be some other reason behind this? Princes, I trust you have been well since we last met. Now that Yuan Zhen had been recognized, he could not run even if he wanted to. He stood up with a bitter smile. When Yuan Zhen stood up and the 3 princes saw Yuan Zhen's face, they immediately felt stifled. Their final hope vanished. It really was Yuan Zhen. The 3 princes could not help feeling worried. The 3 princes looked at the crack in the pavilion ceiling, then at Xiaoqin, who held Heavenly Slayer, and at the side, who did not know Yuan Zhen's attitude. The 3 princes immediately felt that killing this Xiaoqin was much more difficult than they had imagined. The instant Yuan Zhen was recognized, the peak sovereign emperor aura hovering above Xiaoqin's head vanished. That peak sovereign emperor, who was hiding somewhere, still felt mysterious and unfathomable, unblockable. What was a peak sovereign emperor? Sovereign emperors had 9 divine veins. 1 to 3 divine veins could only be considered small perfection. 3 divine veins were great perfection. Only 6 divine veins were peak sovereign emperors. Divine vein realm sovereign emperors had 1 heaven per vein. It was extremely difficult to raise one's cultivation. Breaking through bottlenecks was even more difficult. Great perfection sovereign emperors were already extremely rare. It was no exaggeration to call a peak sovereign emperor peak. As long as this peak sovereign emperor remained, the veiled woman would firmly grasp the smiling daughter pavilion's situation, regardless of whether he had 7 divine veins or 8 divine veins. However, a peak sovereign emperor would not make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, you already stand at the peak. The consequences of casually killing the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector would be unbearable. In the past, there were 3 inspectors who had died, but they were all unsolved cases. No one knew who had killed them. Now, Xianxia's saber light that broke the smiling daughter pavilion's roof had already startled the entire imperial capital. It was almost impossible to hide it. Furthermore, the hidden spirit temple's Yuanzhens suddenly appeared. The peak sovereign emperors already had to be wary of them, so they had to be much more careful. That was what most people thought. They were not surprised that the peak sovereign emperors did not make a move to kill Xiaoqin. A strange look flashed in the veiled woman's eyes. She looked at Yuanzhen and said through clenched teeth, "Interesting. My smiling daughter pavilion has seen all sorts of people come here before, but not a monk. Grandmaster Yuanzhen, you came at the right time. Do you want me to call a few heads over to accompany you?" Yuanzhen pressed his palms together before Pavilion Master Yang's clear mockery. Then he smiled faintly and said, "My Zen heart is already stuck in the mud, no longer chasing the wild spring winds. This humble monk thanks Pavilion Master Yang for your kind intentions. This time, I was only invited by Benefactor Xiao to attend the Pavilion Master's banquet with him. I have no other intentions." When the veiled woman heard that, she felt enraged. This damn bald monk spoiled her plans. Yuanzhen's casual words easily resolved the awkwardness. "My Buddhist heart is calm, like a willow in the mud. Grandmaster Yuanzhen truly lives up to his name. Just a casual chant from his mouth shows his Zen heart. However, Grandmaster Yuanzhen is with Xiaoqin. Could it be that Xiaoqin has a deep connection to the hidden spirit temple? Interesting. It looks like he might not die in this certain death situation. I have long heard of the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaoqin's fame. When he first arrived, he killed that arrogant and despotic monarch Yu. Today, 3 princes gathered before him, but they could not gain an advantage over him. I feel that it is better for such a person to live. Indeed, it would be a pity if he died. You did not see it earlier. He killed the smiling daughter pavilion's 3-vein sovereign emperor with 1 saber strike. He mainly relied on that saber in his hand, right? Even if I gave you that saber, would you be able to do it?" The originally certain death situation suddenly turned around after the beggar pulled off Yuanzhen's hood. Yuanzhen was very strong, but he could not turn the situation around. However, he had the hidden spirit temple behind him. Everyone had to reconsider. A light flickered in the 8th Prince Wang Feng's eyes. He was an intelligent person, an outstanding talent of the royal clan. Xiaoqin's earlier performance already made him feel threatened. He would either use such a person or kill him early. Even if he did not kill Xiaoqin, he could not make him an enemy. However, he had already thoroughly offended this person today. Even if Yuanzhen was here, he would still kill him if he could. "Venerable Yuanzhen, it has been a long time since we last met. Allow me to ask, what is your relationship with Benefactor Xiao?" The 8th Prince Wang Feng felt that the relationship between Yuanzhen and Xiaoqin might not be as solid as iron. This was somewhat strange. Earlier, Yuanzhen wanted to run. In the end, that drunken beggar tripped him, forcing him to stay. Yuanzhen smiled faintly and said, "I have no relationship with Benefactor Xiao. However, Benefactor Xiao has a deep connection to my Buddhist sect. He has the highest gift of the Buddhist sect, a page of the golden letter personally drawn by the Kasayapa Buddha. As long as he shows this page, the Buddhist sect monks will have to help him." What a joke! How can I have a relationship with this fellow? Yuanzhen, who suffered terribly at Xiaoqin's hands, hoped that Xiaoqin would die here today. Since Yuanzhen met Xiaoqin, he had always been tricked. Fortunately, Yuanzhen was smart today. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined here. However, if Xiaoqin was willing to show the golden letter, Yuanzhen would not mind helping Xiaoqin resolve this calamity. After all, taking back the golden letter gift would be very beneficial to Yuanzhen. Golden letter gift? Will young Master Xiao please show it? If you really have the Buddhist sect's golden letter, this prince will turn and leave immediately, not staying. When the 8th prince heard that, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. He might not be able to take care of Xiaoqin today. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. If I can really show the golden letter and resolve this calamity, it might be possible. Boom! However, just when everyone thought that Xiaoqin would show the golden letter, something strange happened. Suddenly, a sword light appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This sword light was as resplendent as the sun. Xiaoqian's expression immediately changed. Before the sword chi arrived, cracks already appeared in his Dao domain. The person who arrived was an expert. This expert was at least a 5-vein sovereign emperor. Xiaoqian had been keeping his guard up against that mysterious peak sovereign emperor. Unexpectedly, there was such an expert hidden. By the time Xiaoqian discovered this, it was already too late. This sword strike could not be dodged. Such a change happened in the blink of an eye, causing everyone to be shocked. Those with discerning eyes could tell that this sword strike had stored up power for a long time. Its might was so great that even a 4-vein sovereign emperor might not be able to block it. Xiaoqian was in danger. What is a fiend? Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent. The lush mountains and clear waters ask the monarch's heart. A saber light appeared, and a figure seemed to leap out of a painting of the lush mountains and clear waters. Kasi. The saber light broke the sword light and knocked back the mysterious, black-clad person. Pu Si. The black-clad person who attacked grunted as he got knocked back. Xiaoqian looked carefully and saw that the person was fiendish saber Shi Mu's disciple, Lu Benwei. He could not help exclaiming joyfully, "Big brother Lu, why are you here?" Lu Benwei landed and smiled. When Master found out that you came to the Yanwu dynasty, he was very worried. So, I took the initiative to ask for permission to come. The moment you set foot in the Yanwu dynasty, I followed. Who is fiendish saber Shi Mu to you? The mysterious, black-clad person shouted as he looked at Lu Benwei. Lu Benwei smiled faintly and replied, "This untalented one is my master. You should be the Divine Sword Pavilion's supreme elder, right? What a great grandmaster-level martial sage of a righteous sect. To think that you are so shameless." The 8th prince's expression changed, anger flashing in his eyes as he turned his head to look at Duke Yun. Duke Yun lowered his head, not saying anything. However, his eyes filled with pity. Senior Dao Yan actually failed. "It is none of your business who I am. Xiaoqian, I'll take your head another day." After the black-clad person's identity was exposed, he did not want to linger, so he turned and left. Lu Benwei wanted to give chase, but Xiaoqian stopped him. "Let him go." 8th Prince, do you still want me to show the golden letter? The 8th Prince's supporters were the sects and factions in the Yanwu dynasty, with the Divine Sword Pavilion at the forefront. Xiaoqian's question countered the other party. The 8th Prince's face trembled slightly, feeling extremely embarrassed. It was one thing for the 8th Prince to sneak attack, but he had not succeeded. To think that he still hadn't succeeded. If he continued to stay here, he would really have no place to hide his face. However, the 8th Prince could not swallow this frustration if he just left like that. Cut the crap. Quickly take out the golden letter. We still do not know whether it is real or fake. Wang Feng said sullenly, a dark look flashing in his eyes. The 8th Prince was shedding all pretense of cordiality. Is that so? In that case, there is no need for me to take out the golden letter. With a thought from Xiaoqian, the black and white eggs leaped out of the divine universe steel. Boom! The black and white eggs figures flashed, and they stood on either side of Xiaoqian. Their auras soared, rising from 4-vein sovereign emperor to 5-vein sovereign emperor. Anyone who wants to kill Egg will have to ask us, the black and white eggs, for permission first. The two used Xiaoqian's strength as a benchmark, then adjusted their own strength. Now, Xiaoqian activated the alloy dragon armor and could rival a 4-vein sovereign emperor. According to the rules that their master left, the alloy dragon armor could advance to 5-vein sovereign emperor without any difficulty. It was not over yet. Suddenly, a ghastly howl rang out from outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Then, a huge hole opened up with a loud boom. The Misty Rain Pavilion's Su Yi arrived, leading dozens of women. Zither, pipa, flutes, ancient bells, and dozens of other ancient musical instruments played at the same time. Under the majestic and elegant music, a group of unparalleled beauties descended under Su Ye's lead. Su Yi hugged her zither as she stood beside Xiaochen. Then she looked at the veiled woman and smiled. "Little bitch, you laid a good trap. However, it is not that simple to kill my Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector." Su Yi was indeed not simple. At the very least, no one dared to be careless when they saw the group of women behind Su Yi. The veiled woman seemed to have an old grudge with Su Yi. When she saw Su Yi, she was even angrier than when she saw Xiaochen. She shouted, "Su Yi! To think that you came to my smiling daughter pavilion to mock us. You are seeking death. Where are the azure lotus fairies?" Coming like thunder, withdrawing in rage. Leaving like the clear light of the river and sea. Flowers fill the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests. One cold sword light 14 provinces. A bright moon slowly rose above the Misty Rain Pavilion. The bright moon hung high in the sky. A group of white-clad women arrived together with the Pleasure Quarter Alliance's inherited soul tool, the Fairy Girl Basket. 10,000 flowers bloomed, 1,000 shades of purple and red. The white-clad women held swords, looking like fairies descending from the moon. Why is there such a huge commotion? The Misty Rain Pavilion's legendary 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Azure Lotus Sword Dance actually appeared at the same time. What are they doing? Heavens! My eyes must be playing tricks on me. I must be dreaming. Such a large lineup stupefied the guests in the surrounding pavilions. They found this scene unreal. The Misty Rain Pavilion had close to 100 Soul Tool-grade musical instruments. However, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Fairy Girl Basket had been passed down for a long time. It could fight against 100 alone. The Azure Lotus Fairy's white-clad swords danced, looking unparalleled in the world. No matter who won, both sides would have to pay a huge price.